28th of February 2020. In recent times, Sokoto State has served as fertile ground to discover future stars at their tender age.
Sokoto State is very, very known for handball. I remember there was a time that Sokoto would come to festival with only handball team. And then they win the gold.
Yeah, we'll take
handball and then go back.
I think we was our time. People can get the gold.
With this narrative, the Sokoto State government is leaving no stone unturned to ensure our each free championship that will be described as one of the best ever by providing the required logistics. The local organizing committee and the Handball Federation of Nigeria are expected to work together to ensure our first-class championship for the kids. In Lagos, Olumide Kuntola, NTA Sports.
And that sports report rounds up the news at this hour. Thank you so much for watching. I'm Joy Ken Abakuya.
You are watching NTA2.
A Nigerian will agree to take a bomb and be ready to die. Something is wrong somewhere.
Oppression against the poor is the beginning of disaster for any nation, people, or community.
Buy granite, oh. Buy granite!
You need to have the pedigree, you need to have the rudiments, the psychology, the sociology, and even the philosophy of what education is.
God will judge you by how well you relate to others.
I don't know how Fela's dance is.
Shakara lo Jenny. Shakara lo Jenny. Shakara lo Jenny. Shakara lo Jenny. Like this, like this, like this.
We have sacrificed merit for sentiments.
Latest entrant, latest technology. Welcome to Intel 4G LTE Advanced and experience super fast internet access today. Visit intel.com.ng or any of our stores in Lagos, Abuja, and Port Harcourt to get started. Intel. Live more.
Leave us alone, please. Yes, sir.
Okay, Mr. Aguimero Guanipa. I've been reviewing your case, and I see you were convicted of murdering Mr. Renato Guerrero. But going over it, I found there were many holes in the investigation. Holes which the DA never proved with conclusive evidence.
Yes. I heard that at the trial, and I'm perfectly aware of it. But even if you blame me for that crime, I'm innocent.
I also found a report of good conduct for your cooperation with the prison staff. You helped teach some of the inmates, too. This helps your case. Let me make this perfectly clear. To you and to your nephew. My record is absolutely spotless. Spotless, all right? In this city, I'm known as an impartial judge. Just. One that knows the law and respects it. That won't change.
Yes, of course. Do your duty. Don't worry, there's nothing to fear.
Okay. We shall never see each other again, gentlemen. I'm taking a trip leaving the country. And I hope you're not here when I return.
What will they do to me? Are they moving me?
No, sir. I've just ordered the prison director to release you for good. You're free to go.
You've earned my entire admiration, nephew. You're a worthy son of your father. I owe you my freedom.
Santos Torrealba was Maria Teresa's first love. The man she always loved, and the man she is still in love with. She thought that that man had tried to murder Mr. Ernesto. That's why Maria Teresa's not well, Doctor. It's not that she's crazy. She's just heartsick.
Nani, could you hand me that folder that's over there, please?
What are you looking for, Doctor? What papers do you need?
I don't know. I'm not sure. But when I find it, I will know.
Stop scaring me, Doctor. I know that you think that my poor Maria Teresa is mentally unstable, but I tell you she isn't, Doctor. I've raised her since she was a baby. I know it's not possible.
I've known Maria Teresa since she was a baby, too, Nani. I'm her godfather. I watched her grow up and become a woman. But now that Ernesto is dead, I'm going to have to take his place. I have to fill the gap that he left behind. I have to fulfill my duty and become Maria Teresa's father.
I know, Doctor. I know that you love her a lot. But please, don't treat her as if she were a lunatic. Maria Teresa's only lovesick, that's all.
You saw her at dinner. You saw what happened. Maria Teresa has delusions of grandeur, and she's fixed on thinking that they're going to kill her. And that shows. Her mental health is unstable.
No. That's simply not true, Doctor. I'm telling you that the only thing Maria Teresa is suffering from is sadness. She is in deep pain. It's the kind of pain that only love can cure, Doctor. The kind of love that we all should be giving to her.
Maybe. Maybe you're right, Nani. Oh, how I wish this was simply a moment of weakness that Maria Teresa's having. Some kind of mild depression.
Good God, Doctor.
I'll watch and wait, Nani. But if she continues with these symptoms, I'll have to take action because I'm responsible for her health. I won't allow Maria Teresa's mental condition to get any worse. I'm going to make sure she doesn't lose her mind, Nani.
Come on, Remigio! At least he'll move it!
You can't deny Maria Teresa is fighting hard to recover the ranch.
Too bad that her time at being the landlady of the Storm Ranch is almost over. Now I'm just worried about Enrique. We've got to get rid of him as soon as we can.
Don't worry so much, Simon. Once we have all the livestock loans signed, we'll be one step ahead.
Sure, but since Enrique returned, he's making it harder for me to seduce Maria Teresa.
Simon. It's absolutely clear she doesn't love her husband. Maria Teresa is totally in love with the memory of Santos Torrealba. Didn't you see her face when they mentioned his name at the reading of the will?
Yes, but that miserable Santos Torrealba is dead. And Enrique is alive and still legally married to her.
Well, for now, we just have to take it easy, Simon. We have to plan our next step very carefully.
Yes. We mustn't be hasty, especially now that everything is going our way.
The main thing is to make a deal with Isabella about Enrique. She's proven to be extremely effective at that kind of thing.
That's true. She's got talent, we can't deny that.
Did you see what she did with that bastard daughter Bernarda Ayala gave you?
Okay, it's fine. Let's make a deal with Isabella. She'll take care of Enrique. It's in her best interest.
Father, I just sent Trinidad to her bedroom. I don't want to upset her anymore.
Okay. I suppose the kidnapping must have been very difficult for your daughter. And I suppose her spirit must still be suffering from the aftershock.
You can't imagine, Father. You have no idea. But you know, it's not just the kidnapping. It was a terrible experience for my daughter. And then there's also the man that she's madly in love with. Father, I don't know what's worse, her breakup with him or the kidnapping.
I understand. You're saying that Trinidad is in love?
Yes. You know she is. It's Jesus Nino Camacho. You saw him at the church when Valentina was married, remember?
Yes, of course.
I know you don't approve of my decision. I know you think that the two of them should be together. I know that. But I can't agree to it. And you know why.
Of course I do. I see, Miss Bernarda. Now I think it's very important for me to see Trinidad. To offer her the word of God. During these troubling times, it's important that Trinidad knows that the Lord loves her. And that he'll never, ever leave her behind.
Father, now that you've come here for a visit, when you see Trini now, better that you don't mention him to her. She's still getting over him, and I wouldn't like her to remember him and think of it.
You can be completely sure that I'll never mention that name to her.
Father, would you comfort her? She's not at all well because of her sister Valentina's death. Frankly, neither Trinidad nor I have been able to get over this awful pain. It's such an awful sadness.
Poor Trinidad. It's very important for you to leave us alone now. Trinidad must be able to feel she can trust me.
Come this way, Father. Please. Come this way.
What's with Delilah's bar? The marshal wants to evict the women from the bar, but his wife won't allow it.
His wife?
Yes, who knows why, but now Miss Remedios is on their side, and she's fighting with Mr. Cipriano so they can stay there. Father, this is very strange. For years, all that woman's ever wanted to do was to drive them out of town.
That's a big change, isn't it?
I really don't get it.
It's one of God's mysteries. By the looks of it, no one's coming to Mass today, so I'll stay here in case I'm needed.
I'd like to stick around too, Father, but I got an appointment. Sorry, I can't stay.
Go and do your duty.
It was good to see you, Father.
Likewise.
I hope this turns out okay.
May God hear you.
We women have the right to work. Me and the girls, we're going to fight until you are forced to honor our rights.
Stop being ridiculous and go home now!
I'm not going home until you leave these girls in peace.
Didn't you hear me? I'm closing this bar today because I feel like it. I'm the one in charge here. You're going to respect my wishes. This isn't over yet.
Go away! Coward! Aha!
How do you feel, my child? I was talking to your mother. I'm very sorry about your boyfriend. And even more about your sister.
Did my mother call you? Did she ask you to talk to me?
No, Trinidad. I came back on my own. I was worried about the kidnapping. I heard that some very bad men took you away. They took you away from your own home.
Father Damien, I'm trying to forget it, but it was something so scary. It was like being in the presence of the devil. One of them was the devil himself.
No, don't say that. If the kidnapper had been the devil, you wouldn't have escaped. No one escapes from the devil. Not unless you're in God's grace. That's why I'm here, Trinidad. To bring you the word of God.
Your voice is strange, Father.
Really? What about my voice?
I don't know. When I heard you in church, at my sister's wedding and at Mr. Ernesto's wake, your voice was sweet. It sounds different today. As if you were anguished about something.
Really? Perhaps you feel a little bit different every day. Would you like to talk?
Sure. Yes, maybe it will help to talk it out.
Not only that, maybe walking would help too. Let's get some fresh air. Being cooped up is bad for the spirit. Let's get some sunshine. I don't think your mother will mind if you and I walk outside while we talk. Let's go.
Mother lets me take walks with Dr. Juan Andres sometimes. She shouldn't mind if I go outside with you. What's this?
It's a ring. A family heirloom. Shall we?
Para poderte acariciar. Ay, amor, te vas alejando y no te puedo detener, ni yo me puedo contener al ver que nuestro amor se está derrumbando. Por tu amor viviré, por tu amor cada instante, y no descansaré hasta que vuelvas a mí. Siempre voy a esperarte. Por tu amor yo sentí, por tu amor que estoy vivo. Y no pienso dejar en esta vida jamás que nos separe el destino.
The storm. The storm.
You really have to get her out of your head, Jesus. You know you can't be with Trinidad because you know perfectly that she's our sister. Get a hold of yourself.
I
Come
know
on.
that, Magdalena. But I can't help feeling jealous every time I think that Juan Andres might win her over. Do you understand?
We're not really sure of that. But if it were true, it would be the best thing that could happen to you and Trinidad, Jesus, because you two are young and innocent.
I just
and you deserve
know it.
the best.
I'm sure that Juan Andres is courting Trinidad. I've actually seen him.
You're not listening to me, Jesus.
I've seen how he looks at her, how he touches her.
I can't believe it, Jesus Niño. You've been spying on Trinidad?
Magdalena, just please, try to understand. I need to see her. There's an empty space in my life that only Trinidad can fill. I know that our relationship is impossible, but I need to see her.
What about Gisela? Tell me, Jesus, what about that tender, beautiful woman who's shown her love for you in 1,000 ways? What about her?
Gisela has shown me genuine feelings. Something different. That's why I don't want to use her, Magdalena. I told her that, but she got mad.
I don't know about that, Jesus, because I've never had a boyfriend, but I'm sure relationships can start many different ways. Not exactly like this. Listen, you might hate someone at first, but then you end up falling in love with them. You understand?
How nice to see you, my darlings. You should know you can count on me for anything. I really feel very sorry for you two. You don't deserve that terrible mother that God gave you.
What's the matter, Mrs. Chepa?
But what? You mean you guys haven't heard what's going on with your mother?
And what's wrong with my mother? Speak up.
Well, ever since that girlfriend of Miguelon's came to town. You know who, that dirty tramp, Michelle? Remedios Camacho has turned into another one of those streetwalkers from the brothel. You don't believe me? You innocent babies. Go on, go see for yourselves. Go to the dirty red bulb and you'll see what I'm talking about. Go ahead, go.
All of you calm down now! I'm going to lock you up for making a public scandal. And that includes you, Remedio Segura, because I'm taking back my last name.
Do you really think that is going to intimidate us? Neither I nor my friends are leaving this place.
Friends? Did she just say friends?
Yeah, that's what she said.
Are you ready, girls? All attack!
No, I see it, but I don't believe it, Jesus. Mother's completely changed, and that Michelle must be behind it. Wait till I get my hands on her, Jesus.
Come on! Come on! You bunch of bums! You're all useless!
Go away!
You're making a mistake, Michelle. Look at you. You're trying to modernize this old-fashioned town. I mean, come on. Customs in this town are like, I don't know, colonial times. And you're coming from the most liberal city in the U.S.
That's precisely why I have to change this place, Jenny. I can't sit around and watch how my mother is mistreated and suffers because of my father.
I know, Michelle. I understand, but don't do it this way.
Ow! Ow, ow, ow! Ow! Oh, the pain! Oh, what really hurts me the most is that there's no laser hair removal in Puerto Bravo, Jenny.
Are you kidding me? Michi, you're lucky if you even get running water here.
Oh.
And even that's asking for a lot.
I know you think it's very stupid, Jenny. Sure, I have a life in San Francisco, that's true. I have a great apartment on Castro Street, yes, that's true. And I get to see all the beautiful rainbow flags on every house, yes. But my family is here, my siblings, and they live in fear, Jenny, thanks to my tyrant father, Cipriano.
What about your siblings? Have you seen them or spoken with them?
Mm-mm. But I don't think they really like me.
Come on, don't say that.
You know, Jenny, I was always my father's favorite. He always thought I was better than them. Miguelone. The most macho Camacho. And look at me now. Look who I really am, Jenny.
Mitchie, you went to the other extreme. Look, here you used to lead a man's life. You went to San Francisco to become a woman. And it's very hard to explain that to people who are so simple and old-fashioned like they are here. And much more dangerous, yet is making your mother do things that scandalize everyone in the town.
That Michelle has changed, Mother. And look at the scandal that she's causing.
Calm down, Magdalena. There must be a reasonable explanation for this.
No, Trape is absolutely right. This is all Michelle's fault. But where could that woman be? Is that her over there?
I can't believe my mother is... Magdalena. It's a good thing that Mama's confronting Cipriano.
But don't look so happy, Jesus. Mother's a decent woman. And after this, the whole town will go against her. Wait till I get my hands on Michelle.
What? Are you giving up, Remedios? Ready to make amends?
Us make amends? Call up your men because we're going to negotiate.
Negotiate? Ha! Ha! I don't negotiate with women, not even my own.
Fine. Then I'll convince all the women in this town to turn against you, Mr. Marshall. And I'm pretty certain that they're going to support me. And one more thing. I'm going to become a candidate in the next election. I'm going to be the first woman mayor of Puerto Bravo.
What luck I have. How could I ever marry such a traitor?
What did you say?
Hey, troops! Retreat! The mission is canceled.
Finally.
But nobody goes in or comes out of this bar. Understood?
Yeah?
You, the First Lady of Puerto Bravo, you dare to defend those filthy tramps? Has your head overheated from all that hair you have on your head? The bar closes today.
No, sir. The bar is going to stay open. I already spoke to Delilah, and she's going to make some changes.
What's the matter with you, huh? I can hardly recognize you, Remedios, but you better remember that every man has his limits.
Every woman does, too. So I'm inviting you to consider my proposal, all right? I'm going to invest all my savings in this bar, and things are going to change. Delilah agrees with me and supports me entirely. And Michelle's going to put on an international dance show.
What? Miguelon's girlfriend? The girlfriend of Puerto Bravo's hero is going to be a two-bit dancer?
It's culture, Cipriano. Puerto Bravo has got to get with times. You mustn't forget something very, very important. I'm going to be a candidate in the next mayoral election. Don't forget that. And we women are going to kick butt. Women in power. 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 Women in power.
The storm. The storm.
One of these days, I'm going to grab Maria Teresa by her hair and drag her throughout the ranch. I'm going to get revenge for all she's doing.
What's going on now? I thought you and Maria Teresa were at peace, finally.
She had me herd the cattle, as if I were a forewoman.
You did a really good job. Mother and I were watching you, and for having no experience, you handled yourself very well. And now that that pig Santos Torrealba is dead, you can now be the new forewoman.
Simon, don't make fun of me. And don't remind me of Santos's death either.
Oh, poor thing. Don't tell me you're gonna weep over him, too.
You know perfectly well that I was going to run away with him. I was so crazy about him. I'm a woman. Soon I'm going to be rich. Anyway, I have the right to fall in love with whoever I please, Simon.
True. You're a woman that's, unconventional.
Unconventional. Coming from you, I don't know if it's a compliment or an insult.
Oh, come on.
Cut it out, Simon. That's enough. Look, we're not here to talk about me. We're here to discuss business, our main interest. For now, I have decided
to keep your daughter, Valentina, dead.
Of course. You know that's very convenient for me.
I'm quite aware of that, because you'll get her full share of the land of the Storm Ranch, which has the port.
What about you, Isabella? What do you want to exchange?
I want to manage the business. I'll be the middleman between Capo and you. And for that, you're going to pay me a commission.
You always ask for too much, Isabella.
Simon, think about it. It's not that much. On the other hand, on Capo's behalf, I'll pay you a sort of rent for the use of that port. And regarding security, with Cipriano on your side, there shouldn't be any problem.
No. You're mistaken. I will not be getting a rent for the port. I'll be getting a percentage of the entire profit.
That's not up to me, Simon.
You're the middleman. You're in charge of the operation. Talk to him, convince him.
Well, I'll try, but I can't promise you anything.
You better convince him, or the deal is off. Mother and I have put in way too much time and waited far too long for this moment to happen.
Mommy and I. You always talk for the both of you. Simon, if she weren't your mother, I'd think she was your lover.
Shut up! My mother. She is sacred. Did you hear me? You sick freak. My mother is off limits.
This is the man, boss. The one who most resembles Santos. He can be trusted.
Do you ride? Can you ride horseback well?
Yes, sir.
It'll be easy to find some of the clothing that Santos used. Another hat, fix his hair a little bit, and make sure to get him a white horse. Did you know Santos?
I've seen him at the rodeo many times. I know who he is.
Vicente, this man is hired, okay? As of today, you'll be known as Santos Torrealba. Or better yet, as his ghost.
How dare you say something so outrageous concerning my mother?
Simon!
Isabella! I forbid you to ever speak of my mother in that manner. You understand? Did you hear me? Did you hear me, you idiot? I won't allow it.
Simon, it was just a joke.
I want no jokes about my mother. There are things that you do not play with.
I figured that out. I understood you perfectly. So then, are we still partners?
As long as we simply stick to business, it's fine.
I said that I understood you perfectly. That's the way it'll be. There's a problem that's bothering me. Enrique.
What about Enrique?
What about him? That's what I'm asking you. What do you plan on doing with him? He's dangerous. We have to eliminate him, Simon.
Well, he's Maria Teresa's husband and is in a very privileged position. He could wind up being very useful.
Useful? Oh, please. It seems to me you overestimate Enrique too much. He's very dangerous. Enrique knows too much. He needs to be taken out. Afterwards, I'll take care of getting rid of my damn cousin, Maria Teresa.
Ni la distancia ni el tiempo pueden borrar tu recuerdo. Pueden borrar tu recuerdo cuando mis labios con ansias se rindieron a tus besos. Se rindieron a tus besos, se rindieron los recuerdos hace tiempo en aquel beso.
Be sincere with me, without listening to anyone and looking me in the eye. Do you think I'm capable of that? Do you really think I'm capable of doing that to my godfather?
But why, Santos? But why?
You're all mistaken. You're wrong. I'm not a murderer. How much did you love me? A woman who loves a man, believes in him. Why did you come to this town? To destroy my life? Is that why you came? Do you think I'm a murderer? Then I want you to listen to me. I'm gonna become a killer. I'm gonna kill this love that I feel for you, Miss Montilla. I'm gonna rip it out of my heart and I'll bury it because of you.
Por tu amor viviré, por tu amor cada instante, y no descansaré hasta que vuelvas a mí. Siempre voy a esperarte. Por tu amor yo sentí, por tu amor que estoy vivo. Yo vengo así desesperado, traigo reivindicación. Yo soy caballo que le salta y que le brinca. No habrá descanso, nadie tendrá consolación. Pero si quieres ser mi potra, yo la domo.
The storm.
Good afternoon, Miss Bernarda.
How's it going, Juan Andres? I didn't think you were coming today. If I'd known, I would have told Trinidad to wait for you.
Why? Did she go out?
Yeah. She went for a little walk nearby.
Alone?
No. How could you think that, Doctor? She's with Father Damien.
With Father Damien?
Yes. He came by to visit. He wanted to speak with Trinidad because he's been worried about her. That priest is a good man. He's a man of God.
No, ma'am. That's just impossible. I just came from town and was with Father Damien the whole time. I even left him at the Red Bulb because there was a problem there.
But you must be wrong because Father Damien came a while ago and has been out for a while with Trinidad.
I'm telling you, Miss Bernarda, that's impossible. It can't be. It must be someone else, not Father Damien.
Father? I feel that we're very far away from my house. Can we go back now, please?
Just a little more. A little more. Be patient. This is for your own good.
But, Father...
No buts, my child. Don't they say that the path to our dear Lord is beyond understanding? I know the direct path to him.
Well, am I worse?
No, I wouldn't say that. There's damage in only one disc. If you continue using the neck brace for support, you shouldn't have any problems.
What a relief to hear that.
But remember that when the swelling subsides a bit more, you'll have to get an operation anyway.
Yes, I know. Oh, Ricardo, how good it is to have you here at the Storm. With all that's going on here, I can't thank you enough. I really hope you don't plan on leaving us soon.
Well, actually, I should return soon because there's a lot on standby at the clinic. But I've been talking to Maria Teresa, and she asked me to stay for a few more days.
And did she say why?
I think she feels lonely. She feels helpless, Enrique.
Only that? Ricardo, I'm not sure how to say this, but have you noticed that Maria Teresa seems very strange?
What do you mean?
I'm not sure. The things she says and what she does. Ricardo, can I confide in you?
Yes, of course.
I'm very worried about Maria Teresa. She says things out of the ordinary, as if she were living in another world. I don't know. Now her latest thought is that someone wants to kill her. The other day, Ricardo, she came into my room and sat down on my bed. She calmly accused me of having plotted to kill Ernesto.
You?
Yes, later. She regretted it and began crying hysterically, asking me for forgiveness. But I don't know, Ricardo. I'm not a physician, but I feel Maria Teresa's not well. It's as if she has something in her mind that she can't control. Could it be, Ricardo, that Maria Teresa's going off the deep end? With everything that's happening here, she might be going crazy.
Well, I'm gonna drain it so that the poison comes out through the wound, miss.
Santos, no. Santos, stop it, please, no. Santos. Is it you? Is it you? Santos. My love, I can't believe it. You're alive, Santos.
The storm. The storm.
Thank God you're really alive. Santos, answer me. Why won't you speak? No. No, Santos, don't go, please. Santos, it's me. Maria Teresa. Come back.
Oh, my God. That's Maria Teresa.
Santos, don't go. Santos, come back, please. Santos!
Poor thing. She must be having nightmares.
But no.
Maria Teresa, honey, I was coming.
Nanny.
Why were you shouting like that?
Nanny, he was outside. He's outside. I just saw him.
Who is outside at this time of the night?
It's Santos Torrealba. Nanny, let go of me. I need to catch up with him.
No, hold on a second, darling. You must be dreaming. Santos Torrealba can't be outside because he's dead. Dead, Maria.
Nanny, I know what I'm telling you. He's outside on his horse. He came to get me.
For God's sake.
Nanny, let go of me so I can go catch him. Let go.
What is it, Nani? What's going on here?
I don't know, Doctor, but we have to go after her.
What?
Santos! Santos! Santos, I saw you. I know you're here. Santos! My God, what I saw him. I know he's here.
What, there's nobody here?
There won't be anyone else. We'll be alone. I had this place closed so that we could dine peacefully.
But why?
Look at the table. Thank you.
Why so much silverware? In Puerto Bravo, we don't need this much to eat.
No. Don't play with the silverware. Straighten up your chair and sit properly. Maybe not in Puerto Bravo, but here it's required and in any other elegant place as well. Especially for a gentleman like you.
Me? A gentleman? Oh, Uncle.
Pay attention, Santos. The man that's returning to Puerto Bravo won't be that humble foreman who only knew about cows and crops. No more the rough man who would eat from the floor if necessary. You'll be coming back as Santiago Guanipa, a gentleman.
But, Uncle...
No buts. You listen to me. There's no more Santos Torrealba. Now you're Santiago Guanipa, a wealthy and refined man. Ready to see the world over your shoulder, got it?
Yeah, but...
That's why it's necessary. Necessary to learn table manners.
Why is it necessary, Uncle? I have to put up with this suit and a lot of other things, and on top of that, I'm starving.
No. Be still. A man like Santiago Guanipa is never starving. He may have an appetite, but nothing more. And always, control your gestures at the table.
This is absurd.
No, it isn't. How about leaving the lessons for later on? It's been many years in prison. I was longing for a dinner like this. And since you're paying, I'm going to enjoy it ever more. What do you want to drink?
Well, the usual, Uncle. Tequila, no? Hey, buddy, bring me a bottle of tequila, the strongest you've got.
No. You don't whistle or clap your hands. No, I don't have anything against tequila. But I think it's time to enjoy other kinds of drinks. Please. Bring me a bottle of red wine, La Casa de la Hermita Jumilia.
It'll be a pleasure, sir.
Thank you. You're going to taste a wine that's similar to you. It came from nowhere, believing that its origin was a curse. And now it's proud of its origin, its body, and its aroma.
Sir, is this okay?
Yes, thank you.
Father Benito! Father Benito!
Lord, by all the souls in purgatory, may they rest in peace. But who's knocking like that?
Father Benito, please come out. Ma'am, here he is.
Father Benito, I'm so sorry to bother you at this hour, but it's a real emergency. We need to speak with Father Damien. Is he in, please?
Of course he is, my child, but he is sleeping right now.
Father, please, Miss Bernard and I need to see him urgently. It's very important.
But what happened? Is something wrong?
Trinidad was kidnapped again, Father. A man went to the Ayala Ranch and took her away today. He's identical to Father Damien.
Identical to Father Damien?
Yes.
Come quickly. Poor girl, Mary, Mother of God. Oh, my God.
Oh, poor little thing. Poor Trinidad. So much work to get away. All for nothing. You wound up back in my arms.
How were you able to fool my mother? What did you do to Father Damien? Who are you?
I'm the devil. You said it yourself. I'm a demon. You can't escape from me because I have you under my skin. You're mine, Trinidad. Do you understand me? Monko? Sir. Don't untie her. Don't feed her. Don't give her anything to drink. I want her to be tame. I don't want her to escape again.
You don't have to worry, Captain. You know how it goes, sir. Once bitten, twice shy. I cut the stingers off venomous vermin like her. He'll stay here with the rats.
You hear what he said? You better go about understanding one thing, my little flower. I want you for me. When Captain Cosme Fabre wants something, he never... Understand this, my little flower. He never gives up without a fight.
I'll never be yours. I'd prefer to die before surrendering to you. I'll kill myself before anything else.
There are worse things than death, Trinidad. I'll teach them to you one by one. I'm turning you into my woman, be it the easy way or the hard way. If it's the easy way, then you'll only be mine, Trinidad. But if it's the hard way, you can be sure that you'll have many lovers.
It was you, Father Damien. It was you! He had the same face, the robe. I know I saw you. It was you. Please, I'm asking you, I'm begging you. Tell me where you took my daughter. What did you do with her?
Bernarda, I haven't left this place.
Then who took my daughter, Father? The devil?
I told Miss Bernarda that it just couldn't have been you, Father. That I was with you the whole time.
But the man who took my daughter is exactly like you. There can't be an exact duplicate. That's impossible.
Bernarda, there's a reason for everything. I know who took Trinidad.
You know?
It can't be anyone else. It has to be him.
Tell me what's going on here.
Bernarda, there's only one person who can be mistaken for me. And that would be the person who stole one of my robes. It's something that I deeply regret because the person who took your daughter is my brother. My twin brother.
Nanny, you have to believe me.
I believe you, my baby. But maybe it was an apparition. That boy died very violently. Maybe his ghost is just wandering around out there.
Oh, no. No, Nanny. You know I'm a sensible woman and that I don't believe in ghosts. What I saw, Nanny, was real. It was no apparition. I saw Santos Torrealba just like I'm looking at you at this moment.
Maria Teresa, darling, are you really sure? Did you see his face? It could have been a farmhand passing by and somehow you got mixed up.
No. No, Nanny, no. I didn't see his face. But it was him, Nanny. It was definitely his shirt. It was his clothes. It was his horse.
Maria Teresa, for God's sake, my girl, you told me yourself that his horse was killed.
Yes, I know that. But even though I'm very confused, Nanny, it was him. Yes. It was him. I'm not going crazy. I know very well what I saw.
Maria Teresa, baby, could your mind just be playing tricks on you? Because sometimes we see what we want to see. I really know how much you truly love that foreman. I know that you still blame yourself for what happened because he was innocent.
I just don't know, Nanny. I don't know what's happening to me.
Get yourself together, darling. No matter how painful this may sound to you, don't ever mention Santos's name in this house again. Please, stop blaming yourself for what happened.
Okay. Yes, Nanny, all right. You're right. I have to get myself together. I have to calm down and get some rest. And that's it. Let me get some sleep, okay?
That's right, my darling. Go to bed and get some rest. Tomorrow will be another day. And don't forget to pray to God with all your heart and ask Him to give you the tranquility you need so much. Get some rest, baby.
Thank you, my Nanny.
Night.
Okay. Even though no one believes me, I know it was you, Santos. It was you.
The storm.
Well done, how business?
I know. How Sunday body?
That now why I come, I come buy some more ORS. I want to keep for house because I don't know when this kind of thing will happen again.
You be correct, mother.
Thank you. I beg, you know any carpenter? My drawer for house spoil, and I dare they lock important things keep. I don't want my Sunday and his sister spoil them.
I get. I saved the person number for phone. Make I find out.
The one fall down.
Yeah, this one.
Thank you.
Bye. Thank you.
Big girls. Since you dey waste bottle water, your money don't come, I think. Eh?
Now the ORS when I prepared for Sunday last night, I won't do new one this morning.
Why you not just do add this one? Eh? Why you dey waste time?
See, the yesterday will not go work again. You must to prepare fresh one every day.
I don't understand.
You want to say I did one? Oh, yeah, no.
Elisa.
You see two of these small container. Now you go turn inside this big one. I go give you 1 liter. Now be the complete quantity. Before you go come put the ORS sachets. This sachet really see.
Eh? All this wahala. For waiting now. Why you not just give her water drink?
You don't know say the salt inside the water they very important.
Oh, wow, Elisa. The way they advertise this thing, it sure say me self no go begin drink them. Eh? Make my body they fresh like picking the moon.
If you like, take a bath. Now you sabi.
Or make a climb roof, go cut zinc, begin chop like corn.
See this one, no? No wahala. By the time you mama all your property from your leaky roof, no be person go tell you go run, come down, go shop, go buy zinc tablet.
Oh, not to cure diarrhea.
No, no be diarrhea messing with that. The zinc tablets na vitamin to help the pikin intestine strong. No be diarrhea medicine at all. You dey watch wetin I dey do so? Go pour this thing carefully. Make sure say you shake am well. See, if you look, you know they see the salt again. Shake am well, shake.
If you see the thing with my eyes don't see, since why I come here, a good say I come here. I tell you, big things.
Mama, I beg, carpenter go come repair the drawer wey spoil for inside room. I don't drop 1,000 from top table. Help me give am. Thank you.
See,
What is this to see for that one body safe?
I sure say na juju. She take catch my son sister.
I believe you, Mama. It don't tell where nobody sees sisters for this water now. That woman if you don't use and do something. In fact, if you don't even take and do ritual.
Now, well done. They look for Elisa.
Where your equipment?
My waiting.
Your waiting? I ask you, say where your equipment? You dey talk of your waiting. You well at all? I bet you dey drink kerosene.
I bet my son come, make we go. Come, make we go. Come. I know, say, Eliza say make you come repair this drawer where the lock don't spoil. But to get another one, she forget to tell you. This one, she don't lose the key. And the important thing where they inside the way she need. She won't make you open them. The time when she dey go that her tailor shop for market, you know, say inside evening she go come back. She say, make I give you 500 naira. But me, I add another 500 naira, making it 1,000. Take.
Gafa, you take small for that place. What happened?
Guy, I tell you.
What happened? You meet the husband?
Oh boy, this one past meeting the husband. Guy, we're going to Central Market.
Central Market? What did happen for Central Market?
I say Lisa get tailoring shop for there. You know, go too hard to find.
All right, oh yeah, now.
A fitness trainer comes to his home every morning because Christian Kwesi needs to exercise a lot. A side effect of the medication is that I gain weight really quickly. Christian lost his eyesight at the age of 20. He now wants to do something for blind people in Cameroon. He shows films with audio descriptions. The district authority is hosting the event at the community hall. This is the fourth screening the 28-year-old and his friends have organized. Cultural centers show movies, but they are only for people who can see. Nobody thinks of us. If people like us with disabilities don't help ourselves, nobody will. His former schoolmate Patrick relaxes after helping to set things up. We're all moved by how strong he is, by how he keeps forging ahead. It gives us a push. The first guest to arrive is an old acquaintance. He's come all the way from a town in western Cameroon. But disenchantment soon sets in. The district authority failed to send out invitations. No one else has showed up. We're going to watch the movie anyway, even if it's only for Luke. He has traveled so far to get here. At least the film suits the situation. The Untouchables is a French comedy about a man who can't move his body from the neck down, but wants to enjoy life regardless. Christian was Cameroon's youngest high school graduate. He used to dream of a career in business. Now I'm fighting to be as independent as possible. The two friends are not giving up. Somewhat frustrated, they set off to promote additional screenings. Then they make a brief stop to charge up his cell phone. I can't move around the city on my own. The city doesn't provide for that at all. Christian and Patrick have an appointment with the province's social affairs delegate. They hope to get better support from her for their next screenings. We had never heard of films for blind people. Christian is bringing along a real innovation. The politician wants to support him. Christian Kwesi hopes this will prove to be one more step toward making the city a more livable place for people with disabilities.
Legends of Nollywood.
of our time. The stars of all ages. Legends of Nollywood, a celebration of Africans' best.
Coming soon. You don't believe me? You better believe it. And be a partaker of this new faith and this belief. It is Legends of Nollywood. My name is Paul Obazele. I do not intend changing my name. I do not intend relocating to another country because this is God's own country. Do you know that he decided in 1914 to bring three great people together to say, form an entity called Nigeria. No, I am not doing a national day. It is Legends of Nollywood. I will reveal to you who I have here. You requested for him, and I brought him in. Probably you saw something on the internet of a new movie he's doing, or he has done, and is going through color grading, is going through all the soundtracks, and is going through. It is highly star-studded. There's a movie he did here and abroad. It's a movie he brought in so many people involved, involving brains and technical hands. I haven't revealed him yet. You know the tradition. Let me go shop first. Don't touch your dial.
Not by heart. You must remain focused, for the destiny of so many depends on you.
Yeah! Guys, keep on going. Go, 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 go. So much stuff. Dude, that's it, boys. Nice. Go, go, go.
Yeah, this is the scene where the JTF and the police, the Joint Task Force, come to raid the village. It's captured in real life, in real time.
Legends of Nollywood, a celebration of Africans' best.
Welcome back. It is still Legends of Nollywood. We just spoke to people who actually put commercials on what we know how to do best. That is bringing in the best of Nigerians to you. The people who tell you pictures, who show you pictures, who tell you stories, and who put the sound together for us. And one of those great citizens of this nation today is from one place where they have bastardized them. They have deprived them of what God has given to them. A man who decided not to carry guns to go out there to go and start fighting, but decided to interpret the degradation in his place via picture. He's one you want to be with, the one you requested. He is called Tarila Thompson. Welcome, sir. Thank you. A great filmmaker, a wonderful man. Tell me, Tarila, don't talk about your people now, talk about your movie, because I know you're passionate about what is happening in your region. I know you are angry. I know you're not happy, just like most South people do, and most Izon people do. They are very, very upset with what is happening. But I beg you not to get into that place. But let's hear your story. Why did you have to do the Up Creek? Tell us the story of Up Creek. Tell us why you have to tell us that story about Up Creek.
Well, first of all, it's a pleasure for the viewers and for also being a fan of this exceptional program. I only came here because I know that it will lend credence to the voice of what I am doing, and also appreciate the level of awareness that your program was created. Congratulations, anyway.
Thank you, sir.
I am here. The movie Up Creek is, we cannot start from the middle. Well, the issue of deprivation, degradation of the Niger Delta, it's common knowledge worldwide. It's just that it has been misinterpreted in many ways, brought down to the quagmire level of brigandry, militancy and all that, which is not the issue. And we are really trying to make people understand globally that we have scholars who can bring to the fore the quest of these people in a much more civilized. That's not to say that the militant issue was. It's not to spite anybody in any way. Everybody have to react based on the way it touches them at one point in time. We celebrate all those guys. They are heroes. You know, haven't gone the way they did. But it's just that the content was limited. You know, and we really have to take this thing further through the strata that people will understand. That's how the movie came about. So we brought to the fore the issues in question, but we did not only just try to tell stories of what's going on there. We also look at the way it should have been, the way it should be, and also profile solution, kind of. So the movie is sort of holistic. Yeah, the beginning of the quest. Why were these people? Why do they feel deprived? And for you to find out, you have to see practical issues, demonstration. It's more like a docudrama thing. It's just that you cannot just go flogging documentaries without leaving the entertainment part, the college edutainment. So we need to create some values for entertainment. But suffice to say that 90% of the contents of that movie are real life, real time, and a whole lot of things was brought in there to tell the story the way it was. Because we want the viewers worldwide to be able to see this stuff and form a position unbiasedly too, you know, based on the practicality of the issues. You know. So that's what Up Creek is really all about.
Okay, can you give us an insight into what the story is now? I know you're a great storyteller.
Brief synopsis, like it starts with, is a story. If I have to go to the formation through screen time, it starts with a little montage of the origination of the people and how the whole oil thing started, and then the implications it had as at when it did, the kind of exploitative tendencies too were exposed, and then all the melodramatics have been true, and with those who were initially trying to open our eyes to uteruses of what has been then and what would have been in the future, which is what we went through. So we look at legendary names like Isaac Burrow and some other big names, which also spilled down to the Lake Sarawiwa and all that. The things they try to sensitize us with that we didn't know then that we are seeing now. We'll begin to see reasons why they had to go, you know, all the way to do what they did. Isaac Burrow carried arms primarily to make a point there, because that was the only way he could arrest the kind of attentions he needed then. Ken Sarawiwa is more like a scholar. He did more of his work with pen and paper, but unfortunately he was boxed up by a premedial regime, which was military then, and I mean, they went about it the only way they knew best. It was gun toting. He was, of course, a victim of it as well. There are so many Nigerians, Niger Deltans, of Niger Delta origin, who has tried to sort of bring to the fore, through their own medium, of this same issue. Some are scholars, through literal sources. Pocket-sized home videos have been done and all that. Writers are, you know, I've been on it here, and the authors and all that, books that have come out and all that. But we felt we could go a little bit beyond that. Up Creek, without a paddle, sort of went through the mindset of these people. Why are they not really understanding what the quest is all about? Why are they always on the defensive? Is it originated by their quest just to come make money out of this people? That is greed. You know, do they really have a case too? I would really try to find out why it's like that. Do they really have a case? Does the multinationals have a case against the host communities that could hold water or not? No, we went through all that. So we were so unbiased. We brought in things from their own perspective. The script was well researched, you know. We met practitioners in the spread over the industry, the oil and gas, those who's been there, consultants and all that. So we treat it from their own perspective, and then we come to the grassroots people who are actually feeling the brunt of the whole thing. You know, we're not looking at non-residents who were just sympathetic to the quest and then put things together kind of. We went straight to the grassroots and also find out from them what they're really going through. So it was, to me, very holistic, and everybody spoke their mind. The white man spoke his own piece. That's the multinational representatives. They spoke their piece too. And then the communal dwellers who were suffering the wrath and first hand, they spoke their piece.
Now, when your story broke into militancy, in part of the script, I read about the likes of General Azazi. I read about the likes of Goodluck Jonathan. Then he was vice president. We heard about the negotiations. Why did you have to do that?
And that's because, like I said, 90% of what you have in Up Creek was real, was true life. And most of them were real time as well. So everybody that participated in no small measure, or in their capacities as it were then, was reflected exactly the way it was. We know that Goodluck Jonathan, then vice president, broke hard peace between the agitators, the armed agitators referred to as militants, and the federal government, vis-a-vis the multinationals. And I think he was very adventurous at that point because he had to go, it had a far-reaching consequence for them. It was like a sacrifice. They had to go through a whole lot of things that people don't know. But those are the things you see in the movie. The politicians, unfortunately, we've all sort of branded them in the way we did. But these people also went through a whole lot, you know. They've been part and parcel of his whole entire facade as it was, yeah. And a lot of them has a huge amount of credit to accept from the state of things as it is now, at least the peace in the Niger Delta. But it was not easy to achieve. And I know that people like him, Kingsley Kuku, and all of them were pivotal to the success stories that they have it today. I'm not saying it's all well and good. It's Uhuru for the Niger Delta. It's just a step forward. There's a whole lot of things still to be done. But we're trying to acknowledge the little we think they've done and the mistakes we think they've made. Why we're still here, why we've not gotten to the next level where we should be. Which is, I don't know, which is a little bit colossal for them at this point. The challenge is even more intimidating than they probably anticipated. But the beauty of this movie is that it teaches everybody the way forward. After showing you the aftermath of your costly mistakes, it shows you also the way forward. It's so dramatic. And like I said, everybody was in the front. That's why we filmed in across the globe, filmed in Africa, filmed in Europe, and we filmed briefly in the US.
I know. Somebody said it was. He used the word humongous. It was big and it was a breathtaking thing. When they went into a particular studio where we were shooting in US, and Legends of Nollywood was called to see if we know anything about this. I said we are waiting for them to come back. Tell me how humongous your spending was or is, because you're still spending.
I don't want to go into financial evaluation, but it is huge. I can assure you that it's a multi-million-dollar project.
Somebody told me, I quote again, sir, the reason why I ask you this, people complain that, investors actually complain that we do not help them by giving them what statistical indices or what our spendings are like, so that they can actually venture into what Nollywood is. And somebody did say that as at the time you moved into South Africa to shoot precisely with some artists, someone like Shegun Arize was there, that you have spent about 73 million naira.
That was just for the South African shoot.
Jesus.
Yeah, because fortunately you were there, so you saw what was on the sets. We had a whole studio. We were working alongside Samuel L. Jackson, who eventually came on set before your arrival. Yeah, some of the technical crew were also involved in their projects, but they had a 2-day break, so they moved in, and he was on our set as well, which was a little bit strategic for me, because some of the scenes we shot in South Africa were actually locations in Nigeria, but because we needed like 10, 20, 30 Caucasians, and it was easier taking like 8, 9, 10 actors here to South Africa and to bring 30 people, actors, white actors to Nigeria. So we had to do what we did then. So that budget moved around just about the 12, 13 scenes we shot in South Africa. So it's cinematic. Why I don't want to go into figures and all that is, I don't want that to be my medium for hyping the movie. The movie will speak a whole lot of volumes. I can assure you that when it's ready, because I also have the same kind of issue with the BBC when I was in London to do interviews. But we sort of hold down some things there on the media side because we want to finish our first cuts, because they needed original clips from the movie, which is what we should forward to you too. But that may not be ready immediately, but we'll probably still get some things ready for you here, because this is home. To me, you're a first priority if we want to reach Nigerians first and all that. So this is home, so we'll get to something about it.
Thank you. Ladies of Nollywood, this is home. We would like to meet Nigerians first. I love this. I love this Paraquatism. Now, let me say this. Yes, actually, we were in South Africa together to shoot this, and I was amazed. It was a breathtaking studio site location, as it were, and we had lots of superstars there.
On action, those of you that they are dragging in, on action, start bringing them in. Resist them. The one that will be shot, get shot, okay?
Legends of Nollywood. A celebration of Africa's best.
It's affected globally, you know, and then the market.
Yeah, tell me, can you just run through your list of superstars that are there?
Oh, well, let me see. Okay, from Africa, we have Patience Zoko, we have Vika, we have Paul Bazile, we have Omotola Jalade Kindi, we have Emma and a whole lot of them. Yeah. Then from the UK, we have Michael Inho.
Okay.
It's huge in the UK right now.
Yeah, I know him.
We have Andrew Mackenzie.
Okay.
It's actually huge. We have what's this other guy? He's a Bulgarian. I keep forgetting his name. Probably I really that to you. He's also huge there. So he's huge, but I'm sure it's star-studded.
I know it is star-studded. I know because I've had mails. I've had people send me mails and inquiries and all those things. I've had people talk, and I am proud to be associated with this. Legends of Nollywood is proud to be associated with it. One more thing, sir. Out there you have lots of Nigerians who believe in you, what your writings and your write-ups are, what your pictures are, and what your stories are. What would you have to say to them?
Well, keep the faith, and I'm happy you enjoy my works. It's not easy to have you as a fan, which means it's also very inspiring for me. Keep the faith and do the right thing, always.
Honestly, ladies and gentlemen, it's interesting bringing in executive producers and producers on this set. I found out that most of them are very, very shy. I'm dealing with a very, very shy human being. If you notice, he does not look into the camera.
I happen to be a director or actor. But I have my reserve times too. This is one of them. The guy else dragged me out of my house and said to me,
I did not. They requested.
Nollywood, yeah, they requested, but
Legends of Nollywood, they requested. They said I should, and I was looking at. I thought about it. I said, okay. Remember, I was abroad when I called you.
Yes.
I told you when I come back because they were bombarding me with emails, and I said, okay, I'll bring him. Somebody actually told me, if you're sure you're in this film, bring this man in. And I said, this is blackmail. You cannot blackmail it to that effect. He said, okay, please bring him in. I said, okay.
Can I tell you something? You sort of break the order because the marketing outfit right now in the UK, we had agreed that we're not going to try to get into the public domain for now until we see our first cut. And everything we're supposed to do is supposed to be from excerpts from the contents and all that. You know, that's how they work. It's strategic for them. That's why the BBC stuff and the CNN stuff too are in the line. But like I said, you are homegrown. You're one of us, and you also happen to have starred in the movie. So I came prepared. I'm not prepared for whatever. I was like, okay, it's Paul and it's Nigeria, so it's my vehicle. I mean, we're going to break the status. Let's talk to our people. So forgive me if I'm not too prepared, or if my response.
The man is a shy man. The man is a shy man. I love it. The actors are winning. The directors are not.
Legends of Nollywood. Legends of Nollywood.
Legends of Nollywood.
Legends of Nollywood.
Legend of Nollywood, don't touch the dime.
Legends of Nollywood. A celebration of Africa's best.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, it's been Legends of Nollywood. You have one of the brightest minds, one of the greatest coming out from this, from our staple. Is a South man, a man who was denied part of his education because there was no school in that place. They had to trek for miles to go to school. They had to go for miles to get waters, to have their bath. And by the time they get to school, half of the day is gone. And yet, he came out shining, came out tops. If he could do it, you can do it. There is no excuse blaming the government that the government did not do anything. It is you that takes your destiny in your hand, and you can actually live right. You can be better than him. You can be bigger than him. You can even affect a larger society by your thought pattern and by what you put into the society. I am not a preacher. My name is Paul Obazele. The only thing I know how to do is to put pictures together and tell you what God thinks about you. Because you're my friend, I do this constantly. 3 things I tell you. Fear the Almighty God. Love your wife. Defend the nation called Nigeria. If you do not do it, nobody is going to do it for you. You will keep cussing and cussing and cussing. And the reason why the nation is what it is today is because you never woke up one morning to bless this nation and tell God, thank you for Nigeria. That woman you want to destroy, that boy you want to kill or sell or traffic, that drug you want to push, that bomb you want to plant, have a rethink. Don't do it.
Legends of Nollywood.
Legends of Nollywood.
Legends of Nollywood.
Legends of Nollywood.
Legends of Nollywood. Legends of Nollywood.
Legends of Nollywood.
Legends of Nollywood.
Legends of Nollywood.
Legends of Nollywood.
Legends of Nollywood.
Legends of Nollywood. Legends of Nollywood. Legends of Nollywood.
Legends of Nollywood.
Watch Legends of Nollywood and celebrate the pioneers of this great industry that has brought so much joy and so much happiness to the lives of many millions of people in Nigeria.
Legends of Nollywood, a celebration of Africans' best.
Hello there, you're on to Try My Job with Ola. Today we're going to be doing a lot of
fun things. Yes, I have a wonderful guest in the house. I'm sure you're wondering who it is. Well, you're going to have to find that out in a short while. So come with me as we find out who our guest is and what he's doing today. But trust me, it's not what you're used to. It's Try My Job with Ola. My guest for today is tall, dark, and handsome. Well, I'm sure you can remember him all the way from Project Fame. He's none other than Tolu.
Maven.
Listen now.
Cause my heart belongs to you, my lover. My lover. Cause my heart belongs to you, my lover. Tell me what you feel like. However you feel like. Whatever you feel like. Oh, kissing you, holding you, touching you, baby girl, I feel like. However you feel like. Wherever you feel like. Kissing you, holding you, touching your body, yeah, baby.
Hey, what's up? What's up?
He's looking all blinked up and
how you
really
doing? How y'all doing in TV land? You know, I'm trying to match up to your swag.
Yeah,
you know?
right. I
Trying to
told
match
you I'm
up
going to
to
collect this chain.
Oh, really?
Yes. After this show, we'll collect the chain. We'll talk about that in camera. So how have you been?
Good. I'm chill.
How has it been since Project Fame?
It's been a wonderful journey. You know, like I always tell people that in life you have challenges, you meet things, but the will to persevere and keep going at what you believe in is what will keep you in the long run.
All right, so today you're trying something totally different. You're not
Absolutely.
singing.
Yeah.
I'm sure
surprisingly.
you're wondering what we have at the background. Yes, Tolu is going to be a bartender for today. And guess who's teaching him? He's not a guy that is teaching him. Our amiable lady is going to be teaching him how to make cocktails. What do you want to make today?
Cocktail. I think I want to learn how to make that. Because I can, when you visit me, I can just whip up something for you. So,
Nice one.
yeah, it'd be nice.
Because I don't like alcohol, I'll settle for Chapman. So
For Chapman.
learn how to make a very nice and sexy Chapman.
Emphasis on the sexy.
Bartending. A bartender, also known to be a mixologist. In 1862, Jerry Thomas' Guide to Mixology, a book called The Bon Vivant's Companion, was the very first cocktail book ever published. This book is still used by bartenders till date. Even till the 20th century, sometime in 1945, it was an illegal act for a woman to tend bars in Michigan. By the mid-1970s, women had conquered any question of their suitability for the noble profession of bartending. The very first professional cocktail mix by a female bartender was The Hanky Panky by Ada Coleman in 1899. The Gentleman's Companion by Charles H. Baker. Langein's Cocktails by Constant Tivert. Maya Tyre by Victor Beguron. The Pleasant Surprise by William Schmitz in the 19th century. Dale DeGraff. He won the 2008 Tales of the Cocktail Helen David Lifetime Achievement Award and the 2009 James Beard Award. Dagraf has helped redefine modern bartending. This was brought to you by the Try My Job team, a production of the Vision Media Concept.
So, she's your teacher for today. I'm going to leave both of you to Bun.
Awesome.
Please teach him how
Great.
to make a very nice chapman for me. Do for me. A nice glass of chapman. Don't poison me.
I'm a good learner. She's a wonderful female. So.
All right. See you soon.
I'm here, so excited with Miss
Juliet.
And I'm supposed to learn what to make. What? Tell me.
A chapman.
Chapman. So I'm making a chapman today. So what do I need basically to make a nice cup
You
of
need
chapman?
ice.
Okay.
You need this grenadine.
Okay.
You need bitters.
Okay.
This is lemon.
Okay.
You need orange juice.
Okay. Or soft drink.
Or soft drink.
Okay.
Same with this.
Oh, nice.
Then
nice.
you need some cucumber. You need lime.
Okay.
But right now we don't have lime,
Lime.
so we use only cucumber.
Okay.
And one active ingredient is missing.
Okay,
And
what's
that is black currants.
Oh, I see. You're supposed to mix it with black currant.
Of course.
Okay, nice.
But we don't have it available for now.
Okay,
so
cool.
we'll make use of
Cool.
what we have here.
Okay.
So you start with your ice.
All right.
I'm gonna put some ice in your cocktail glass.
Okay.
Use a reasonable quantity of ice.
Okay.
So your next is your bitters.
Okay. But can you tell me what the bitters does for the chapman?
Is to reduce the quantity of sugar or the
Oh.
amount of sugar in it. But
Oh, I
this is
see.
sweet, this is sweet, and this is this.
You're
also.
right. You're right. Awesome.
So
Okay.
this is just the subside.
Nice.
You can add a little
Lemon
of
juice, yeah?
lemon juice.
Has to be in small, minute quantities,
Of
yeah?
course, yes.
Okay.
But there's also lemon here.
Okay, cool.
This to it.
Oh, do you see that? The mix between the orange and the
Yes, if you have black currants, you can add black currants to it.
Okay, nice, nice. So how come we're using? I can see lots of cups here. How
Yes.
come we're using this specific type of cup for a cocktail and not something like this, for instance?
Now that's is for wine.
Okay, it's for
This
wine.
is cocktail glass.
Okay, this is convenient to handle.
Of course.
Okay. Nice.
So you can see the color of the cocktail.
Wow.
Chapman.
It's very rich. It's making me thirsty. Should I sip?
Of course.
Whoa.
That's good.
Very rich flavor, very rich taste.
Thank you.
Wow.
But the taste will be different if you add black
Black
currant
currant.
and lime also.
It'll be richer.
Of course.
Okay.
It tastes better than this.
Oh, nice, nice, nice. Awesome. Wow. So how long have you been making cocktails and doing this?
For the past 2 years.
Wow, nice, nice.
Thank you.
You do a very good job, very pretty good job.
Thank
yeah,
you.
Awesome. I wish I could take your job, but I think I'll just stick
It's
to
really
singing.
nice to be a bartender.
Really?
So you really enjoy the
Yeah,
job. You learn
yeah.
how to make different types of cocktail.
Yeah.
You learn how to interact with your guests. You know about the different glasses
Types
we
of
have for
drinks.
different drinks. You know the different types of drinks.
Wow. So you know every drink here.
Of course.
Wow. That's a lot to assimilate,
Yeah,
you
it's a
know?
lot, it's a lot.
Nice, nice. Maybe one day you'll come to my studio and try to be me.
It will be my pleasure.
Really? That would be real nice. It's my first time behind here. I've never been behind here, so it's really awesome. And now I know how to make a cocktail. I can do this at home.
It's a great one.
Yeah.
It's very simple and very easy.
Yeah,
I
impress
just
all
feel
my
like not
pretty
taking
ones.
alcohol, just get your recipe and
Yeah.
make Chapman.
Awesome, awesome. There you have it, guys. Bottoms up.
Enjoy yourself.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
We got to know what Tolu has made, if it is Chapman or something else. Tolu, also.
I can't ascribe this to my doings entirely because there's a brain behind it. But
Okay.
here's what we made.
Whoa. All right. It looks nice. It looks like Chapman. I hope it tastes like Chapman. And then I will score you on a scale of 1 to 10. And hope you pass 50.
Why she wasn't looking, I put some vodka in it.
Oh.
I'm just kidding.
Your plans shall not work. Let me provide. Amen.
Amen.
I actually like it. It's nice.
Really? It's just nice. Come on, you can do better than that.
It's refreshing.
Now we're getting warm.
But really, good job. Good job.
Awesome.
How was it?
It was nice. Now I know how to fix it up. You know, all my pretty ones out there, when they get to see me, I can make.
Oh, Tolu was planning for only me before. Now he's planning for pretty ones. Okay.
You're a pretty one as well.
You said ones. Plural. Okay, we're going to talk more over lunch where I would get to harass you more.
Sure.
And get to know more about you and Juliet.
Yeah.
All right, time for lunch, people. Try my job continues shortly. All right, it's time for us to have lunch now. And Juliet is going to be gracious enough to teach us how to set a table, because I also need to learn, and I'm sure Tolu here would need to learn how to set tables for us.
Anything from you, girl.
Really? Okay. Now I'm blushing. All right, Juliet, can we have you please come teach us how to set this table? Right? Okay, Juliet, thanks very much. You've taught us a lot of things today, and you're still going to teach us how to set this table. So what's the first thing we're doing?
We're going to set the dinner knife and the dinner fork, then we put the sweetener. So the tablecloth is there, and then we have the center cover table.
Okay.
So now we have to set the cutlery for.
Okay. Is it okay for us to set cups before cutleries?
No.
All right.
Set the cutlery before the cup.
Okay, I'm learning.
Shall we?
Yes, please.
Absolutely.
You have a 3-course
meal
setting.
set.
So if a guest walks in and want to eat, order for maybe goat meat pepper soup, the person will use spoon.
Okay.
Okay.
And drink the.
Then the main course will come in, will pick fork and pick the knife.
So this is set according to how you should handle it.
Yes.
Okay.
I guess. Nice.
Interesting. So Tolu should help you do the remaining.
Okay, cool. Let's do
see if
this.
Tolu has learned.
Okay, so we have your spoon. The other side. Oh, direction is actually part of it. Yeah, because when you pick it up, you use it like this.
Nice. So let's show you're not a butler in your first life.
All right, here we go. Okay.
With your left.
Okay, so you have to put it the other way.
Ah, this is
Dinner
nice.
is served.
Okay. That's nice.
There you go.
The side knife is coming in.
Okay, this is our little man.
I'm not going to say anything.
Why is Tolu clearing his throat? Tolu.
No, I didn't say anything.
A penny for your thoughts. 1 kobo for your thoughts. Okay. What did you call it again?
Crosset.
Crosset. Oh, interesting.
Sounds French.
Yeah, I think it is. All right, let me help you with that. This
Okay.
goes here, right?
This one is meant for white wine.
Okay. Why is this for white wine? Because it's bigger?
Yes, it's white.
So how do I know which glass to use for red wine? Because I know I see lots of cups like this.
Red wine is very small.
Okay.
shape
Okay.
of the everyone is just copy.
Oh,
I see.
okay.
Nice.
That's nice.
Yes.
So you know with the dimension, right? All right.
This one that you're interested in wine like this. And you said earlier you don't like alcohol. Here we go.
All right. Thanks a
Not
lot,
bad if I
Tolu.
say so.
You learned. I heard her telling you that you need to serve from the right.
Right. Oh yeah, I screwed it up with you. But it's okay.
You know, I actually didn't know that all these things, all these things were important. Serving from the right and from the left and all of that. I just would serve anyway.
Of course.
Okay. I really want to know what you learned from today's job, Tolu. Starting
Wow.
from you, then Juliet.
First of all, I like to say that being a bartender is pretty much interesting because
Okay.
you have to learn a lot of stuff. You have to know a lot of drinks, a lot of mixing, positioning, and how to serve drinks. So it's not what I thought it was before. I thought it was just a walk in the park. Now I see that it's a lot of work.
Yeah, I overheard Juliet saying that she's been bartending for 2 years.
For 2 years, yeah.
How has it been?
It's been cool.
For a lady, I rarely find lady bartenders. So how do you cope with your customers and, do you ever have drunk customers?
Not really.
Okay, no customers come to your bar and he's drunk himself out. Ah, okay, lucky you then. That means no harassment for you, nothing. All right. What are the challenges you face on your job on a good day?
The challenge is, it's a bar, so
Yeah.
anything can happen.
Yeah.
So most time we have some guests to come around, order for drinks, and
Yeah.
after drinking, they will tell you the wine you serve them is bad, the taste is different.
Simple
and
math.
Simply because
They
don't
don't have
want
money.
pay.
I
They
know
don't have
sharp
cash.
guys.
So,
Seriously, man.
yeah.
This is Lagos,
course.
Nigeria.
No offense.
So how do you handle that?
Yeah, we normally get the attention of the manager to attend to the guests.
Do people make passes at you? Because you're very pretty. Not really.
Pretty one.
Seriously, pretty bartender. That's nice.
Thank you.
All right, so Tolu,
Yes, ma'am.
she's told us the challenges she faces on her job.
Yeah.
What challenges do you face on your job? Because I remember we were talking about R&B and different genres of music and
Yeah.
what the industry is all about these days.
Fortunately and unfortunately, there's just one genre in Nigeria that people have accepted
Which
with all of
is?
their hearts, which is Afropop.
Okay.
So if you're not doing Afropop, it's going to be hard to sell to a market where there's just demand for one kind of music.
Okay.
So I think for people like us that have R&B backgrounds and
Yeah.
R&B and soul rock backgrounds, we always have to learn to switch it up in such a manner that the people can relate to what you're doing. So you don't sound so international and foreign. So yeah, that's the
Okay, so for someone that is well talented in R&B,
Yeah.
you now have to do Afropop because
Yeah.
you want to sell.
You have to find a balance.
Okay, but I really, I was saying that you can actually carve a niche for yourself with the R&B.
Problem is, who wants to be the scapegoat?
Well, someone has to pay the price at some point.
Yeah, that's the problem.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, so for today now, apart from what you've learned, what have you learned morally?
Morally, that, her job is a job of service,
Yeah.
And sometimes you need to learn to serve before you lead.
Yeah,
So
I mean,
she's an incredible person.
Yeah,
And
she's
been
very amiable.
Yeah, so I see her as a leader, even though she's serving.
Yeah, even if I...
Anything for you, pretty one.
Tolu is calling everybody pretty one.
Yeah,
Tolu, I'll also start beefing you now.
Why?
All right, don't mind me. Well, trying my job is all about getting people to appreciate each other's job.
Absolutely.
And this is the point where you get to try to lose jab.
Yes.
Teach her how to sing.
Oh, really?
Yeah. We're putting you on the spot. You never can tell, though. Juliet might be the next Whitney Houston. Who
Never
knows?
know. Okay, I'll sing.
So
a
we're
line.
going to help her develop
I
her
try to
singing
mimic
talent.
it. Can you try? Say, tell me what you feel like.
Ew.
Can you try that?
I'm melting already.
She's blushing.
All right.
Should I repeat it? Tell me what you feel like.
Tell me what you feel like.
Oh,
She
you
has
hear that?
a good voice.
She's got a great voice.
Oh yeah, continue. I'm enjoying this.
However you feel like.
However you feel like.
This girl, you will join my backup singers. I swear.
Correct.
You will join my backup
I'm
singers.
her manager, pay me. Talent manager, discoverer.
Don't worry, I'll pay you. In cash or never
Cash.
mind.
Cash, strictly cash.
Never mind.
So from what you have learned today, what is your advice to young people? You are using your talents, for instance, now to make the difference, right?
Yeah.
So what do you advise young people?
I would say that you can't wait for anyone. You can't wait for the perfect time to have good money to start something. You just have to start small. And, you know, everybody says never despise little beginnings.
Yeah.
You know, you can start your idea or your business or something a little, you know, little by little, get enough network, connect with people, and before you know it, you're where you are. I started small and I'm here. So,
Yeah, you're going to give me a brief history. Before Project Fame, what were you doing?
I was studying architecture. I read architecture.
Interesting.
Yeah, but I didn't have passion for architecture. You know,
Okay.
my passion was more inclined towards music. So I just had to do the right thing, obey my parents, read architecture, and then leave it for something I felt I fit more perfectly into.
Okay, which is music.
Yeah.
And now how are they accepting it?
Yeah, at first it was a struggle. You know, they couldn't wrap their mind around it.
Yeah.
But now, after all that I've been through and Project Fame and coming this far to doing a song with Don Jazzy, you know, they believe that I'm headed
So what
somewhere.
should we be expecting from Tolu?
Oh, there's a video coming out soon for my new single, My Lover.
Oh.
And Don Jazzy is in it.
Okay, nice.
Yeah. And there's this follow-up single called Jamapel Tolu. So I keep working hard every day. New songs. You know? Jamapel Tolu.
Wow. Can I have one or two lines from that song?
Come on to Tapel, Jamapel Tolu. Girl, I'm feeling you. This your body, you go under.
Wow. It really sounds like you're going to win a major award with that track.
Amen,
I'm
amen.
prophesying it to you right now.
Rakabo Santeria.
Receive it.
Oh, pretty one has blessed me, Lord.
Okay. Tolu, thanks a lot for coming on the show.
Thank you so much.
Juliet, we really appreciate your time and your everything you've done so far, what you've taught us. I would never forget it. Now I know how to set a table. So I'd always have it at the back of my mind that Juliet taught me. I wish I could get a certificate today. All right, thank you very much for being a part of the show. It's Try My Job with Ola. Bye for now.
Peace.
Peace, y'all.
Feeling like a rock star.
Tell me what you feel like. However you feel like. However you feel like. Kissing you, holding you.
I just want your papers, please.
Sir.
Salary don't enter.
Eh? Yes, so. And month never even reach that. Na salary plenty, oh. No wonder I no gree collect roja for my hand.
Shut up, sir.
I'm here to bail my younger brother.
If it
happen.
with good laws,
proper funding,
training, and cooperation,
if it happen. Tiny entertainment, baby.
Let us sing music. Let us sing music. The music is for everybody.
YC, Oti One Street, the Bolo One C. YC, I'm a. They don't forget to knock my gate. It's the remix, YC and Olamide. Melon nice, Tapako Rapani. Oma Wati Makoya, my Yorubani. YC, that on my allergy, where that I be balling on my woman, Pemi Chagabani. Chagaban, Chagabani, Chagaban, Chagaban, Jagaban, one my me Jagabani. They thought I was a foreigner, one my day you're a bunny. I'm waving out these sessions like a Danny. Understand that tiny got me, cause anybody told them got me, huh? Working and I'm waiting on that big bit. Ain't telling my left cavalry big stage. And them boys steady waiting on that mixtape. And I'm doing nice, so my never mistake. Yeah, I be that new school Jagaban. Show me another younger going hard to dance. I'm the type of boy to go and fuck out my dama. Make your daughter want to run away with Anakada, man. This is real life, homie, this is real life. While I'm there, just put me on. You know what I feel like? At the logo, but this one will be highlight. I be taking all of your nightlife. Smelling nice, Tapako Rapani. Oma wati makoya mayo Rapani. YC, that on my allergy, where that I be balling on my woman, coming Jagaban, Jagaban. pè mí Jagaban, mo wà connected pẹ̀lú àwọn tell me the real Jagaban. Mo chillin' nínú pálọ̀ Jagaban, mo lọ ṣe campaign ní Tesla, mo perform pẹ̀lú Jagaban. Now, hell is sense me, you're the me like my pan. Ẹ kì í ṣe investor mi, ẹ kọ́ ṣì lọ́kẹ̀ pan. Destination ní fèsì náà tí ó kì í ṣe ìkànnà. Ọ̀sẹ̀pọ̀ ní kùtà ní private jet, useless to bed now. Bẹ́ẹ̀ lọ́wọ́ táyé kẹ́hìn dé ìdòwú àlàpà. Ẹ kò gún mi lẹ́gà, bí ti ṣàkàlàpà. And I dey ball hard, bí ti mú dọ́là wá. Olóṣèlú kì í fi mí ṣeré, cause wọ́n ṣì máa padà wá. I'm all about the money, I spend that the money. You should baby love my water, cause it's that is a mommy. I the man up, I know the fear the body. They be with it to my currency, my phone rap and body. My phone one leg over, shit is all I got about. Looking at the egg, me, tell the guy what about the best of my smelling nice, that Paco Rabanne. Oh my, what's in my coy, I'm on your why see? That on my lazy way that I be balling on my woman, call me Jagaban. Jagaban, 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 said I be up on that cloud, now you can't get in my zone. No be me the parts, I ain't bought by your own. Make the street my home, so I never homesick. By the hooks, if I want it there, I pass the microphone. I don't quit. Josie wallet there, couldn't let my kimi beat the shamu. I fought by Janami, Buruji Kashamu. Slicing all the rappers, beats a book, it's a rasuya. Lawyer, mad and money, to my Chevy, where the wig and suya. Jackie Fun alone, eat boys. Wanna smell a Niwa, street boys. All my fuck for me, gone to screen night, bro. Niggas all about my that drive for me life, bro. And for me, long gone, so I got me so clean. And I be balling all day with my own team. So you think you're making waves, and I'm a tsunami. So you licking thick and nice, Victoria Kimani. Bad up, I don't want to lie. And I'm still smelling nice, loving that Fulani. Yeah. Started out with zero, just a fist full of tears, just a pad and a pencil as I scribble down my fears. Screaming out, I'm ready to die. That's a lie, I ain't going nowhere till all my get a Benz. I'm sitting in the crib with a miraculous view. I FaceTime my little man, you know daddy miss you. But I gotta rock this tour and get this mortgage. Smile for us, mama, damn you so supportive. So make sure I'm clear, no distortion. I know we used to argue, but you'll always be important. Don't cry for me, looking out the window, flying over Miami. All bars are probably popping, but I'm turning in my album. Get amnesia when they ask who you got your style from. You make me laugh till I cry. Scared to use your voice, so all you have is your sight. A blogger's gon' blog, a baller's gon' ball. Charge it to the game and get in the lane and take the charge. 72 and 10, I guess you can't win them all. Told my hold on, like you waiting on the call. And if we fall, it's my fault. You know I got you. 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 Yeah, you know I got you. You know I got you. I do it like I got you. Pressure make at the jeweler getting fresh all the time. Time for a white suede. Happy to see me shine. Got me crying on your shoulder, Ross. Super stand-up guy. Toss.
He's an artist. The dream of your life is to work beautiful art.
So thrill seekers, you've scaled mountains, skied vertical slopes. You think you've done it all? Then stay tuned for Extreme Explore. What do you need to compete in Kenya's annual Rhino Charge off-road car rally? A car, $1,300 US, a few enthusiastic mates, and a certificate of mental instability. Shortest distance between 13 checkpoints. Sounds simple enough? But the route, kept secret till the night before, is sadistic and charted over East Africa's worst terrain. And why would you want to beat around the bush, scaring the hell out of the local wildlife? For conservation, of course. This year's Rhino Charge in Kenya will raise $400,000 US to help build a fence around the Aberdare rainforest. The Aberdare ecosystem is a precious water catchment and home to the endangered black rhino. The $3 million fence will help keep the rhinos in and the poachers out. The Kenyan Rhino Charge is brainless bush bashing at its best. Anyone can feel like a rally driver on Kenya's rough back roads, but having to take the shortest distance between the checkpoints means attacking the thick bush, the plummeting gullies and the boggy swamps head on. Teamwork is everything. You'll need expert mechanics, the finest navigators, and someone to hand you an ice cream when the going gets really tough. Why put yourself and your poor four-wheel drive through the ordeal? There was an estimated 20,000 black rhinos in Kenya in the 1970s. Now, there are around 400. It's the fencing of habitats making poaching for rhino hair more difficult that's helping the numbers rise again. Driving a straight line in the African bush is virtually impossible. Decisions have to be made fast and furiously. Should we go through the ravine or around it? Should we cruise the longer, smoother trail, or save ourselves a few k's by crashing like crazy? crazy people through the boulder field. You can be sure the most direct route is also the hardest on your car. These guys are taking off-road to brand new limits. They've already had 3 flat tyres and it's not even lunchtime. In Swahili, Harambe means all pulled together. It's a term used by Kenyans for people getting involved in a worthy cause like the rhino charge. But in this case, it just means all pulled together or we'll never get home. The rhino charge has become a sporting event in its own right, and competitors come from all over the world. This year, 52 teams competed for trophies, including the overall winner, the team that raised the most money, the best all-female team, and the biggest lunatic. No one was injured in this year's rhino charge, however, pride took several falls, and good sense fell repeatedly on deaf ears. The winning team managed the 45-kilometre course in an actual travel distance of 51 kilometres, straight as a rhino's charge. Some others not quite so easy. Kenya's rhino charge has been held annually for 8 years now at the beginning of June. It takes place in bushland around 8 hours out of Nairobi at a secret location only revealed the night before the famous off-road rally. In life, human beings can be divided into 2 groups. The sensibly dressed, well-grounded, rational people seen here on the ski slope of an Austrian holiday resort, and this guy. The Austrian ski resort of Westendorf plays host to the annual Jump and Freeze event. The rules are self-explanatory. You jump, then you freeze. Over 150 contestants compete for the best dressed or craziest vehicle award. The judges are looking for originality and special effects. But the 9,000 strong audience just wants plenty of jump and lots of freeze. Iced coffee, anyone? Westendorf is situated on an open plateau in the wide Brixen Valley, about 15 kilometres from Kitzbühel. It's a family-friendly resort in one of 9 villages in the world's largest interconnected ski area, which has 250 kilometres of prepared runs and 93 lifts. Westendorf is usually a quiet little Tyrolean village. That is until the world converges here for the annual Jump and Freeze. This windmill is not so much being propelled by wind, it's being propelled by 3 screaming Dutchmen who just realise what the freeze part means as they hit the layer of ice forming over the near freezing water. Ah, the Trojan horse, once a great military tactic, and now just a soggy paper pony. Stages of hypothermia. 1. The body drops below its normal temperature. 2. Shivering, goosebumps, stumbling, and mild confusion. 3. Losing muscle coordination, body turns blue, and victim exhibits irrational behaviour. Prevention of hypothermia? Stay inside your ski lodge with a steaming mug of hot chocolate. Most vehicles are designed to collapse on contact, but these Vikings are actually Swiss engineers on a team-building weekend, and their ship is just too good for the competition. The judges here at Westendorf do not discriminate in any way. Here's an entry from the farther reaches of outer space. Unidentified flying object? Undoubtedly freezing occupant. And the winners of this year's Jump and Freeze, 5 Tyrolean farmers from the mountain village of Schwedt. They were asked why they didn't take their vacation by the sea. No, they said, we'd rather build a small house, drive it down a dangerous slope and plunge with it into 300,000 litres of freezing water. Westendorf Ski Resort, one of 9 villages in the world's largest interconnected ski area, in early February for this winter sports festival. Bring paper mache and pyrotechnics. Base jumping from the top of a towering skyscraper in the middle of a densely populated, high-developed city? Can't be legal, you say? It isn't. Not anywhere in the world, but here in beautiful Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. This event is for thrill seekers prepared to face the ultimate, to push the limits of courage and skill, to take a wholehearted leap of faith into the unknown. From Kuala Lumpur's 452-metre high Petronas Twin Towers, 54 divers help bring in the new year in an exciting new annual event. By relaxing the regulations against base jumping over the New Year week-long celebrations, city authorities have certainly helped put Malaysia on the world map for extreme sport. The Petronas Twin Towers were, until recently, the world's tallest buildings, and they're still the world's tallest twin towers. The beautiful glass and steel facade is designed to resemble motifs found in Islamic art, a homage to Malaysia's Muslim religion. Divers jump from the 73rd floor from a height of 300 metres. And large crowds turn up daily to catch sight of the daredevils in the sky. Jumpers leap into a free fall for several seconds to clear the building before deploying their manoeuvrable parachutes towards the ground target. Base jumping is significantly more dangerous than skydiving from a plane because it takes place in close proximity to the structure that provides the jump platform. Because of this level of danger, base jumping was once a secret sport, often executed unannounced and under the cover of darkness. Now it has evolved into a highly technical, cutting-edge modern sport. The tower's sky bridge, an enclosed walkway joining the 41st and 42nd floors, 170 metres off the ground, is the perfect place to watch the divers descend around you like so many colourful, oversized butterflies. Kuala Lumpur, affectionately known as KL, enjoys a year-round equatorial climate, warm, sunny and an average of 33 degrees. Perfect for divers and spectators alike. The Twin Towers are part of the Golden Triangle, the commercial hub of the city, and offer a distinctive nightlife including clubs and the Chinese night market in Chinatown. KL is also home to Parliament House and the official residence of the Malaysian royal family. So you think you might like to try this extreme sport? Then you better learn what base means. B, you must jump from a building. A means antenna, jumping from a tower like an aerial mast. S stands for span, jumping from a bridge or arch. And E is for earth, a leap from a cliff or other formation. And when you've chalked up all 4, you can apply for an official base number. Then you can call yourself a base jumper like over 1,000 registered jumpers. When entering Kuala Lumpur, take the newly completed Smart Tunnel to avoid KL's famous traffic congestion. And when in the city, remember to look up. It might just be raining then. bumper, which means the sound of a racing car, because the pounding sound stays with you long after the ride is over. The Japanese love technical innovation, especially when it advances the course of serious fun. The designers here at Fuji-Q Highland Amusement Park wanted to create a ride that felt like a rocket being launched into outer space. Shooting out a tunnel at 172 kilometers an hour means nothing on the person is safe. Bags, hats, glasses have to be surrendered to the seriously safety-conscious staff for safekeeping, along with any doubts you may be having about taking the trip. Young people in Japan study for long hours and are keenly focused on exams and academic achievement. So when it's time for recreation, young Japanese are looking for an experience that takes them worlds away from ordinary life. It took $2.42 million to build it, and you'll pay 800 yen for what amounts to a little over 1 minute of sheer blinding terror. From the pull of a G-force 4.25 times that of the Earth's gravity, then swinging along the near vertical curves to hurtling up the 52-metre-high tower still at speeds close to 120 kilometres an hour. Aren't you regretting it yet? Or will it take the sickening free fall down a 90-degree slope? About now, don't you wish you were on the Sweetheart Ferris wheel? Come on, it wasn't that bad. Perhaps we can tempt you to go round again. Then what about going on to spend the night at the haunted house? You can enjoy Fuji-Q's unique package of a night of terror, followed by a continental breakfast. Fuji-Q Highland Amusement Park is located not too far from Tokyo. You can hire a car and drive from Tokyo, marveling at the unforgettable sight of Mount Fuji coming into view. Down the Amazon River, wreaking havoc with everything in its way and terrifying the locals. Would you go surf it? That's just what these thrill seekers are set to do. Driving deep into the delta of the Amazon in Brazil's northern Amapá state, these surfers are seeking an exceptional natural spectacle, what the locals call pororoca. The rainforest basin of the Amazon is sparsely settled with damp, moist temperatures around 27 degrees and is home to alligator, anaconda, and the most feared of all, the carnivorous piranha. Piranha will attack humans and anything else in the water. The approaching full moon and its increasing tides cause phenomenal tidal waves hundreds of miles off the coast. When the ocean tides meet the shallow waters of the Araguari River mouth, the force creates the demon waves of pororoca. They'll be riding the longest wave in the world, and it only happens twice a day. It'll take skill, endurance, and speed, and that's just to keep ahead of the piranhas. The local indigenous people think they're crazy. They named the wave pororoca, meaning the Great Blast, the Destroyer. The waves can be miles wide, 5 meters high, and moving at a rate of up to 50 kilometers an hour. The low, ominous hum of the spectacle can be heard up to 2 hours away. River surfing is a strange new novelty for thrill seekers and is attracting those looking for a new challenge in extreme sports. The recent river surfing competition held here on the Araguari River in the city of Macapa Hororoka, plan your trip during the full and new moon in late March to take full advantage of the highest tide. The Araguaia River flows from the Tumacumac Mountain to the Atlantic Ocean. Mountain moors. Here, the most extreme rivers and the highest waterfalls are calling to some of the bravest canoeists in Europe. If base jumping is tempting fate and skydiving is courting disaster, then this is just plain suicidal. There has to be a first descent on every great river. That is, the river must be traversed, charted and rated for a first time. And somebody's got to do it. These experienced canoeists are literally going where no one has gone before. The pros say that the key to successfully planning and running a first descent of a river is commitment, determination, endurance, focus, and a little bit of luck. The drops from these waterfalls are rated at the highest level of difficulty for a whitewater kayakist. The world record for the highest drop was over Canada's 106-foot Alexandra Falls. They have chosen this sport because of the combination of water, high risk and great heights. But here in the icy upper reaches of the Tora River, the athletes face a massive challenge. The most extreme river sections and the triple combination of waterfalls. It's only experience that can save you now. These guys train many months of the year to hone their ability to react in the middle of a vortex. But on a first descent of such a vicious river, sometimes experience is not enough. Is excellent for winter sports activities. The deep valleys were formed in the Ice Age as the ice and rivers carved their way through the Norwegian mountains. The valleys filled with salt water, becoming the famous fjords, and ice remained on mountaintops, creating the glaciers. The final challenge is to take the first ever kayak run on the Rielby River at the Nygaardsbreen Glacier. Good luck, guys! Southern Norway is sometimes referred to as the Riviera because of its unspoilt, if chilly beaches. From there you can follow the canals inland for the not-so-extreme canoeing and boating. And after mastering the mountains and taming the white waters, you might as well conquer the skies. When you come paragliding in India, you'll feel like an extreme sportsman, and yet you'll need no experience at all. Paragliding is a gentle adventure and the easiest way to achieve man's age-old quest for free flight. Here at a popular lake resort in the Kumaon Hills of Uttaranchal in India, trained pilots are introducing tourists to the joys of the air. Is the new paragliding destination. The best cliffs and slopes, the low hills, rocky terrain and endless flatlands offer the ideal conditions for the sport. A paraglider is a free-flying, foot-launched aircraft that can reach speeds of up to 65 kilometres an hour. Paragliding relies on two types of flight conditions. One, ridge soaring, where the pilot uses the lift of air running up the length of a ridge feature in the landscape. And two, thermal flying, where the sun has warmed the cliff faces, setting off rising columns of warm thermal air underneath.
Beautiful.
If you stay in one of the resorts in the heavenly Kumaon Hills at the foot of the Great Himalaya snow-capped mountains one day and then trek uphill through the mind-blowing Himalayas the next. The region still has vast areas of pure wilderness, and in summer, from March to June, with temperatures averaging only 25 degrees, the thermic conditions will keep you in the air for hours. The Comoan Hills have provided inspiration for some of India's finest writers, and many a masterpiece has been created here in the foothills. Be sure to stay in one of the famous writers' bungalows for a little inspiration of your own. See you next time on Explore.
We've been having issue of robbers.
Boys going around stealing and so breaking shops.
There is no way you can effectively police a community without their input.
We that stay in that community want to find out why those people.
Maybe police to about them.
In the time past, we've been having issue of robbers in the night, and which really disturb people, enter their shop, break in, and do whatever they had to do.
To matsala dai kwanakin baya in shekaru da dama da samun tsinci kanmu a wani irin yanayi mara daɗi. An waye gari ana sai da tabar wiwi da sauran ƙwayoyi haka na maye, wanda wannan abun ya yi ƙarfi sosai har suka dinga jan wasu daga cikin 'yan unguwa. Abin ya yi ƙarfi fiye da yadda ake tunani, wanda wannan ƙarfi da abin ya yi sai ya ba wa mu 'yan unguwa matsaloli da dama.
Amma da Allah ya tayi taimakon mu sai Allah ya kawo mana wani mutum K Idris, matsayin kwamishinan 'yan sanda na Kano. Ya zo ya isa aka kira ni, na je na zauna da shi a ofis ɗinsa. K Idris ya ce mai unguwa kana so mu taimake ka, mun samu labarin abin da yake faruwa. Na ce gaskiya ne. Ce to daga fada sarki ya turo mana da za mu yi aiki da ku. Na ce to in Allah ya daba gudu ba ja da baya. Sai a ce mutanen ya kasai da 'yan sanda, ko mutum ya kasai da 'yan sanda suna neman wane wanda yi wannan ta'adin, to shi da kansa zai janye jikinsa. Kuma wani lokacin ya fito a ce da mu ai wane yana waje kaza, sai mu je mu arrest ɗinsa. To sai suka ga babu sarki, sai Allah dole taron aka haƙura.
Police will not go from house to house every day knocking the doors. Who steal this money? Who rape? Who do this or that? It is the community that will report, and we act based on a complaint.
I'm the youth leader of the Otoboto. Yeah. And we made a complaint to the police, and which they gave us go ahead to form a vigilante group, which has really reduced crime rate in our community.
We've been living in this area. Some of us are part and parcel of the villagers, and we work to know the bad and the good and the ugly in the area. That is why the job is very easy for us.
Our initial policing style was tailored towards community-based policing, where we have police officers posted to local communities that they are familiar with, mingling with the people, associating with the people, understanding the people, having adequate local knowledge of the area, even attending functions.
We hold meetings of all the clan heads. We discuss about our different problems in our different clans, and those problems are cults, initiation, people who join in stealing, robbing people in the community every week. So that from that report from them, we give it to, we give the report at the weekly meetings of clan heads. If it requires police intervention, they hand them over to police. It can be effective.
I am not saying that we are there yet. I'm not saying we are there yet because what we really want to see as the police services that we intend to give to the people, we are not really there yet. But to some extent, to a large extent, I would say it is successful.
We that stay in that community want to find out why those people
made the police to about it.
Hey, beautiful, your eyes, your smile are all begging me to take you home tonight.
Now reading page 3.
Experience unlimited super-fast internet access from Intel 4G. Intel. Live more. Previously on Industry.
Me. Officer, I didn't attack anybody. I was parking my car peacefully, and this lady came at me and started beating me. She slapped me. Okay, look at my lip. Sir, would I beat myself?
Chuku, you always pack people wherever you go. That's how we do in the music industry. Oh, really? Yes, ma'am. Okay, you're welcome. Yes.
Oh, Mom. Yeah? What's going on? What? Who brought those gifts?
From me, darling.
Philip, what are you doing in my house?
He's here to pick Destiny. It's weekend already.
Fine. Since you're here to pick Destiny, why bring gifts for her?
No. They're for you, my love.
Who is your love? Philip, are you crazy? Listen, I don't want to have anything to do with you, so pack your stupid gifts and leave my house now.
Relax now. What is wrong with you? Calm down. See, let's work on whatever it is that's going on between us. I want you back. And let's get back together. Don't you want another baby there?
Not with you, never. Your case is closed.
Not with me. Open your eyes. Look at me. Don't I look better than the guy you used to know?
Oh, yes, you look different. Crazy.
No. Upgraded. That's the word. Upgraded. I have money. Lots of money, darling. Look at me now.
Philip, you want to buy me with money, right?
No, I'm not buying you.
I buy people. I am money. Yes. Excuse me.
I love your cockiness. Remember that time in the university? You gave me this
Slap! You saw me with another girl. Slap me back into love.
Now I can confirm you're mad. Just take Destiny and bring her back on Sunday, okay?
I will get you back.
Get out.
I will get you back. Remember you gave me a hard that time, the first time.
You're a lunatic.
Destiny, darling. Daddy's waiting. Oh, look at my baby. Look at the love of my life. Are you ready? You ready? Let's go. Mama, thank you.
All right. You're welcome. Take good care of her.
I will, Mama.
What is that your native name again?
Ebere, ma.
Ebere. Such a lovely name.
Thank you.
And you've been a good girl to me. Now that both of you are engaged, I just hope God will grant you the fruits of the womb as soon as possible.
Amen. Amen. Mommy, but that will be after marriage.
No. You have to get pregnant before marriage. That's a tradition. Didn't he tell you? Michael, didn't he tell your wife?
I did.
See, in a family, you have to get pregnant. And then after 3 months, you will get married.
Mommy, isn't the proper thing for us is to get married first before we get pregnant?
Hey, but nobody wants to keep waiting and waiting, you know.
Mom, it's fine. There's nothing wrong with both of us.
No, I am not saying there is anything wrong with our wife. I'm just letting her know our tradition. Or don't you want us to carry our grandchildren?
I do.
Hey. Hi. My God. Hey. You have good eyes, so.
Mom.
Hi. Diane is very beautiful.
Thank you, Mommy.
You're welcome. Chai.
Ha, Fever. You're a bad producer.
And you're a bad mixologist. Man, what you put in this drink is mad.
Yeah, you know what? I wish Sonoros could jump on my song for me, you know. If Star should jump on it would be nice.
Yeah.
So promise me you get Sonoros for me.
I promise.
Come again.
The schedule is okay, but we'll need at least.
Hi, boss.
How are you?
You can put it down. Okay. If they need me, make I know. All right, boss. I hear you.
Sonoros, how many PAs do you need? You already have one.
See, I just wanted to help him. You know the dream means a lot to me. And I don't mind helping his brother. If not for the dream, you know say I don't go there here.
Stop talking like that now. Haven't you done enough? You got them a beautiful house. You bought clothes for them. You even paid the brother's school fees. On top of everything, you are giving them monthly allowance. You don't need to employ his other brother as your PA. You see, he doesn't even look like he knows what he's doing. He just wants to hang around artists and have fun.
Ahmed, let's give him a chance. The boy go learn.
I hope say you know be God. You can't help everybody. Do your best and leave the rest, oh.
Boss, they're ready for us. Okay. Ahmed, let's go.
Let's go.
Welcome, Sonoros.
Honey, baby. Last, you don't fresh, oh. Since you don't add weight, your color don't change.
Babe,
Abroad
forget.
suits you.
Babe, forget. See, now suffer, I go that place, go suffer. See, if it's not vacation and you spending your own money, forget. You will suffer in that UK.
No, that's why we're here managing. Can't kill ourselves.
You manage. Babe, forget. Una don't blow. As in, guys in UK love gemstones. Die.
Are you serious?
Yes, so you guys need to plan to go there really soon.
My dear,
We're really thinking about going on it, or maybe next year.
That would be cool. But babe, anything now?
My dear, nothing much, oh. But just prepare for this concert that's coming up soon. They're getting their routine done.
Oh, okay. Any Asha, anything, just holler at me.
You! Oh, you baby! Now you sabi last.
You know this.
Hey, there's this... You know Kobe now?
Yes, no.
He's getting his single listening party done soon. Yeah, you should go.
When did they start doing listening party for single?
The guy get money. He won't spend them. Let's let him. It's like that.
Well, I'll go. I actually love that guy.
Auntie, oh yeah, go.
I will go.
Okay, that was nice. Okay, let's try it with music and let's see how it looks. Mary, what's happening? Why are you so far from Sonorous? Get closer, especially when it gets to the part, are you doing John You understand? What you just need to do is turn around and twirl. Okay? I mean, I'm trying to say just be intimate, get intimate, okay? Okay, let's take it one more time. Get closer. Closer. Hold the waist. Okay.
Now, wow. So you mean Mary and Sonorous are still not dating up till now?
I think not only me they see this. The girl has not forgiven this guy for the Cynthia issue. She still they hold that grudge die.
Oh wait, for Sonorous, she ain't know if you ask her out. He too, you should ask her out.
Babe, Sonorous they fear Mary. He thinks everybody in my family is mad.
For Mary said she should calm down. This Madam Cynthia thing is old now. I beg, see, if he's my own boyfriend following a rich woman, I'll pretend as if I don't know anything as far as he's giving me my own money.
I'm telling you. Now you Sabi now, but see Mary, with this kind of person, Sabi,
see ya.
The contact with me has not even helped her life at all. Babe.
In case you don't know, that's my song.
Once again, that is Come and Get It by the newest, hottest female rising star, Juicy P. And that's about it for this segment. Till next week, same station, same day, same time. And you already know, it's your boy, Grills, signing out.
See, Sonorous, I think you just chill, eh? Mary will come around. Don't let it get to you, please.
See, anything we should like, we should do. Me, I'm tired of her attitude. Tired.
Maybe you should just walk up to her straight up, you know? Tell her how you feel.
Fever, well, let's forget about this. Let's talk about something else, please.
Okay. Hey, Sonorous, see. There's this girl. She's upcoming. But she's very hot. As in, her vocal strength is on point. I need you to just jump on her single, you know? Man, you need to see the way she works the mic. Very good girl. Her name is Juicy P.
Juicy P?
Yeah.
I've never heard of that name before.
Like I said, she's upcoming, she's new, but she's hot, as in very good.
So, how much should they pay now?
Eh?
Money, how much?
Bob, wait, I thought you don't collect money for collaboration.
See, that one be from upcoming like how. To say she don't get him where everybody don't sabi am. I for do am for free, but for her, I got collect money.
See, the thing is, see, she doesn't have money.
Alaya, I beg. It be like say the girl don't give you more chop, abi?
No, what's the meaning of that? You know I'm a married man now.
Married man? Not today? I beg, forget, I beg.
Sonoros.
Aww. Thanks, Chia. So, how about the interview?
What interview?
You played my song. Am I meant to come for an interview?
No, you were not booked for an interview.
So why am I here?
I thought you came here to thank me, and then maybe we go out for...
No, I want an interview.
If you want one, you have to go and meet my boss, the program's director.
So you have a boss?
Yes, now. I'm just an OAP. Of course I have a boss. So how about we head out?
Excuse me, I have a place to be.
Okay.
Hello. Sorry, can I see the program's director?
Ma, do you have an appointment today?
Not exactly.
Okay.
But my sister.
Yes.
Yes, I delegate duties to people. That's why we have Evelyn here. But I supervise everything. That's what stands Free One Media out. Tony, I do not want any excuses. I want the best. Giddy Night has been on for years. It's the best music concert. I don't want any stories, okay? I want the top artists to be present that night. Don't come and tell me Wizkid is out of town, Yemi Alade is not available. No way. Book all artists ASAP. Evelyn, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
No stories.
Yes, ma'am. I have never disappointed you, ma, and I never will. I'll make it a deal.
Fine, you can take your leave now. Thank you.
Oh, ma. There was one last thing, though. I was speaking with Evelyn about my fee, and I believe I deserve a raise.
Okay, Mr. Tony Wafa, do not talk about money, okay? Talk to the right department. You can take your leave now.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Come in. So you have to go meet the secretary now.
Okay, ma'am. You have a message, ma'am.
Okay. Tell her to print out the letter for Miss Akinjide and send it down. Okay,
ma'am.
Yeah, thank you. Why is he sending me these pictures?
Shino, are you crazy? Why are you sending me pictures?
I'm only trying to be of help. I saw it on Instagram, and he tagged you in it and captioned it "Our Joy." Just wanted to inform you before other bloggers carry it.
Really? Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
So how about the interview?
You know, I like you. You're so sweet. I will give you an interview.
Oh.
Yes.
Oh, thank you.
Definitely.
Oh, where are you heading from here? My night is free and I like to spend it with you.
No, the entertainment in the car is good. Besides, I have to head back to my family. Yes.
Even as the head of programs at Free One Media, you can make this happen.
It's not up to me. Madam Francesca already appointed Tony, and there's nothing I can do.
So you're saying there's no way you can help me?
I don't think so.
Okay, what if I give you 30% of everything I make off the deal?
30%?
Yes.
Let me see. Okay, what if I use Tony's scandal to convince Madame to drop him?
Good. And to add to that, everything Tony did, he couldn't do without me. I was always in the background.
Really?
Yes, and trust me, once I get this deal, I'm going to wow you. I could even give you your 30% right now.
No. Wait until you get the job.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you.
You're welcome.
Let me know as soon as you land. There will be someone waiting for you to make the exchange. Once that is done, you get your full payment.
You sure this is safe?
No problem. Easy. Come on. It's okay. You're doing great.
Are you hard of hearing? I am not going anywhere until I get a concrete answer why I'm being taken off Giddy Night. I mean, I've been on this project for how many years now? You just want to take me off without any notification? If I didn't come here now, would you guys have told me anything?
One email was sent to you to that effect.
I didn't receive any freaking email.
I'm very sorry, Mr. Tony. You have to leave. I ain't the one who kicked you out of Giddy Night.
You, Evelyn, I know you did this. I know you're the one.
I'm sorry, what are you talking about?
Stop that! You think I'm a fool? You think I don't know you're the one who got me off Giddy Night? You're the head of programs here, and this could not have happened without your knowledge.
Hello? What's going on here? What's going on?
I was trying to...
I was just asking your staff why I'm being kicked off Giddy Night, but now, I see.
Oh.
I understand.
Well, Mr. Tony Mwafo, your reputation is bad this period, and you need to work on that. We wouldn't let that jeopardize what we've worked hard on. You know, the brand we've built over the years, which is Giddy Night. So we had to kick you out.
But, Madam Francesca, I have been a part of this project for how many years now?
Hey, don't you get emotional, gentleman. Listen, it doesn't matter how many times a man falls. What matters is for you to rise again. So just take the bull by the horn, clean up your image, and get back to work.
Thank you very much for the servant.
You're welcome.
And you, Diane. So you're the one with the clean image, right?
Listen, let's get to the venue.
Nice one. I thought you were, but this...
Call the security.
This is not the last you've heard of this. I train you. I give you everything. I taught you. You know, and then you stab me in the back. Pretty good.
Madam, you okay?
I'm okay.
Madam, everything there all right? Madam, what's happening? Are you okay? Eh? Madam? Madam? Please. Madam? 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 Madam, what's happening now? Madam? 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 Madam, wake up now. Madam? Madam? Hey, Chimo, see me, Madam, wake up now. Don't do this now.
Yo. It's gemstones. You got that fire in your eyes, and I
Like the vintage wine, it can only get better, and that's what you get on Nigeria's most authoritative, educative, and entertainment breakfast show, Morning Ride. Morning Ride, better improved, now comes to you for 1.5 hours every Saturday, 10 to 11:30, with added packages which include the news updates, trending on the social media, in addition to the regulars, just for your viewing delights. And you can catch our repeat broadcast ads. For participation and advert placement, please contact the producer or call our marketing department. Morning Ride. Enjoy a jolly good ride.
What does it take to get ahead in today's world? To get your dream job, the perfect girl, even a table at your favorite dance club. It takes moving fast. It takes moving at the speed of 4G. With Intel 4G LTE, you've got it all covered. That's because you have access to super fast unlimited data that enables you move as fast as the speed of light. Now, no download is too heavy, no conversation too long. Nothing is impossible. Get Intel 4G LTE Advanced today and do so much more. Intel. Live more.
And now the details. The United States government has commended President Muhammadu Buhari for his commitment to anti-corruption fight and pledged to support the country's effort to combat corruption at all levels.
A statement from the U.S. Department of State described the anti-corruption campaign as investment in the future of Nigeria, which is why the U.S. government, Bulwark of New Jersey, and government of Nigeria signed an agreement to return more than $308 million stolen from the country. The funds are to be used by the Nigerian Independent Sovereign Authority for 3 infrastructure projects in strategic economic zones across the country. The U.S. government say the return is consistent with commitments that both United States and Nigeria made under the principles agreed to at the 2017 Global Forum on Assets Recovery, co-hosted by United States and the United Kingdom.
Meanwhile, the United States is reconsidering its decision, which included Nigeria among other countries that have been categorized on the recent visa restriction. This is part of the successes of Binational Commission meeting held in Washington. Usman Aliu has more.
It's a serious meeting holding under a calm atmosphere. Some of the sessions were behind closed doors, but generally it's all about negotiation and securing of various deals between Nigeria and the United States. Economic development matters such as trade and export, improved security, and the recent inclusion of Nigeria among the countries which the United States imposed visa restriction are the major issues discussed.
You know, they want us to share data on, criminal history of those traveling, to share data and information on suspected and terrorists, known terrorists that we have, and also information on all travelers, their data information. So 6 of these requirements, and we satisfied all of them. So, we pretty much agree with them that once we address this, that hopefully in the not too distant future, we will be removed from this restricted or this restriction, so this visa restriction.
The United States also acknowledged the determination of the Nigerian government in fighting corruption, and so an agreement was signed for the repatriation of looted funds amounting to more than $300 million to Nigeria.
Most important aspect of it is a clear demonstration of the belief of the international community in the political will on the part of the government of President Muhammadu Buhari, one, to claim the looted assets, two, a clear demonstration of the accountability and transparency aspect of it, a clear demonstration that international confidence is further restored in dealing with Nigeria as it relates to transparency and accountability.
United States and Nigeria equally share ideas on more strategic cooperation for the restoration of peace in communities troubled by Boko Haram.
We made it very clear to the U.S. Binational Commission on government's commitment in these very critical areas. And we hope that we'll have their support and partnership.
It's clear that Nigeria has made it here on improving her foreign policy direction. From Washington, D.C., Usman Aliyu, NTA News.
Now back home, the Nigeria Visa Policy 2020 launched by the federal government has been formally presented to the public. Africans desirous of visiting Nigeria for genuine purposes can now obtain visa at the port of entry, which however excludes land borders. President Muhammadu Buhari, who performed the ceremony, said the policy document will not only complement efforts at protecting Nigeria's national identity, but also defend its sovereignty and territorial integrity. State House correspondent Adamu Sambo has details.
As a pathway towards achieving the security, economy, and transparency agenda of the present administration, the Nigeria Visa Policy 2020 allows the issuance of visas at the port of entry, thereby removing the barriers that currently prevent business people, tourists, amongst others, with genuine reasons from visiting Nigeria at short notice. It is designed to support the attainment of the economic recovery and growth plan, boosting tourism, opening up the economy, and further securing the nation's borders. President Muhammadu Buhari said the policy document will also strengthen Nigeria's position as key economy in Africa by attracting more investments, creating job opportunities, and lifting millions out of poverty.
The Nigerian Visa Policy 2020 is intended to attract innovation, socialize skills, and knowledge from abroad to complement locally available ones. I am confident that the implementation of the Nigerian Visa Policy 2020 will support the attainment of a globally competitive economy for Nigeria by building on the efforts of the Presidential Enabling Business Environment Council. The policy is expected to improve the business environment, attract foreign direct investment, and boost tourism without compromising national security.
President Buhari said the policy also provides avenue towards achieving African integration and therefore recommends the document to the international community, foreign and local business entities, saying Nigeria is more than ever open for business. Interior Minister Rauf Aregbesola pledged commitment to the successful implementation of the policy by his ministry, assuring Nigerians that publicized conditions of issuance of the visas in a timely, professional, and transparent manner will be strictly adhered to.
I wish to congratulate the Nigerian Regional Service for this landmark policy and invite all prospective visitors, investors, and residents to a new and refreshing experience to Nigeria. The general public can best be rest assured that the implementation of Nigerian Visa Policy 2020 will not be allowed to compromise national security, as adequate control measures have been provided both before and after entry to Nigeria.
Under the new visa regime, the visas have been recategorized into three, made up of short visit, temporary, and permanent residence. Their classes were, however, expanded from 6 to 79 for the purpose of addressing every aspect of human need from entry to exit.
This policy has been stated, the national security will not be compromised. It will be of economic benefit to this country. So this visa is flexible, it takes care of national interests, and it is a visa that everybody will be proud of because it will be e-based.
It's a welcome development for economic recovery drive. It's a welcome development to boost tourism in the country, and of course for foreign direct investment inflow. In the fullness of time, I believe that the nation will benefit handsomely from the new visa regime.
I think it's something that we should be proud of. If implemented as it should, I think we'll go a long way in alleviating a lot of the challenges and bottlenecks that were inherent in the system before that.
The new visa policy for Nigeria, though approved since May last year, was first announced by President Muhammadu Buhari during the Aswan Forum for Peace and Sustainable Development in Egypt in December 2019. From the State House, Adamu Sambu, NTA News.
The House of Representatives has passed a resolution to investigate the recent immigration restriction order by the U.S. on Nigeria and 5 other countries. National Assembly correspondent Lami Ali has that.
The resolution adopted on the matters of urgent public importance noted that the reasons advanced by the U.S. for the immigration restriction calls for action to prevent future occurrence. The lawmakers resolve that leadership of the House will engage relevant government agencies and diplomatic missions towards resolving the matter. A call to quarantine and evacuate Nigerians stranded in Wuhan, Hubei and other provinces in China back home in view of the spread of coronavirus was, however, rejected by the lawmakers.
Those in support, please say aye. Those against, please say nay. The nays have it.
The House adopted the motion urging authorities to create farm settlement centers towards enhancing the agricultural sector for job creation.
Graduate unemployment has reached an alarming state, hence a great need to create innovative ideas to engage the teeming youth in beneficially attractive agricultural ventures like fish farming, snail farming, grass cutter farming, poultry production, etc.
House members also urged the National Emergency Management Agency to assist victims of a fire disaster at a market in Shagamu, Ogun State, and supported a motion requesting the reconstruction of Bari Road as it has become an alternative road for travelers to and from Kaduna to the FCT.
Minor repair usually carried out at interval on the road serve only as temporary measure, as a small portion on which they are carried out often collapse.
Tuesday's plenary featured the passing for second reading of a bill to repeal the Nigerian Minerals Mining Act and a bill to establish Nigeria Institute of Plant Protection, while 9 bills passed first reading, including a bill seeking to amend the Supreme Court Act. From the National Assembly, Lami Ali, NTA News.
Nigeria has continued to garner support from the United States of America in different sectors of the economy, including security and health, with the U.S. providing training and organizing workshops, various programs.
In a statement by the Ministry, Director of Press and Public Relations, Charles Nwodo, the minister expresses Nigeria's gratitude to the U.S. for the interventions in military operations, including supporting the Nigerian Air Force with equipment and training of personnel to boost security in the country. Minister of Bashir Magashi also asked for assistance in the speedy delivery of the acquired A-29 Super Tucano aircraft from the U.S. for efficient military operations in the country. The U.S. ambassador to Nigeria, Mary Beth Leonard, reiterates U.S. readiness to collaborate with Nigeria in curtailing insecurity, while urging the Nigerian military to maintain professionalism by protecting human rights during their operations.
President Muhammadu Buhari has agreed in principle to visit Ondo State for the inauguration of some people-centered projects executed by the Akeredolu administration for enhanced socio-economic development. This was when he granted audience to Governor Rotimi Akeredolu, who was in the State House, to formally invite him to the Sunshine State as part of his administration's 3rd anniversary celebrations. The project, the iconic flyover along Biniore Road, as well as the Ondo Industrial Hub, aimed at creating job opportunities and enhancing the economy of the state.
As did you build it yourself? Yes, Ondo State built it over a federal road because we have had enough carnage at that place in Ore, and we want to put an end to it. It was visibly impressed that we were able to do that project, and I'm sure that it will want to come. And there are 2 projects we're asking the President to come and commission. The second one is our Ondo Lee Industrial Hub. That is an industrial hub for this country. It's the only place today that we're having cassava to ethanol. We have a factory for cassava to ethanol. We have a factory that produces MDF and PDF, all these ones we are having here. The only one in Nigeria. And we have a factory that has paper mill. We have where we are producing textile. We have invited many people, and I'm sure that they are starting a plant for buses or big lorries soon. So I explained everything to Mr. President. I'm sure that he felt elated, and I'm sure he will find time to come.
That contrary to public expectations, the issue of Amotekun did not come up in his discussions with the president. He, however, explained that governors in the southwest region are scheduled to meet the Inspector General of Police on Thursday to smoothen edges in respect of the matter. Vice President Yemi Osinbajo has expressed worries over what he described as a deafening silence of intellectual elite on discourse bordering on national unity and development. The Vice President, during a courtesy visit by the Executive Council of the Alumni Association of the National Institute for Policy and Strategic Studies, was emphatic on the contributions of the intellectual elite on issues of national development. State House correspondent Jide Onifade has that.
The Vice President said the advice of the elite is golden and can be shining light to leading the nation in the way it should go. As Vice President Yemi Osinbajo noted, leaving the space when debate on national unity is on, but those who have a stake in ensuring that the country is united may not spell good for the nation. The Vice President said the Buhari administration is doing everything humanly possible to address the challenge of poverty, insecurity, and all other challenges facing the nation. The Alumni Association, led by its president and former Inspector General of Police, Mohammed Diko Abubakar, commends the federal government on the progress the nation is making and that of the institute.
We're talking about national unity. Unity of this country is very important for us. And I think Nigerians should unite and become one. And that's the best thing we can do for now in view of all these challenges that we have in this country.
Mohammed Diko Abubakar appeals for extra slots for female participation at the institute. In the State House, Jide Onifade, NTA News.
This is the news on NTA International reaching you from Abuja. Stay tuned for more news after this timeout.
NTA International.
You're welcome back. The Senate has passed the 2020 budget of the Nigerian Customs Service of 238 billion naira. National Assembly correspondent Ignatius Nkwo reports that during the consideration, the Senate said ministries, departments, and agencies of government that fail to defend their audited accounts will not have their subsequent budgets approved.
Plenary took off behind closed door. 1 hour 30 minutes later, the executive session ends and business of the day commenced. The report of the Senate Committee on Customs, Excise and Tariffs on the 2020 budget of the Nigerian Customs Service was among the items considered.
1,678,715, the customs are expected to pay to the Federation account.
We expect every MDA to present their audited accounts before the end of the year.
The Fiscal Responsibility Act provides that revenue-generating agencies must defend their budgets before the National Assembly separately. 2 motions on health were considered as Senator Ibrahim Oloriegbe, in marking World Cancer Day, called for the establishment of the National Cancer Research Institute as provided in the bill passed and assented to in 2017. While Senator Beta Piafi's bill on the establishment of the National Agency for Research and Management of Persons with Special Needs was passed through second reading.
This Senate, in its 2020 budget consideration, established a national, what we call cancer fund. The executive should give effect to this.
Which are all aimed at improving the health, social and economic well-being of persons with special needs.
Senator Aliu Sabi Abdullahi, under matter of personal explanation, urged security agencies to intensify surveillance along the forest reserves in Niger State and to ensure quick release of those kidnapped by bandits in the area.
That the Inspector General of Police is appearing tomorrow to interact with the Senate on the security situation.
Meanwhile, President of the Senate Ahmed Lawan has inaugurated the Senate Ad Hoc Committee on Nigeria's security challenges with the mandate to fashion out modalities for the urgent restructure, review and reorganization of Nigeria's current security architecture.
The committee should also obtain the report of the Ad Hoc Committee on review of the security architecture that the last Senate set up.
The 17-member committee has the Senate leader Yahaya Abdullahi as its chairman. From the National Assembly, Ignatius Nkwo, NTA News.
Minister of Information and Culture Lai Mohammed says part of the proposed federal government loan of $22.8 billion will be used to accelerate Nigeria's digitization project. The minister was speaking at the public hearing by the Senate Committee on Local and Foreign Debts on the matter. National Assembly correspondent Vivian Idekpefo reports.
Ministries, departments and agencies took turns at the public hearing to avail the legislature with details of intentions if the loan is approved.
If you give me the resources that I need to do my work, I will do it.
One of the things that the federal government has decided is that if we're going to do with the rail project, that it's as important that everywhere is linked to each state capital.
For the Ministry of Information, the establishment of a media and culture center, as well as digitization of all NTA network centers, are key to meeting the next ITU deadline.
However, the business model proposed for this initiative will always succeed with a concessional loan and not commercial ones, due to the low interest rates and long payment period. The choice of concessional loan is also due to the fact that its terms are much more favorable to the project at hand.
Meanwhile, the Minister of Finance, Budget and National Planning, Zainab Ahmed, assures Nigerians that the $22.8 billion loan is also to bridge infrastructural gap and improve the nation's economy.
One of them is the Mambila Hydroelectric Power Project with a sum of $4.9 billion from China Exim Bank. The second one is Lagos Kano Rail Modernization Project in the sum of $4.419 billion, also to be sourced from China Exim Bank.
Permit me at this juncture to correct the erroneous impression or perception, as it were, that the legislator has a predetermined position or that it has a phobia for borrowing.
The committee will further scrutinize the submissions and make its presentation to the Senate. From the National Assembly, Vivian Idekpefo, NTA News.
The Nigeria Customs Service intercepted more than $8 million cash at the Murtala Mohammed Airport, Lagos, and 147 sacks of pangolin scales worth more than 10 million naira at Isheri Estate in Lagos. The details.
The total amount intercepted stood at $8,065,612.
These items, all in $100 denomination, wrapped in $10,000 bundle each, were intercepted at about 12 noon on the 16th of January 2020. The consignment was loaded in 6 big Bako bags packed in a narco vehicle, which was said to be driven by a suspect, Chimezie Okonkwo, who was arrested and taken into custody. The Comptroller General of Customs, Colonel Hamid Ali, urged travelers in and out of the country to voluntarily declare any physical cash above the threshold of $10,000 or its equivalent in other currency with the Customs Service.
The question often asked, why do customs or any agency of government need to know if a private person or company is taking out monies for their personal business out of the country? It is for the simple reason that illegal criminal activities like international terrorism, drug smuggling, arms proliferation are financed by illicit cash movements outside the recognized financial system.
Also, 147 sacks weighing 9,504 kilograms of pangolin scales worth approximately 10 billion naira were discovered in an abandoned warehouse at Isheri Estate along Lagos-Ibadan Expressway. Other items including 3,067 bags of smuggled foreign rice, 4,762 kegs of foreign vegetable oil, 14 exotic vehicles were intercepted. In Lagos, Imole Ayotokide, NTA News.
Onengiye Fineface is standing by for happenings in the financial sector.
The federal government is looking at the possibility of reviewing the agreement signed with private firms over management of the country's silos. Minister of Agriculture and Rural Development, Mohammed Sabo Nanono, says in the process of the review, license of any concessionaire who failed to meet the terms of its agreement will be revoked.
In fact, I think it is our view that the entire concession issue has to be reviewed overall, because we are talking about food security here, and one of the principles is to have silos that will house your feed against future consequences.
Last year, the federal government leased out 19 out of the 33 silos constructed across the state. Under the 10-year agreement, the concessionaires are expected to pay early concession fee of 3.4 billion naira and another 6 billion naira as share of profits from their businesses. In another development, Minister of Industry, Trade and Investment, Nii Adebayo, says the ministry is facilitating the delivery of tax and regulatory incentives for micro, small and medium enterprises with priority on the agriculture, construction and automotive industries. This, he said, is to build capacities for local production of goods and access of locally produced goods into the Nigerian market. Adebayo said the government would further enhance the ease of doing business and support the growth of micro, small and medium enterprises by creating an enabling environment to encourage the growth of private equity in Nigeria. That does it on the business segment. Thanks for your time. I'm Onengiye Fineface.
Many thanks, Onengiye. Civil society organizations monitoring the utilization of recovered looted funds and assets have commended the open policy of the Buhari administration and the effective utilization of the recovered funds and assets for the benefit of the less privileged and other Nigerians. This came up at a press briefing by a leader of the CSOs and Executive Director, Africa Network for Environment and Economic Justice, Reverend David Ugolo, on the third tranche of Abacha loot to the tune of $321 million to be repatriated by the federal government in New Jersey, USA. Ilyasu Ali Yakubu reports.
Records have shown that
The utilization of recovered looted funds and assets have been misprioritized by previous administrations, thereby discouraging the international communities from giving the Nigerian government further access to more looted funds. These narratives, according to the CSOs, have changed following Buhari administration's open policy and full involvement of the CSOs in the process of recovery and effective utilization for the benefit of Nigerians. David Ogolo said the involvement of more than 700 civil society organizations in monitoring the monthly conditional cash transfer of 5,000 naira to the poorest of the poor Nigerians is a huge success.
That for me is something we must commend this government for. We must commend President Buhari for providing this huge opportunity, because without government support, civil society like us would have not had access to the data.
While commending the Attorney General of the Federation and Minister of Justice Abubakar Malami for his commitment in ensuring a level playing ground, however, appeal for the creation of a policy framework that will enable state governments have access to funds stolen from their regions recovered by the federal government. £6.8 million stolen by the former governor of Delta State, James Ibori, and $55 million by the former governor of Bayelsa State, late Dimipre Alamesia, are being secured for repatriation by the federal government. Ilyasu Aliyakubu, NTA News.
And now to health issues. Do you know that about 240 Nigerians died of cancer today? Perhaps you may not also know that cervical cancer kills one Nigerian every hour, with prostate cancer alone killing 14 Nigerian men every single day. These experts say this could be reduced if Nigerians have the right information on this deadly disease. This is the essence of the yearly celebration of World Cancer Day. Basi Taikwan reports that cancer survivors took the lead at this year's campaign in Nigeria.
Is a proud cancer survivor who says self-denial is the worst that can happen to a cancer victim. Gloria is now a strong advocate, enlightening the public on the need to do regular checkup so victims do not tow her path.
God's grace and early detection. Early detection saves life. Cancer is not a death sentence as far as I'm concerned.
Gloria, with Ministry of Women Affairs and partners, went round the streets of Abuja to enlighten the public on the effect of the scourge.
The effect affects the entire families and everybody around. But if an individual can make effort to see that it's being prevented, I assured you, then it will not affect the majority of the people.
How you tackle this, then we can jointly fight cancer. Because early detection, we keep saying, saves life. Once it has advanced, then the chance of mortality increases.
The Nigerian National Cancer Prevention and Control Plan shows that cancer is responsible for 72,000 deaths in Nigeria, with an estimated 102,000 new cases of cancer annually.
I shall dwell more on the priority areas of action, with a view to highlighting the various practical steps and measures that the present government has taken to confront the cancer menace. And also to introduce the human papillomavirus vaccine into the national immunization scheme and commence by 2021.
The theme for this year's celebration is I Am, I Will, which acknowledges that everybody has the capacity to act in the face of cancer, and it is an empowering call to action for personal commitment to end the scourge. Basi Taipan, NTA News.
Chinese ambassador to Nigeria, Zhu Pingjiang, has called on Nigerians to remain calm as the Chinese government and international community is working hard to ensure the coronavirus becomes a thing of the past. The ambassador said this in a media conference in Abuja while reassuring that no Nigerian resident in China has tested positive to the virus. Oyeyemi Ajayi has details.
Gloria is a proud cancer survivor who says self-denial is the worst that can happen to a cancer victim.
This is one major global challenge that has kept the world on its toes, with all concerned about putting an end to the coronavirus, which has recorded more casualties. With the World Health Organization declaring it a global health emergency, world leaders and organizations are not resting on their efforts to combat it. Though cases have increased to 20,438 in the Chinese mainland, but 632 patients have been cured so far, with a 7% continuous decline rate of patients in hospitals. Back in Nigeria, the concern is the fear of the return of Chinese and even Nigerians and other nationals from the Asian country's Lunar Year celebration.
Life comes first. The Chinese government is committed to safeguarding the safety and health of the Chinese people. We will, in a responsible manner, safeguard the safety of every foreign national in China.
The Chinese ambassador to Nigeria commended Nigerian government for the continued support even in their trying times and advised Nigeria and other partners not to restrict trade relations with the Chinese nationals, as the World Health Organization has assured of a strong force against the virus. In Abuja, Oyeyemi Ajayi, NTA News.
First Lady of Nigeria, Aisha Muhammadu Buhari, has enjoined Nigerian women not to skip their fundamental rules of complimenting their husbands for proper upbringing of their children. The First Lady stated this in a message during the presentation of food items to various women groups and associations in Plateau State. State House correspondent Aliu Kabir reports.
Women in Plateau State have massively benefited from the gesture of Aisha Buhari Foundation through the Future Assured program. The women cutting across various groups and associations from across the state have received the donation of varieties of food items and other essential commodities. The gesture is part of the nationwide Aisha Buhari Foundation's initiative of supporting Nigerian women and children and other less privileged persons. The First Lady, in a message during the presentation of the items to the state chapters of various women associations, comprising the Federation of Muslim Women Association of Nigeria, Form 1, Women Wing of Christian Association of Nigeria, WICA, National Council of Women Societies, NCWS, among others, and join them to make the best use of the materials.
She has asked me to represent her and to appreciate the good people of Plateau for all the support they've given this government. Her program, The Future Assured, has been traveling all over the country. Plateau State is the 10th state they are visiting with this kind of support. And more states will come after this. She has asked me to urge you to please live in peace.
As the First Lady does her part, I call on fellow women as well as individuals and groups who believe in the cause of the woman to help her realize this noble goal.
The beneficiaries could not hide their admirations.
We thank you. May God in His infinite mercy continue to guide and protect you. Honestly, we are overwhelmed with this gesture.
More groups from across the country are expected to benefit from the exercise. In Jos, Plateau State capital, Aliu Kabir, NTA News.
You're still watching the news on NTA International, reaching you from Abuja. More reports after this timeout.
Travel around the world, you will find out that there is no place like Nigeria. Beautiful, peaceful, very warm and friendly climate all year round. Largest concentration of black people in the world. Hospitable, vibrant and happy people. There is no place like Nigeria. A land of opportunities. The biggest window in the world of business and investments. Extremely rich in multicultural diversity. There is no place like Nigeria.
Nigeria, good people, great nation.
Thanks for staying. The presidency has described the concerns of the Christian Association of Nigeria on matters of religion, ethics, politics, and society as a representation of the peaceful rights of all Nigerians to protest and express their views. In a statement by Garba Shehu, the Senior Special Assistant to the President on Media and Publicity, it says the President feels the pain of the Christian community over what he described as unacceptable death of Pastor Lawan Andimi at the hands of Boko Haram terrorist group. The duty of all is to uphold the rights of others, to worship according to their faith, and to respect the rights of each other to do so freely in the spirit of brotherhood and respect and without interference. The President therefore emphasized that there is no place in Nigeria for those who politicize religion. In another development, the Buhari media organization BMO has described the meeting between President Buhari and the leadership of the National Assembly on the state of security in the country as a step towards addressing insecurity in the country. A statement by the pro-Buhari organization signed by its chairman, Niyi Akinsiju, says the meeting between the executive and the legislature gave first-hand information on the efforts of the Buhari administration to curtail the spate of killings, kidnappings, and other crimes in the country. BMO says the meeting equally addressed the fears and concerns of Nigerians with the announcement that a committee comprising the executive, legislature, and the All Progressives Congress will be set up to periodically evaluate the security situation in the country and proffer pragmatic solutions where the need arises. The group therefore notes that despite the efforts of the Buhari administration, there is room for improvement, especially in procuring modern equipment, arms, and ammunition for both the military and the Nigerian police. As part of efforts geared towards bequeathing a highly skillful and professional police force to the nation, the Nigeria Police Force has established a National Institute for Police Studies. Release signed by Force Public Relations Officer DCP Frank Umba, the institute, which is an affiliate of the Nigeria Police Academy in Wudil, Kano, is temporarily located within the Police Staff College Jos and will provide police personnel alongside other members of the national security community with needed skills and knowledge of safety and security. The institute will work with academic partners, security agencies, international police organizations, and the general public to, among other things, produce and commission original research on priority for policing and public safety, collate and share the best available evidence assessment, and also provide strategic manpower development for police and security officers of the rank of Commissioner of Police or its equivalent in other security agencies. Meanwhile, Professor Olu Ogunshaki has been appointed as the director of the institute. The Chief of Air Staff, Air Marshal Sadiq Baba Abubakar, says the evolving trends of security threats infer the need for the Nigerian Air Force to constantly and consciously devise ways to address potential security challenges to its operational effectiveness. He was speaking at the inauguration of the 057 Provost Investigation Group. Muazu Hassan reports.
Apart from the kinetic effort of addressing security challenges around the country by the Nigerian Air Force, the force has been involved in non-kinetic actions such as medical outreach programs aimed at providing and bringing medical services closer to the people, particularly less privileged. This time, the Special Operation Command gathered such categories of people to enlighten them on cancer in the drive to live up to the dictates of its social responsibilities.
The screening is available to the general public even after this 3-day program, and urge all to take advantage of this facility here in Nigerian Air Force Base, Bauchi.
Bauchi State Governor Bala Muhammad, represented by the Permanent Secretary, State Ministry of Health, Tobacco Muhammad, observed with keen interest the contribution the Nigerian Air Force is making in the state, particularly in the area of providing quality health care service delivery to the people.
This cancer awareness and screening program is further evidence of your continuing commitment to providing support to the good people of this state.
Chairperson Nigerian Cancer Society, Bauchi State Chapter, Dr. Habiba Ibrahim, delivered paper on breast and cervical cancer and recommended early detection of cancer as the major treatment. Some of the participating youth lauded Nigerian Air Force for the opportunity and pledged to put into use knowledge acquired at the event. In Bauchi, Muaz Hassan, NTA News.
Towards the actualization of a robust economy built on non-oil sectors, Nigerian Television Authority (NTA) is extending collaborations with agencies of government through the National Park Service. The focus is on creating awareness on the immense tourist and economic potentials of a viable park service in Nigeria. Onengie Fineface has that one.
What do you understand by national park? What does it mean to you?
Honestly, I don't know. I don't know much about it, but I know I've heard of it before.
Have you ever heard of the expression national park?
No.
You don't know what national park means?
Exactly.
Saidu Mohammed Sani and Saude Umar belong to the class of Nigerians who have very little knowledge about national parks. Nigeria has 7 national parks managed by the National Park Service to secure plants and animals, coordinate tourist visits, educate Nigerians, provide materials for research and mitigate climate change. To attract more Nigerians to parks in the country, the National Park Service is seeking support from the media, and the Nigerian Television Authority (NTA) is the latest point of call.
It is in the pursuit of this that we are here today at the headquarters of the Africa's largest television network to seek for your collaboration and partnership towards the promotion of the national parks in Nigeria.
Leveraging its reach within and outside the country, the NTA says it is more than willing to educate and inform Nigerians about the benefits vis-à-vis the social, economic and academic opportunities available in the parks.
So we are assuring you that that effort you are seeking for to be able to pass your messages down to all the people of Nigeria will be done perfectly.
Success in this cause will go a long way to bridge the information gap and encourage more Nigerians like Saidu and Saude to enjoy the flora and fauna of national parks in the country. In Abuja, Onengie Fineface, NTA News.
Time for a final break. Don't go away. You're watching the news on NTA International. The death has been announced of the Saudi Arabian ambassador to Nigeria, Adnan Ibn Mahmoud Bostaji.
The late ambassador began his diplomatic career in 1991. He was appointed as ambassador of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia to Nigeria in 2017.
President Muhammadu Buhari has described the late former president of Kenya, Daniel Arap Moi, as a frontline nationalist who gave his best for the development of his country and was a key factor in the stability of the East African region and Africa in general. In a message of condolence to President Uhuru Kenyatta, the government and people of Kenya, President Buhari says, from a humble beginning as a school teacher, the late Arap Moi, a committed Democrat, was elected president. He upheld the values of democracy and worked for its sustenance throughout his lifetime. The president recalls that as the longest-serving president of the country, he voluntarily handed over to his successor in 2002 in an election having ruled the country since 1978, a feat that was uncommon at that time. While President Buhari praised God for the repose of his soul, he urges Kenyans to uphold the ideals of the late statesman and calls on other African leaders to emulate these virtues. And for foreign news, Uche Ugochukwu is our guide.
Hello there. The Pietermaritzburg High Court has issued a warrant of arrest for South Africa's former president, Jacob Zuma, after he missed a scheduled court appearance. Mr. Zuma, who has been charged with a string of crimes, including corruption, racketeering, and money laundering, was expected at a pre-trial hearing on Tuesday, but was not present due to bad health, according to his lawyers. Malawi's Constitutional Court has annulled its presidential election results 7 months later and ruled Peter Mutharika was unduly elected president. Mutharika was declared winner for a second term with 1.9 million votes, representing 38.57%, which the judgment ruled did not meet the majority vote as stipulated in Section 80. And Kenya's former president, Daniel Arap Moi, has died at the age of 95. President Uhuru Kenyatta announced his death, saying the nation has lost a great man. Mr. Moi was Kenya's longest-serving president. He was in office for 24 years until intense pressure forced him to step down in 2002. His critics saw him as an authoritarian ruler who oversaw rampant corruption, but his allies credited him for maintaining stability in the country. President Kenyatta has declared a period of mourning, including the flying of flags at half-mast, until a state funeral is held for Mr. Moi. That's it from here. I am Uche Ugochukwu.
Thanks, Uche. Now sports. President Muhammadu Buhari has appointed retired Nigerian professional footballer, former Super Eagles player and assistant coach Daniel Amokachi, Nigeria's football ambassador. In a statement signed by Senior Special Assistant to the President, Media and Publicity Garba Shehu, Amokachi, a member of the 1994 Super Eagles team that won the African Nations Cup in Tunisia, was also in the Nigerian Olympic football team to the 1996 Atlanta Olympics that won the gold medal. As Nigeria's football ambassador, a largely ceremonial role, Amokachi will assist the Federal Ministry of Youth and Sports Development to scout for talents, be part of processes to revive the country's football development, as well as mentor young sportsmen and women. Nigeria's First Lady Aisha Buhari has assured para-power lifters of a better life after their days in active sports, with an insurance scheme to be unveiled soon. She said this Tuesday at the opening ceremony of the 2020 Para-Powerlifting World Cup holding in Abuja. Clement Oloruntoba was at the opening ceremony of the championships.
The Para-Powerlifting World Cup is coming to African continent for the first time, with Nigeria being a powerhouse in the sport, hosting the 2020 edition, which also serves as qualifiers for the 2020 Paralympics in Tokyo, Japan. At the opening ceremony, which served as a curtain raiser for the event on Tuesday night, Nigeria's First Lady and Grand Patron of the Nigeria Powerlifting Federation, Aisha Muhammadu Buhari, charged Nigerian powerlifters to go for gold and secure their 2020 tickets.
I'm confident that we shall host a successful event and host to win. I am happy that Nigerians are following this event keenly through the media. I call on them all to continue doing so till the end of the competition.
As long as I'm concerned, the few things that Grand Patron has told me and the great few things that the Grand Patron has told me, there is no way going back. You guys will achieve your dream. Tokyo 2020, we are bringing all the measures back.
On his part, Sports Minister Sunday Dare reiterated the commitment of the government towards ensuring a hitch-free competition.
Abuja is relatively safe, I must assure you, and I hereby assure you of your safety throughout your stay in the Federal Capital Territory.
A total of 183 athletes from 21 countries will compete in different weight classes of the event over 3 days, with Nigeria being represented by the senior and junior teams made up of 30 athletes. In Abuja, Clement Oloruntoba, NTA News.
Now a quick check on Wednesday's weather outlook for Nigeria and some cities of the world. And that's the news. Thank you for your attention. I am Lydia Ojiji Ochi. Bye for now.
Welcome to
Latest entrant, latest technology. Welcome to Intel 4G LTE Advanced and experience super fast internet access today. Visit intel.com.ng or any of our stores in Lagos, Abuja, and Port Harcourt to get started. Intel. Live more.
I just want your papers, please.
Sir.
Salary don't enter. Eh? Yes, so. And month I never even reach it. Na salary plenty, oh. No wonder I no gree collect roja from my hand. Shut up, sir. I'm here to bail my younger brother.
If it happen.
With good luck,
proper funding, training,
and cooperation.
if it happen.
Experience unlimited super-fast internet access from Intel 4G. Intel. Live more.
Yes, yes. Okay, okay, I understand. Yeah. No problem, I've heard you. Sure, sure. It's okay. Okay. All right, what's the number? Hold on. Hold on, okay. Uh-huh. Okay, okay. All right, no problem. Yeah, thank you. Hey.
Not again, Khadija. She will never listen. She on this timetable.
Shout like say na thief.
Emeka, how do thief shout? How do thief call people? I don't understand.
You don't know from the way where you take shout.
Explain.
Madam, put you through. I want to put you through.
I said explain, dummy. Explain.
I want to explain this kind of thing. Even if I won't even put you through, not through the gate I go put you. Because you know say the gate, I go open and wide. And you know say you wide.
What are you even saying? What are you saying?
No vex. You know say at times, this is my mouth. If they talk anyhow, now my mouth they scratch me.
Then you better change the water, the toothpaste and toothbrush you use in brushing this your mouth so that next time you will not be mishearing. Anyway, that's not the reason why I called you. Before you start going front and back, and don't go and make do with that waist pain. Please. Go and make do with it. Just go and make do with it. That's the reason why I'm calling you. Nothing more.
Madam. So now because of those women, they shout like that.
Give me another reason why I should shout.
No, just they pity because of high blood pressure.
Emeka, please, just go. Go and do what I asked you to do.
Now because of you.
Emeka, go!
I didn't say na thief yourself, but I don't get ready to cut the thief neck. Get luck, say na you.
Easy on the name, girl. It's delicate. Before we decide what's delicate or not, please, have you seen any paper? Yes, I have. Oh, good. Where is it?
Excuse me? I don't get you. It's mine and not yours. So I think you should ask for it with a little bit of caution because I can decide whether or not to show you. You get the memo?
How would you like me to beg for it? Would you like me to kneel? Would you like me to prostrate? Would you like me to worship you? If you wanted that, you could have just asked, and I'll pay Maker, and then he would come and kneel before you so you can grin on him.
Oh, the sound of that is really depressing, and it's going to influence my decision on whether or not to show you the paper.
Okay, fine. Please, can I have it? That's the best I can do, okay? I can't kneel. My knees are sore.
Oh, I'm sorry, you've already angered me, so I'm not showing you the paper, not even a blank one.
Really?
Yes, darling.
Yes, darling. That sounds strange from you.
Well, at the moment, I'd rather listen to anyone than Cassie.
Oh, so you're being nice because you don't want to listen to Cassie.
Not exactly.
Okay. Sorry to interrupt your mutual whatever. Ada, have you seen any paper?
That sounds odd from you. Do I look like newspaper vendor? But yes, that's a fact.
What fact? That you make newspapers?
No, that I don't make newspapers.
Well, I'm wondering how important that paper is to her. She's asked me that before.
Maybe the address to heaven is on it.
At this point, anything is believable, my darling.
Bottom line is, one of you have it, or maybe two of you.
Are you looking for more than one paper?
It doesn't matter, okay? One of you have, so just give it up.
Give it up. That sounds like surrendering to me.
Surrendering what I don't have.
I'm going to get to the bottom of this, okay?
You better.
Just watch.
What's so important about
This is not Khadija timetable. Eh? But waiting the surprise me na this number wait there for this timetable. This thing be like a foreign number. Hey, like a play. I fit it down below. Hey, I go call you this number. I go call him. I deal with you.
Emeka.
I deal with this.
Which one be say you dey with me?
Waiting I mean be say I dey hear you.
No be waiting for talk be that. Where you be one day before?
But now me and you they talk now. That means say now me and you dey here.
Emeka, me and you no fit dey anywhere. I beg you see my timetable where I keep for sitting room.
Hi. Hey, this is your question, Madam Khadija. It is very simple. You don't use your mouth to talk and say sitting room. And if you look and well, I know they follow when I live for una sitting room. I never follow you watch TV for your sitting room before.
So you know Sam. You don't pump water.
I don't pump them.
You don't check dustbin.
I don't check them.
You don't check that other side.
Madam Khadija, see as you dey like this, you know say be correct woman. Even the one where you never even talk, I don't do and finish. Yes.
So you know see the timetable.
I don't see them unless they na my twins.
You say anything?
No, waiting at they try talk be say for me I know they lie. But if it be say na my twins they lie.
So you know see the timetable, no be you carry them. Emeka, if I find out say you get anything to do with him, what's not go do? You no go like him.
You see, Madam Khadija, anything where you like, in fact, anything where enter your mind, make you do me. And so long as you say you no go replace me with your sewing machine. Because me, I know say you know they use your sewing machine play. Yes.
Anything where I like.
Anything where you like.
Now you dey talk am o.
Yes, now.
It dey sweet you now.
That's how I see am.
No problem. Make it dey sweet you, they go.
You know, I've been thinking
About?
about the paper thing. Something tells me you know something about this. And although we're teasing Cassie, but she couldn't be making all that up. She would have been tied by now. I know her.
That shouldn't concern you if I know something or not.
I'm just curious.
Save your curiosity for something worthwhile.
But I find this worthwhile. Don't I have the right to know what I find worthwhile?
You're free to be curious, as long as it does not involve me.
My point is, do you know about the paper or not?
Let me see.
Yes.
I beg you see my paper.
Well, I can't say that I have.
Which one be say you can't say? You see am, I be no see am.
Khadija, am I the only person here?
Nah, true self. Ada, you see my timetable.
What is my own with your timetable now? Wait. How will your timetable inspire me? Seriously, what will it do for me? Oh, I remember. I will learn how to sew, get a sewing machine, probably want to sew my wedding dress, which you know I wouldn't want to do. So please stop asking me about it.
Now this small thing now don't they blow big grammar. I hope my son that they blow grammar one and they talk to one at a time. Anyway, I just remember say now you be the complaint say that timetable no good for parlor. So if anybody go don't carry am, now you. When my timetable are done.
Is it that you don't understand simple and polished words?
No be you go polish my ear, see the ear. If I find out say you get anything to do with that, it no go funny for me and you.
But you should also know there's nothing funny about me.
Beg.
Guys, what's with the shoe cleaning? I hope you don't plan on going out because there's a lot of work to be done.
Madam Yemisi, me I won't come out too. But I don't know when. If it happen anytime.
How do you mean you don't know? You're always confused.
You, make I ask you one question. As you did like this, Madam Yemisi, you never, for once before, they expect a call. Maybe like a person won't call you, make una come out. But you know, say you go come to prepare yourself so that in case if that call just come, pam, you done ready, you move. Now call like they expect like this.
Well, I have, but in your case, who's gonna call you? Your fellow security man? I'm just asking.
Now so you see I'm now. But me for outside, I'm a big boy.
Well, I need you to go to the backyard, clean the ropes because I need to spread my clothes. Yeah?
Rope.
Yes.
Okay.
Madam Cassie, well done.
Take this money. Go to the market and buy me 1 tuber of yam.
Excuse me, I was here first.
I'm confused. I don't understand.
I mean, I sent him first.
Oh, okay. Emeka, go to the market and buy me yam, okay?
Hey, return the money.
Madam Yemisi, make yourself cool down for God. Cool down for God. Eh? Waiting be rope where you dey talk. That rope will fix it the weight. Eh? But the yam will finish for market. And the way where I even take it to the matter, you self will be top out of this yam.
Excuse me, are you the weatherman? I said clean the rope, I need to dry my clothes.
I'm not the weatherman.
Emeka, please. I've been patient enough. I expected it to be halfway gone by now. Go and buy me the yam.
Now wait till I try to explain to her. Say me, I not be weatherman, I be go man.
Okay. It's yam I sent you, before you go and buy something else.
We'll see about that.
Yam.
Now still matter be one by before.
What?
Ada, where my timetable, Ada?
What? Who took my ice cream?
Now who they ask?
No, I'm asking myself.
Answer yourself now.
My ice cream is white in color, and your teeth looks too white on its own now.
Ada, which kind of hair talk be that one? Share my teeth brown before.
No. At least your teeth used to be the way you want it.
Hey, which kind of hair talk be this? I don't give you my teeth before may go trees where you say you know the color.
Do you talk with your mouth closed? Because I'm even saying it right now.
No, my teeth they see now the wrong one.
Anyway, back to the matter. Who took my ice cream?
Say I beg, I don't tire for this ice cream talk. No, ask me again.
Then who took it now? Then who took it now?
Ask me now. You go talk about when you enter, they write for that door saying na my office. Even if na office, if anybody fear enter, go ask another person, I beg.
Is that so? Anyway, I was the one who threw away your timetable.
Why these people who know they pick my call? By now, no suppose don't they follow for my head? Hi, Chineke God. I beg you help me. And they must to pick this call. Whether the devil will like them or not. Me, I must to speak and sorry. They must speak a move. Madam! Madam!
Emeka!
Madam.
Hey.
Sorry.
So I need to come and look for you before you bring what you bought for me.
Madam, now waiting and they do with that too. And they try to check the expiring date, whether it's correct.
Emeka, please give me the yam. When we get into the era that they write expiry date on yams, I'll be the first to let you know. Expiry date.
What is wrong with this one?
Madam Jamisi, now God is sending you come like this. I beg, I need your help.
Oh, whoa. Isn't that interesting? You need my help.
And it could be more interesting if you go help me.
Okay, let's listen to your little problem.
This thing where I won't tell you, not be laugh or not be joke.
Do I look like I'm ready to laugh?
You see that yam where I buy for Madam Cassie? I beg, help me carry him come as he did.
Sorry. This is really funny. What you want with the yam?
Leave waiting I want with the one. I mean waiting I want.
Oh, so you just want to use me?
Waiting I want use you do.
That's not what I meant, dummy.
That one not be problem. Anyhow way you like, make you take it to insult me. As long as say you go bring the yam for me.
Okay, that's fine. I'll help you.
Even as I no help you with the rope and cloth.
Do you want to remind me about that so I
No.
can change my mind about helping you?
No.
Good. So I'm going to help you, and that's enough.
Thank you very much. I do wait.
All right.
Thank you. Hey, Madam Yum Yum Yum.
I knew it. Hey.
Let me see. I beg, no vex.
What for?
You know, so that time I've been talking that you carry my timetable.
Oh, that. So you're apologizing because you discovered who took it?
Nah, Ada, she tell me.
Guess what?
Listen.
Found it.
Hey! Hey! Thank you. I don't find this thing. If I tell you the stress where I go through to write this thing, I no go believe. Ha!
You're welcome.
I have an idea.
Ah, Madam Yemisi, thank God. I beg you, bring the yam.
Be only yam. Na cake. I think you remember say you tell me say I fit do you anything where I like if I see say you get anything to do with the timetable.
Madam Khadija, when I talk that one?
Emeka, if you make me vex, the thing where I get for mine to do you go increase.
Not be my yam, oh.
No be Cassie buy the yam. Eh? If to say Cassie see the timetable there, she for no leave am. Now you keep on make it tell Yemisi say you need the bag and the yam.
Ah, Madam Yemisi. So you still the vex for me for the cloth where I no watch for you and the message where I no go for you.
Save the talk, please.
Madam Khadija, I beg. Waiting you won't do me. Make I know whether I fit to manage am.
You go feel learn how to sew clothes from me.
Ah. Madam Khadija, you self, you know say my brain no fit to carry sewing.
Emeka, now waiting I want make you do be that, and now waiting you go do.
Which kind of wahala be this now, eh? Oh. Don't be the first thing that you sew when you go on the sew cloth.
See the timetable for here. If you need them, you go to iron every cloth where I sew.
Hey.
Now me lick your ice cream.
See, Madam Yemisi, this one na betrayal, oh. See, like that, I don't go forgive you.
welcome. Oh. This is a pleasant surprise. I don't know, say you they come. How village?
It is coming again.
Where your slippers? Fast, fast, fast. Now, what do you want again this evening, Mama Ngozi?
Where una two things say una dey go? Eh? I hope say no be waiting at the chinko. You know, say they cook my sweet afang soup. Eh? Or you know they smell as the aroma, they tantalize the whole area.
I don't get your time.
Why you go get my time? Why your pikin no go dey do water people? Shebi when this boy dey small, I be don't tell you make you go find padlock. Tie that in tiny waist, you no gree hear me. You see I'm naba.
Ngo, you still dey on top this your padlock matter. You know say levels don't change.
My sister, leave that thing. You dey hear me? Even if level change, you no go ever reach your side. No carry your wahala come meet me this evening, oh. I dey warn you, oh.
Mommy!
Now, wow. They born people, sha. I don't blame you. If to say your mama and your papa take that padlock, lock this your mouth, for hear word.
Mommy!
Now wetin dey worry Sunday?
Now water, people. The thing start today, and I don't know wetin cause am. But I don't dey give am ORS sharp. I even join am with zinc tablets because the ORS will help replace the water for him body. I know I'm making weak because now that one bad pass.
Come, my grandson. You go well, yeah? Yeah? Come. You be okay, yeah? Yeah?
Yes.
Good. Good boy. Grandma loves you.
Drink now.
It's not sweet. I don't want to take.
See, if you take this ORS as they give you, I promise it will make you well before your birthday. You want to enjoy your birthday?
You know, give her the zinc tablet too.
I don't give him that one. That one now once per day. Now this ORS I suppose continue they give him until the water people stop.
The water where you take do the...
This water, the water na treated water, so they clean well.
Okay.
Mama, you get something you define? I just ask because I see you there.
Now you get this house, Sabina, my son sees to get her.
No, I just wonder say...
Mind your own business. Anyway, the last time I come, I been forget your husband picture, the time we be small picking. I don't find him for village, I don't see him. I say make I come check him here.
Okay. Some picture there for wardrobe. I go bring and make you for check. But Mama, I surprised say you never asked of your son sis too so. Have you not two don't talk before you come?
My eye blind, she. I know she say sisters not there for her since I come. I know they go anywhere. I go there here until sisters come back, come meet me here.
You have the commercial art too. People make money from art, and it's a source of living. If you love a piece of artwork, you can acquire one. As far as you can be able to purchase a phone, if you can purchase a phone, you can purchase a good perfume and a wristwatch. You can equally purchase an artwork. And artwork is an asset too that appreciates with time. So your furniture becomes old model in your house, your car becomes an old model, your television old model, everything in which you acquire with time will become old model, but the artwork would increase in value with time.
These creative works of art does not only display beauty in aesthetic, but helps to develop the career of the artist while promoting our rich cultural heritage. On the other hand, work arts usually cover a wider range of colors and expressions that tells meaningful stories. The fact then is that art is quite connected to human experience. It provides a wider range of techniques. Apart from painting that most people are familiar with, some other works of art comes in other medium like wood, bronze, and iron.
Some artists, they are gifted in terms of speed. Within a week, they can do a portrait. Some people can use within a month to they do a portrait. But woodworks like this, they take time, three months. You use almost 3 to 6 months to get them ready, because you have to allow the wood to dry naturally before you begin to work on them too. Then you have the metal piece that can be done within 1 week. You can use artwork as a form of gift. You can use artwork as a form of storage and inheritance for your children. So I want to bequeath my children with gifts. I can buy an artwork and hand it over to them in the next 5 years, 10 years, 20 years, whenever they are due to get their inheritance too. You can use it as a form of gift too. It's a very good form of souvenir to people. It is impressive. It has a long-lasting impression on them too, because most of the time you give people what we call the conventional stuff, which somebody will give you a wristwatch, you already have a wristwatch. Somebody will give you a shoe, you already have shoes, you might not like the shoe. Somebody will give you an artwork. There's a tendency for you to keep that artwork more than you keep the microwave too.
According to Mugnell Angel Reels, every human is an artist. The dream of your life is to work beautiful art.
Like the vintage wine, it can only get better, and that's what you get on Nigeria's most authoritative, educative, and entertainment breakfast show, Morning Ride. Morning Ride, better improved, now comes to you for 1.5 hours every Saturday, 10 to 11:30, with added packages which include the news updates, trending on the social media, in addition to the regulars, just for your viewing delights. And you can catch our repeat broadcast ads. For participation and advert placement, please contact the producer or call our marketing department. Morning Ride. Enjoy a jolly good ride.
Welcome to another episode of 700 Club Nigeria. We're glad you could join us on this program this day.
Oh, yes, we are. So let's start off today's episode with this testimony from Sarah in Edo State. She says, I have been having stomach pain for the past 5 years. And one day while watching 700 Club program, the host asked the viewers to place their hands where they needed healing, which I did. After the prayer, the pain disappeared instantly, just like that. Glory be to God.
Hallelujah.
Hallelujah.
This indeed is a miracle.
Yes,
I mean,
it is.
5 years of stomach pain, 5 whole years of just going through that pain and then getting healing from watching a program. You know, this is so, so good. It has to be God.
Yes,
and Sarah, we join you to say thank you, Lord, for healing.
Amen.
And we declare and say it is permanent in Jesus' name. Now, if you're watching us right now, and probably you're going through some pain as well, we pray right now, as you're watching us, that pain ceases in the name of Jesus. I ask that you will stretch out a hand of faith and touch that knee. Just reach out to that knee. Bend it if you can. Bend it. Yes, bend it. Receive your healing right now. Right now. Just begin to run around the house. You're healed. In Jesus' name.
Amen.
Praise God.
Amen.
Hallelujah.
Amen and amen. Up next is a truly beautiful song by Tim Godfrey titled So Good.
You are so good to me, Jesus. Jesus, you are so good to me. Hey, Jesus, you are so good to me. In all circumstances, hallelujah.
I love that song.
Beautiful, beautiful. Well, like you say, I mean, excellence is just written all over Tim Godfrey and his works, and you know, it's so on point. And like I said, Jesus, you are so good to me, and that just goes to let you know that at every given point in time in your life, the only place you can find true joy and peace is when you come to Jesus. And that for me is a reality of life as we exist daily, as we go about our different daily activities and chores. Our reality is the fact that Jesus is Lord.
But you know, Patrick, that is not everyone's reality. Some people live with the false reality that they have to be dependent on some abusive substance or some other thing to make them function. They feel like if they've not had a shot, if they've not had a drag of cigarettes, they can't function throughout the day. So that is not everyone's reality. How do you deal with that?
What you just described now is what I would term false reality. Because truth be told, these things don't exist. When somebody says, I cannot live without sex, that's not true. You can't live without sex. I mean, sex is just an imagination that if I do not have it, I'm useless. Or if I'm going through a particular stress in life, a challenge, and I think the only way to get rid of that is to depend on some substance, drugs or alcohol or cigarette or whatever it is you're depending on. These are false realities. The reality really in life is Jesus. To have a relationship with him that can help you conquer every challenge in life. As long as Jesus is your truth and Jesus is your master, you know that your path is set for victory. With him, there's answer to every question. With him, there's victory to every challenge. With Jesus, you can only move forward. And you know what? Eternal life is just the best for it.
Yeah, I agree with you, Patrick. With Jesus, move forward, and eternal life is yours. Do remember that Colossians chapter 3 verse 2 says, set your minds on things that are above, not on things that are here on earth. To change a person's perception, we need to change what the person thinks of. And if we're setting our minds on things that are here below on earth, we'll not see the things that God is doing through us and in us. In other words, let our heavenly thinking overshadow those things on earth. Let eternal things of God dominate our thinking, irrespective of what the world thinks.
Absolutely. Coming up next is the story of a man who was enslaved by pornography. Let's find out how he got out and the ripple effect it had.
I found a movie in my house, in the wardrobe. I slotted it into the video machine and began to watch. And it was pornography.
Gbenga Akinpeloye is a medical doctor who has everything going for him. A beautiful family, a thriving career, and a growing relationship with God. But many years ago, he began to struggle with something that led him on a destructive path. It all started when, as a child, Gbenga visited a neighbor's house.
The whole family was sitting down to enjoy a movie, and that movie, at that time, featured naked bodies, and it was pornography. I found myself sneaking that video to watch over and over again.
Many years later, Gbenga surrendered his life to Jesus Christ. But despite his newfound faith, he discovered he was occasionally drawn to pornography.
There was a struggle inside of me, which I didn't even realize was there. Until one of those times when I graduated and began to do my housemanship, I found this desire in me to watch pornography. I knew it was wrong, morally wrong. And many of the times I fell for it.
When Gbenga met a beautiful young lady and asked her to marry him, he knew it was time to open up about his struggle.
I must confess, I was like, wow. But if you really love God, you should think about God. How does God feel? This is a servant he has put, a lot of treasure in, and this thing is trying to contaminate it and cut down the potentials. It's not all about what you can do or what he can do. It's the help of God, constantly praying for him, constantly watching over him, constantly supplying his needs.
Gbenga decided that his struggle would not affect his marriage, so he made a seemingly drastic but important decision.
We agreed to get married and have no TV for 2 years because I wanted her to be my television. I wanted to be able to focus on her, see her over and over, rather than struggling with virtual pictures, hairbrushed beauties.
We now have more time for each other, and there's a whole lot you can do together without TV. In fact, I believe that many TVs can serve as distraction for some people.
Those 2 years were great 2 years of my life. The times when I was able to rest from that fight in my home was such a time where my spiritual life skyrocketed. I felt on top until my struggles continued. I was able to avoid the source of temptation, but I did not 100% gain victory in my heart.
During one of those moments, Benga said God gave him a scripture from the Bible that challenged him.
And this was it. Jesus said, "For their sakes I sanctify myself, that they also may be sanctified." And I understood that he was talking about my family and my children that were very tender. That the pornography I watch, even if I do it secretly, could actually influence them negatively.
One step at a time, Benga began to fight his way to victory over pornography.
I listened to a message by a preacher, Andrew Womack specifically, on spirit, soul, and body, and I realized that I am perfect. The new creation in Christ that I am is perfect, and inside my spirit, I am created in righteousness and true holiness, and I needed to renew my mind. I am a delivered believer who is ignorant of my deliverance, and then I began to realize, wow, I'm more than this.
Armed with this new revelation, Benga embarked on a 21-day abstinence challenge.
I kept saying a no, a no, a no. On the 21 days, I thought, wow, I did it. So I did it. I can do it.
When asked how his life has been since then, he says,
I have not had a reason to get hooked on pornography again. The victory has always been there, but I discovered the victory. Everyone who is addicted to pornography, I want to say to you that you are a freed man that is living in a false prison. You can walk out of it like a smoke screen. I believe God wants our minds freed from encumbrances so we can worship him in liberty.
That is a fabulous testimony of triumph over this test of pornography. Benga struggled with something, even though he was a child of God. You might be out there and there's something that is holding you down, that is secret, that is only between you and God. You know that when you face the corner, the dark corner of your room, this is what you're struggling with. See what Benga did. He set limits to what he would watch. He completely put out his television. You can do it. I want you to make a decision today to rid yourself of every influence that causes you to go back to your vomit. You can do it. I have faith in you. God is here right now and he believes in you. That struggle that you have, that thing that you're dealing with, the shackles that hold you bound, they can be broken today, right now. The Holy Spirit is here with you in this room as you are watching this program, and he is able to break every bond, just like he did for Benga. Subject yourself to the Spirit of God. You know, delve into the Word of God, swim in it day and night, and the shackles will be broken. I'm going to pray with you right now, trusting God to bring a complete deliverance to you as he did for Benga from pornography. You might be dealing with so many other things, addiction to sex, to whatever it is. God is going to set you free right here and right now. We believe in the name of Jesus. We believe in the power in the name of Jesus and in the blood of Jesus. And we're going to pray right now, and God will come through for you. Come on, just pray with us by faith. Say, "Dear Lord Jesus, I come to you today and I say I drop every burden that I have carried thus far. I drop it at the foot of the cross. Have mercy on me, dear Lord Jesus. Cleanse me. Let your blood cleanse me, the fountain of your blood. Let it cleanse me right now from my spirit, my soul to my body. In the name of Jesus, I rebuke you, enemy, you power of pornography, you power of addiction, the power of sin that has held the children of God down, right now in the name of Jesus, I rebuke you and I say, let them go in the name of Jesus.
Amen.
I break every bond of wickedness by the blood of Jesus, and I set your people free in the name of Jesus. Thank you, Lord, for the awesome testimonies that we shall hear from this prayer in the name of Jesus. Amen and amen. It's as simple as that. We believe that God has set you free and you are free indeed. Amen. Don't go anywhere yet. 700 Club Nigeria will be right back.
Welcome back. There's something that steals our peace of mind and causes us more damage than good, and that thing is anger. Coming up next is Edacha's journey to finding freedom from anger. Take a look.
One more time for the bass.
I had this very bad character, and if you offend me today, I can hold that offense till when I think I'm done with you. There's a corner I place you, or there's a book I write your name and preserve you, and it will remain there. And even when I see you, everything just comes to me, and there's no way you can just appease me or please me. It's been very difficult for me, even growing up as a young Christian. Initially, I thought it was cool to try to prove a point, but at a point, I realized I was carrying a lot of load, a lot of things that I don't need in my life. Most especially as a Christian, the Bible makes us understand that when you hold a grudge or unforgiveness in your hearts, it causes a bridge or a division between you and God. Your prayers probably don't get answered, and you don't live or you don't move forward. It took me a long time to realize all this, which was kind of a disadvantage to me, and probably if I had known some things that I know now, then I wouldn't have gone on that path. So, but I thank God. I prayed. I shared it with my mom and some members of my family, and they've been praying for me. I thank God today I'm much better. I get offended, I get angry, but I try as much as possible not to hold it to the point of unforgiveness. Yeah, so I believe some other people could be experiencing such challenges, and I believe with prayer and dedication to God, we could always overcome such challenges in our lives.
Pretty interesting. Did you know that prayer is one way to deal with anger and its effects? Pray for the person who is making you angry. Pray for the situation. Ask God to change you and get rid of your anger, despite the rotten situation you're in. Here is Pastor Yusuf Akila to tell us more about the importance of prayer.
Hi there. I am Akila Yusuf. I want to talk to us this moment on the importance of prayer. Jesus, speaking in Luke's Gospel, chapter 18, said in the first verse, "Men ought always to pray and not to faint," underscoring the importance of prayer as a key component in the life of the believer. In the parable, he talks about a king in a particular city who had no regard for man, didn't fear God, and a widow who was considered a weakling in the society was the one kept coming to him and seeking justice. And he wouldn't for the first time she went, but she kept going every time. And eventually, he says within himself, if I don't give this woman justice, she's going to wear me out. And said, if the unjust judge could say that, he said, how much more the elect that cry to him day and night. In Corinthians, Paul says, the weapons of our warfare are not carnal, because we don't fight a carnal war, but they are mighty through God to the pulling down of strongholds. Prayer is an equipment that the believer needs to win the victories of life. The psalmist says, O thou that hearest prayer, unto thee shall all flesh come. When you can come to God with confidence, knowing that through the blood of Christ, he hears you. When you pray, you don't have to worry about it. When you pray, you don't have to think about it, because prayer commits your worries to God. He said, come unto me, all ye that labor and are heavy laden, and I will give you rest. Pray in the morning, pray at noon, pray at evening, pray before you lie down. Pray when times are good, pray when times are not good. Pray when you go out, pray when you come in. That's what it means, pray without season. I believe a society that prays together will win as a society. A nation that prays will win as a nation. The world that prays will win. And I believe the kingdom of God will experience greater victory in its advance against the kingdom of darkness when it employs the power and the weapon of prayer. Do pray, and God will come through for you.
So, men always ought to pray. I totally agree.
I agree with you, Patrick, but let me ask you a question, and I want you to answer it as honestly as you can. How many times have you set time for prayer aside to say, like, okay, I'm going to pray for 2 hours today, and then you've done 2 minutes and you're looking at your clock?
Yeah.
Have you ever felt that way?
Guilty.
Yes.
Most of the time.
Yeah.
So what I do with my prayer life these days is I don't time it.
Right.
There are times I could just pray for as long, I don't know for how long.
Right.
There are times I just wake up and I just say a very short prayer and I'm done.
Yeah.
So I try not to box myself into
by saying 2
by
hours,
saying I'm
3
going to
hours.
pray for this number of
Yeah.
hours. No, I try not to do that anymore, because it's not a religion, it's a way of life for me, really.
True.
Because prayer should be a lifestyle. I mean, I can pray at any time, regardless of the situation I find myself in at a particular given time. I just pray.
And I've realized...
But one prayer I must do is I start my day by praying, asking
praying.
God to take charge of my day.
Yeah, and I have realized that for most of us, if we just press on, because we feel, the truth is sometimes when we start to pray, we're just babbling, and when you get really into the flow, you know. So it's getting to that point of breaking through and, being able to touch the heart of the Father that we need to persist. And, as Pastor Akila was talking, I was just thinking that as women, when we have to cook a lot, maybe when you're cooking on the firewood, I know you don't do that, but when we have to cook on firewood...
I love food cooked to firewood, by the way. Just
when we have to cook, with firewood outside, when you leave that place and you meet anyone else, everyone knows that you have been with firewood smoke.
You've been around the firewood.
You understand that feeling.
That,
and that is the same thing that prayer does to us.
Yeah.
If you've been with God and you leave the presence of God, everyone that you encounter will know and they will experience
prayer
that.
gives you a sense of confidence.
True.
You know that there's just something about you that is
different.
taken care of on that day, because you know you've entrusted your day, that need, that care, that challenge into the hands of the Most High God.
Amen. Prayer works.
It does
As
work.
usual, you can join this conversation by dropping a comment on our Facebook page stating your own thoughts as to what today's episode was all about and how this has impacted you positively.
Yes, indeed. And on this final note on today's program, we leave you with this word in Philippians 4:8, which says, finally, brothers and sisters, whatever is true, whatever is noble, whatever is right, whatever is pure, whatever is lovely, whatever is admirable, if anything is excellent or praiseworthy, think about such things. Okay? Now, until we come your way again, bye for now.
God bless you.
This trio has become Zimbabwe's comedy sensation. With their political satire show Zambezi News, the comedians make a witty parody of state propaganda and burning issues in Zimbabwe. The team is constantly working on new material.
Well, right now, this particular sketch basically is about race relations. You know, it's a big thing in Africa, but a lot in Zimbabwe as well, you know, the interaction between black and white people. So this is basically a white man, a white reporter from Zambezi News, Jerome Weathers, who's proving that blacks and whites get along.
I've been your politically correct correspondent, Jerome, rainbow is my color, Weathers.
Zambezi News is distributed on social media and DVDs. It has over 6 million viewers. While it's not broadcast on Zimbabwe state media, it has fans in other African countries because it sheds critical light on political realities. That's why state authorities perceive the show as an affront.
I think, you know, I think that's always the, you know, the joke in Zimbabwe is that you've got freedom of expression, but you don't have freedom after expression. And you know, that's, you know, it's definitely the case with, you know, with Zambezi News, is that it's you know, very kind of outspoken political satire, and of course we deal with the powers that be.
Based in the capital, Harare, Zambezi News reports from a country in the grip of a repressive regime after almost 30 years. The three comedians use satire to prompt people to think about sensitive issues and disregard threats and intimidation. The guiding principle of Zambezi News is you can laugh away your fear, but you can't look away from it.
Welcome to what is this for again?
The Shoko Festival.
Okay. Firstly, I would like to thank everyone who worked on this great festival that is benefiting the nation. It is good for tourism, and seeing flocks of artistic immigrants swarming from the imperialist nations and leaving their local currencies in our nation. And make sure that you have all the necessary clearance and documents, or we will come there and shut you down.
We always laugh at situations, you know. We're just trying to get people to laugh more, so that you don't cry so much and you don't complain so much. It's happening, yes, life is tough right now, but don't let it bury you. So this is why we're looking at life from a different angle, from a funny sort of angle.
The Zambezi News team is going into its 4th season. The cast is still confronted by state security agents who claim the comedians are pursuing an anti-government agenda. Considering Zimbabwe's outlook, there seems to be a need for the kind of comedy that Zambezi News provides.
Latest entrant, latest technology. Welcome to Intel 4G LTE Advanced and experience super fast internet access today. Visit intel.com.ng or any of our stores in Lagos, Abuja, and Port Harcourt to get started. Intel. Live more.
You are watching NTA2.
Bongo is a Swahili word and the meaning of it is brain. You use it to find solutions to whatever life throws your way. If you're in a tough situation, don't give up, don't you complain. It's okay, you find a way, just use your brain. To me, Ubongo, just use your Ubongo. Ubongo kids, Ubongo kids, Ubongo kids, Ubongo kids. To me, Ubongo, just use your Ubongo. Ubongo kids, Ubongo kids, Ubongo
Hi there, Koba. How are you doing?
I'm fine, thanks, Zekigo.
And how are your friends?
They're all doing well. Zekigo, can I please go fishing with you?
And why do you want to go fishing?
I want to catch 2 fish to raise at home.
But do you really think you are ready for it?
What do you think is harder, fishing or raising fish?
I am talking about fishing, Koba. But if you pay attention, you can learn. Let me pack everything into the boat, then we can go. Is that okay?
How many fish do you think we're going to catch today?
Hey, Koba, my boy. How can we possibly know how many fish we'll catch until we've actually gone fishing? I mean, we could catch a few, or we could catch a lot. But don't you worry, Koba. However many we catch, we'll split, half and half.
What? Half and half? Does that mean we'll cut each fish into 2 pieces?
Ah, Koba, my boy. Half doesn't always have to mean cutting something in 2. It can also mean taking a group of things and dividing them into 2 equal groups. So you take one, and I take one. You take one, and then I take one, until they're all finished. You understand?
Ah, I get you now, Zekigo. Oh, okay.
And you're going to learn a lot more today, my boy. A lot more.
Wow! You have to go really far out to sea to get these fish, eh, Zekigo? What would happen if the boat sank? Do you know how to swim?
You ask too many questions, Koba. And of course I know how to swim. Now, Koba, you count out the fish while I pull in this net. Let's see just how many fish we caught, huh?
Okay, Zekigo. There are 5 fish.
Well, that's plenty, Koba. Why don't we head back and split them?
Okay, but remember, we're splitting them half and half.
Let's get back to shore and then we can split them. Half and half. Oh, that was a long trip, Koba. But now that we're back, let's divide up these fish. You're a strong young boy. I'll let you do all the work, okay? So you divide them into 2 equal groups. One for you and one for me.
I understand you, Zekigo. 1 fish here, 1 fish there, 2nd fish here, a 2nd fish there, a 3rd fish here, but there's nothing left to put there. Zekigo, I've got 2 groups of fish and 1 leftover fish. What should I do?
So, how many fish does each group have?
Each group has 2 fish, and there's 1 fish remaining.
You said there are 2 groups of 2 fish and 1 remaining, huh? So we've divided 5 by 2 and we get 2 groups of 2 with a remainder of 1. So you throw that lucky 1 fish back in the sea.
Ah, sure.
So now everything is fine and dandy, Koba. You see, you've got 4 fish now and you've divided them into even groups with none left over. Now we can say that I've got half and you've got half. You see, we each have 2 fish.
Oh, okay. Which means we each have half of 4, which is 2, right?
And now we're getting somewhere, Koba. Now, as an example, if we had 8 fish, how many would each of us get?
4 and 4, right?
That's right, Koba. You understand the meaning of half. So, tell me, what is half of 6?
Half of 6 is 3.
Well done, Koba. Now you go home with your 2 fish, and I'll take mine, okay? Say hello to everyone at home.
Thanks, Zekigo. I'm coming back tomorrow, okay? Good morning, Mzekigo.
Hey, good morning.
Mzekigo, this is my little brother. He wants to learn how to fish too. Can he come along today?
No problem. What's his name?
It's Baraka.
Ah, Baraka. Mr. Baraka, welcome.
Thank you.
Okay now, Koba. It's now time to divide up the fish. But don't just do what you did yesterday, eh? Because today we have 3 people and 8 fish.
Baraka, divide them up.
1 here, 1 there, and 1 over there. A second here, a second there, and a second over there. A third here, a third there, and there are no more.
Those 2 fish got lucky. Throw them back in the water.
So tell me, what was the remainder?
Okay, well we have 3 groups, and in each group there are 2 fish with 2 remaining.
So, if you divide 8 by 3, you get 2 with a remainder of 2.
Yes, you're right. But, Mzekigo, yesterday we said we're dividing them half and half. But what about today?
Listen here, boys. If you divide something into 3 equal groups, we call each of those groups a third. Today, we got 8 fish, but we threw 2 back so that we could divide them into equal groups. 8 minus 2 is 6. Then we divided those 6 amongst 3 people. So, we each take 2 fish home. So what is 1/3 of 6, Baraka?
1/3 of 6 is 2.
Well done, Baraka. Now, I have a question for you, Koba. What's 1/3 of 9?
1/3 of 9 is 3.
Very good, Koba.
Nice. Now I'm a fish farmer, and I've got myself 4 fish. Pretty soon, I'm going to be a fish billionaire. Billionaire. Dude, you guys have gotten big. Soon you'll be bigger than me.
Hey, Koba, when did you start raising fish?
Don't you know? These fish are gonna make me a billionaire. Can you look after them for a bit while I go get their food?
Thank you, Leila.
Or here, in the box.
Huh? How do you know my name?
We heard Koba say it. Hey, buddy. Hey. Why don't you give us a hand to escape from this cramped little box here? This box is just too small for us.
Don't worry, guys. I'll help you get a more comfortable home.
Thank you, Asante.
Koba, you should have given them each a quarter.
What? What? The fish can talk? What kind of fish are they?
What are you looking at? Help me!
So now none of us will get it.
Look here, Koba. I've cut the bread into 4 equal pieces. Each fish will get 1/4 or a quarter.
Ah, I see.
No fighting now. Each of you is going to get 1/4.
What's that? What kind of food is that? With 1 bread?
No. If you divide anything into 4 equal parts, each of those parts is called a quarter.
Or if you divide a group of things into 4 equal groups, each of those is called a quarter.
Okay, now I get it. Make it faster.
Me too. Don't forget my corner. Asante sana.
Sweet!
Ah, Kimana! You're the coolest girl in the world!
Thank you! Thanks, Koba! Asante
What's
sana!
up with your fish today? When did you start talking?
We've always talked. We just didn't think you cared.
Yeah, you just want to use us to get rich. You're just using us for your own profit, man. We need to have a talk, brother.
Whoa, you guys are right, but I'm really sorry. What can I do to make up for it?
Find us a bigger house, man!
Okay. So guys, how's this house? Is it big enough for you?
Now that's what we're talking about. Yeah, this is perfect. It is sweet.
We are so happy to be swimming free. We are so happy to be swimming free. In the water we play, we dance and sing all day. In the water we play, we dance and sing all day. We divide ourselves up into equal groups. Each one is a half. We divide ourselves up into equal groups. Each one is a half. Each one is a half. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We divide ourselves up into equal groups. Each one is a half. We divide ourselves up into equal groups. Each one is a half. Each one is a half. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Take one half of 8, and what you get is 4. Take one half of 8, and what you get is 4. 4 out of 8 is the same thing as one half. 4 out of 8 is the same thing as one half. We are so happy to be swimming free. We are so happy to be swimming free. In the water we play, we dance and sing all day. In the water we play, we dance and sing all day. In the water we play, we dance and sing all day. We divide ourselves up in 4 equal groups. Each one is a quarter. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 2, 2, 2, 2. We divide ourselves up in 4 equal groups. Each one is a quarter. We divide ourselves up in 4 equal groups. Each one is a quarter. 2 out of 8 is the same thing as one quarter. 2 out of 8 is the same thing as one quarter. We divide ourselves up in 3 equal groups. Each one is a third. We divide ourselves up in 3 equal groups. Each one is a third. Each one is a third. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 3, 3, 3. We divide ourselves up in 3 equal groups. Each one is a third. We divide ourselves up in 3 equal groups. Each one is a third. Each one is a third. 3 out of 9 is the same thing as one third. 3 out of 9 is the same thing as one third. We are so happy to be swimming free. We are so happy to be swimming free. In the water we play, we dance and sing all day. In the water we play, we dance and sing all day. We divide ourselves up into equal groups. Each one is a half. We divide ourselves up into equal groups. Each one is a half. Each one is a half. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We divide ourselves up into equal groups. Each one is a half. We divide ourselves up into equal groups. Each one is a half. Each one is a half. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Take one half of 8, and what you get is 4. Take one half of 8, and what you get is 4. 4 out of 8 is the same thing as one half. 4 out of 8 is the same thing as one half. We are so happy to be swimming free. We are so happy to be swimming free. In the water we play, we dance and sing all day. In the water we play, we dance and sing all day. We are so happy to be swimming free. We are so happy to be swimming free. In the water we play, we dance and sing all day. In the water we play, we dance and sing all day. We are so happy to be swimming free. We are so happy to be swimming free. In the water we play, we dance and sing all day. In the water we play, we dance and sing all day.
Hey! Do you want to see more great videos from Ubongo Kids? Visit our YouTube channel, Ubongo Kids English, and you'll see lots of special clips, behind-the-scene videos, and tips on how to be a real Ubongo Kid. Just go to YouTube and search Ubongo Kids English, and we'll see you online.
What's up, Dachura? What are you laughing about?
We've been singing about fractions. You know all about fractions, don't you, Mama Dege?
Well, of course I do. What fractions were you singing about?
Well, we sang about halves. Do you know the meaning of nusu?
That's how you say 1/2 in Swahili.
That's right.
And we write 1/2 like this. The top number is called the numerator, and the bottom number is called the denominator. Numerator, denominator. Numerator, denominator.
In Kiswahili, we call the top number kiasi, and we call the bottom number asili. Kiasi, asili. Numerator, denominator. Let's show them an example, Mama Dege.
Look at this tangerine. How many sections does it have?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. It has 8 pieces.
I ate 1 out of 8 pieces. And so 1 is the numerator, and 8 is the denominator. This section, we call it 1/8. It just means 1 piece out of 8 pieces. Do you get it, Dachura?
You ate 1 piece out of 8 total pieces. The total number of pieces are 8, and you ate 1 piece. That is 1/8. Look here at the denominator. It is 8, the total number of pieces in the whole. You ate 1, so that is the numerator. So what fraction is there left?
7/8 are left. Do you know the meaning of 7/8, Dachura? We have still got 7 out of those 8 original pieces. So what is that called?
In Kiswahili, we'd say 7/8. In English, 7/8. I've got a little pumpkin, and my friend has her own pumpkins. I wanna mix them up together, but she won't, so I go off alone.
Tiny Tembo! You are a clever kid. I love your song, but what does it mean? Hey, Tiny Tembo! Hey, Tiny Tembo!
Mama Dege, I didn't even see you. I was lost in my thoughts.
Where are you going with your little song? That's a nice song. Let me try to sing it. I've got a little pumpkin, and my friend has her own pumpkins. I wanna mix them up together, but she won't, so I go off alone. It is a great song, but what does it mean?
My friend and I got pumpkins. My friend had 3 and I had 1. I wanted to cook them together, but she didn't want to, so I just left.
Okay, I've got get it. But why did you want to mix them?
I wanted to mix them together, then split it half and half like this. My friend and I together had 4 pumpkins. If we split them half and half, then I would get 2 pumpkins and she would get 2 pumpkins. And we call that half and half.
Where did you learn about halves, Tiny Tembo?
I know about more than halves. I know about quarters. I know about thirds. I know about lots of other things too.
And if you guys got 1 pumpkin, what would you do with it?
That's easy. I take it and cut it down the middle to get 2 equal-sized pieces. We'll split them between us, so I'll get half and my friend would get half.
Goodness, Tiny Tembo, you're a clever kid. I didn't realize you know so much about halves, but you understand it all. You get a half if you take many things and split them into 2 equal groups. And you also get halves if you take 1 thing and cut it into 2 equal parts. Well done, Tiny Tembo. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Mama Dege.
Mathematics, 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 how I love it. Mathematics, sing about the magic of mathematics. Mathematics, making number magic with mathematics. Mathematics, sing about the magic of mathematics. Mathematics,
What is mathematics? Mental acrobatics every day, all the time. Just use your mind. You use math when you measure width and length, solving problems using mental strength. Use number operations like multiplication. The number you'll find is like magic from your mind. Math is a part of everyday life. Just add, subtract, divide, and multiply. Can you solve the problem? Did you get the answer? Just use your brain and you can do it, sir. Now, don't you rush it. Just take it slow. You must be careful. Don't you know? You use math for all things in life. When you eat ugali, you count your bites. In a parade, count the steps you take. Just listen when I rap. I'm using math. Calculate the distance when you drive your car, so you will know if you've gone far. Here's something else for you to count. Can you count the teeth in my mouth? We can measure width, length, and depth, and represent with X, Y, and Z. Math is used for everything. Just do the numbers in your head. Now try to add up all the spots on my neck. How many do you see? And I even use math to get leaves off the tree.
mathematics, mathematics, mathematics,
Okay.
mathematics, how I love it. Mathematics, sing about the magic of mathematics. Mathematics, making number magic with mathematics. Mathematics, sing about the magic of mathematics. Mathematics,
You are watching NTA2.
This decade is the decade of African independence. Forward then to independence. Tomorrow, the United States of Africa.
Like the vintage wine, it can only get better, and that's what you get on Nigeria's most authoritative, educative, and entertainment breakfast show, Morning Ride. Morning Ride, better improved, now comes to you for 1.5 hours every Saturday, 10 to 11:30, with added packages which include the news updates, trending on the social media, in addition to the regulars, just for your viewing delights. And you can catch our repeat broadcast ads. For participation and advert placement, please contact the producer or call our marketing department. Morning Ride. Enjoy a jolly good ride.
I just want your papers, please.
Sir.
Salary don't enter. Yes, so. And one day never even reach chef. Na salary plenty, oh. No wonder I no gree collect Roger from my hand. Shut up, sir. I'm here to bail my younger brother.
Passes 238 billion naira 2020 budget of the Nigerian Customs Service.
The United States reconsiders decision to include Nigeria on visa restriction list.
And on Good Morning Nigeria this Wednesday, we shall discuss Nigeria Visa Policy 2020.
The Nigerian Visa Policy 2020 is intended to attract innovation, socialize skills and knowledge from abroad to complement locally available ones.
A new visa policy was formally presented to the public by President Muhammadu Buhari yesterday at the State House in Abuja.
Now, the Minister of Interior, Rauf Aregbesola, while speaking at the policy launch, said the National Visa Policy 2020 is expected to boost economic activities in tourism, aviation, commerce, as well as other areas. Nigeria has comparative advantage over other African countries, even as the policy is expected to support the attainment of the federal government's economic recovery and growth plan.
Well, this new visa policy, Kirian, is a revised one and an improvement on the 2012 version. Now, it increases the classes of visas from 6 to 79 and addresses issues that come up on points of entry and exits, such as short visit visas, social visas, short temporary visas, permanent resident visas, and visas for investors and immigrants. Now, even for immigrants who have worked in Nigeria for over 20 years and have retired in the country, and for those who have worked abroad and afterwards who wish to settle in Nigeria, the visa policy addresses all of those classes.
And now, the policy also introduces special visas for Nigerians in diaspora who either by birth, marriage, or naturalization have assumed dual citizenship. The policy allows this category of Nigerians to be able to make use of the passports of their adopted countries to visit Nigeria without the need for short-stay visa when coming home.
Well, it's expected to mostly favor Africans with valid passports who wish to come into Nigeria for a short visit, business or tourism, as well as the fact that the visas also will grant them legal stay for up to 90 days. This, the president said yesterday, is intended to attract innovation, specialized skills and knowledge from abroad to complement those already available in the country.
And above all, Kingsley, Nigeria visa policy confirms President Buhari's announcement at the Aswan Forum in Egypt in November 2019 that a new policy of visa on arrival would be granted to all African travelers starting from January 2020 to bring down the barriers to free movement of people within the continent, particularly after the signing of the African Continental Continental Free Trade Agreement Treaty for a continent, a wide marketplace with increased trade and free movement among the major economic powers bound by the treaty.
So, what are the benefits and ultimate objectives of the new national visa policy? How prepared and trained are the officers and men to be charged with the responsibility of processing the visas at the various issuing centers and passport control points at the points of entry in Nigeria? And what is the guarantee that the policy will be properly implemented without compromising the nation's security? We shall be raising these issues and more in the course of the program this morning. It's on that note that I'd like to welcome you to this edition of Good Morning Nigeria, reaching you live on the network service of the Nigerian Television Authority. My name is Kingsley Osadolo.
And I am Kirian Umaya. Many thanks for joining us this morning. And following our tradition on this show, we'll bring you other segments that will form part of the total package, and they will include newspaper review, business, and others. For now, let's join Comfort Amodu, who is ready with the morning news highlights. Hello, Comfort.
Hello, Kingsley and Kirian. Good morning. Here's the morning news. President Muhammadu Buhari has agreed in principle to visit Ondo State for the inauguration of some people-centered project executed by the Akeredolu administration for enhanced socio-economic development. This is when he granted audience to Governor Rotimi Akeredolu, who was in the State House, to formally invite him to the Sunshine State as part of his administration's third anniversary celebrations. The projects like the iconic flyover along Benin Ore Road as well as the Ondo Industrial Hub are aimed at creating job opportunities and enhancing the economy of the state.
Did you build it yourself? Yes, Ondo State built it over a federal road because we have had enough carnage at that place in Ore, and we want to put an end to it. It was visibly impressed that we were able to do that project, and I'm sure that it will want to come. And there are two projects we are asking the President to come and commission. The second one is our Ondo Linyi Industrial Hub. That is an industrial hub for this country.
And Vice President Yemi Osinbajo has expressed worries over what he described as deafening silence of the country's intellectual elite on issues of national unity and development. The Vice President, during a courtesy visit by the Executive Council of the Alumni Association of the National Institute for Policy and Strategic Studies, was emphatic on the contributions of the intellectual elite on national development.
We're talking about national unity. The unity of this country is very important for us. And I think Nigerians should unite and become one. And that's the best thing we can do for now in view of all these challenges that we have in this country.
In other stories, the Senate has passed the 2020 budget of the Nigerian Customs Service of 238 billion naira. During the consideration, the Senate said ministries, departments and agencies of government that failed to defend their audited accounts will not have their subsequent budgets approved.
1,678,715, the customs are expected to pay to the Federation account. We expect every MDA to present their audited accounts before the end of the year.
Meanwhile, the House of Representatives has passed a resolution to investigate the recent immigration restriction order by the U.S. on Nigeria and 5 other countries.
Graduate unemployment has reached an alarming state, hence a great need to create innovative ideas to engage the teeming youth in beneficially attractive agricultural ventures like fish farming, snail farming, grass cutter farming, poultry production, etc.
And the United States is reconsidering its decision, which included Nigeria among other countries that have been categorized on the recent visa restriction. This is part of the successes of the Binational Commission meeting holding in Washington.
We
both have a shared interest in fighting against terrorism in particular, and the Americans have been engaging with us on that. There's been some equipment such as A-29 Super Tucano planes that we've ordered from them, sharing intelligence, and so looking at things that still need to be done.
It has now translated to an execution of a tripartite agreement between Nigeria, Island of Jersey, and United States of America for the repatriation of over $300 million looted assets back to Nigeria.
Civil society organizations monitoring the utilization of recovered looted funds and assets have commended the open policy of the Buhari administration and the effective utilization of the recovered funds and assets for the benefit of the less privileged and other Nigerians. This came up at a press briefing by leader of the COS and Executive Director, African Network for Environment and Economic Justice, Reverend David Ugolo, on the secured third tranche of Abacha loot to the tune of $321 million to be repatriated by federal government in Jersey, USA.
We must commend this government we must commend President Buhari for providing this huge opportunity, because without government support, civil society like us would have not had access to the data.
And in the meantime, Chinese ambassador to Nigeria, Ambassador Zhu Pingjang, has called on Nigerians to remain calm as the Chinese government and international community are working hard to ensure the coronavirus becomes a thing of the past. The ambassador said this in a media conference in Abuja while reassuring Nigeria that no Nigerian resident in China has tested positive for the virus.
Life comes first. The Chinese government is committed to safeguarding the safety and health of the Chinese people. We will, in a responsible manner, safeguard the safety of every foreign national in China, including the Nigerian expatriates, and address their legitimate concerns in a timely manner. The embassy has kept constant touch with the UN Embassy in China.
And that concludes the news highlight for now. Good Morning Nigeria will continue shortly with Kinsley and Kieran after the break on the topic Nigerian Visa Policy 2020. Stay with us.
20 years of travel and counting. 20 years of promoting tourism in Africa and diaspora. Over 3 million kilometers traveled. Over 30 African countries visited. Explored the diaspora in 4 continents. Connected over 100,000 happy tourists to Africa. Reached over 50 million homes. Igniting smiles across Africa and beyond. As Goge Africa turns 20, we thank you and invite you to join us in the quest for 20 must-visit destinations in partnerships with the largest TV network in Africa, the NTA, Ministry of Information and Culture, Ministry of Transportation, Studio 24, Delta Airline, Toll Brokers International. You too can still be a partner. Call the numbers on your screen or info@gogeafrica.tv. Goge Africa, celebrating 2 decades of heritage, travel and tourism.
Not so fast.
Look, I'm tired. I want to check out of this country for greener pastures. Just calm down for a moment. Please sit down. Do you have a job where you're going to? No, but someone is arranging, Listen, Alinko. Checking out of this country without proper planning means one thing. Unimaginable begin. I've been in the diaspora, but legitimately, doing great things at home and abroad. As I've been saying, without the proper footing abroad, the risk is not worth it. Listen, Alinko, it's better to be home than be trapped abroad, or even end up in prison.
Sunday morning, 11th of March, was a regular day. I wake up, go to work, then I got to the toll, and the XUV was coming back from the club, and it hit the passenger's bus, which I was inside, the commercial bus.
When I got there, I saw his state. It wasn't hopeful.
I also wish he's fine. I wish he gets back to what he used to be.
This year, the weather conditions Harmattan in Nigeria is harsh, with temperature dropping very low in some parts of the country. Many underprivileged children are exposed to these harsh weather conditions, putting them at risk to all sorts of respiratory infections with devastating consequences. We request well-meaning Nigerians to kindly donate warm clothing, blankets, beverages, soap, moisturizers, and other essential items for the benefit of these children. Get involved to support displaced and underprivileged children exposed to these harsh weather conditions. Powered by Aisha Buhari Foundation.
My name is Balaunti. I'm the Managing Director of Petroleum Product Marketing Company, a subsidiary of NNPC. There are significant price discrepancy between Nigeria and its neighbors across Africa. There's a discrepancy of between 150 to 250 naira. That creates an incentive for arbitrage, whereby smuggling triumphed by taking petroleum products across the neighbors so that they can be sold at higher price. While the smugglers are making the money, Nigeria is paying for it. And that payment is distorting everything that we do in terms of planning, in terms of our ability to fund, and thereby taking money that is meant for development. The introduction of this Operation White will have a reduction of close to 6 million liters on a daily basis, which if you take an average of 150, translates to a saving of over 1 billion naira every day. That is the benefit of Operation White, and we have started seeing the great benefit.
You're watching Good Morning Nigeria on the network service of the NTA. Time for business news, and here is our correspondent, Kolo Mohammed.
Thank you. Good to have you along on business news. Economy is driven by a number of imperatives. The roles played by these imperatives vary in the enhancement of the process. Take transportation, for instance. It is said to be the major driver of any given economy.
As far as transportation is concerned, it is important that we have modern, efficient infrastructure. The economy is driven by transportation. If you have modern transport infrastructure, you have efficient economy. If you have sluggish, old, outdated infrastructure, then you have sluggish economy.
Where do we stand in Nigeria, especially regarding the cheap and efficient transport system, the railway?
The only way we can save this country is to have railway all over the country. If you look at what government is spending on the roads today, it's enormous. It's a lot of money. But this can easily start constructing railway lines, connecting it with all the states of the Federation. This will do us a lot of good, and it will help our economy.
People, goods, and services must move if business needs to be done. All right, let's now let you see where activities on the floor on the Johnstown Stock Market place market indices for Tuesday. And that's business news at this time. Many thanks for having you along. Be with you again soon.
That's Kolo Mohammed with a business package. We appreciate that. Next on Good Morning Nigeria is newspaper review.
newspaper reviewer, Baya Tebe is right here with us in the studios. Baya, good morning and welcome.
Thank you, Kinsley. Good morning. Good morning, Kirian.
Baya, you're welcome.
Thank you. Good morning, Nigeria.
Yeah, about 3 papers to review this morning. Let's start with the leadership newspaper from top to bottom. CBN supports 600 agri projects with 622 billion naira. The story continues on page 5 of the leadership newspaper. Now the lead story. Nigeria, US agree on return of $308 million Abacha loot. Page 4. It has 2 riders. Fund to be used for second Niger Bridge, Lagos Ibadan, Abuja Kano roads. Federal government seeks speedy delivery of Super Tucano jets from America. Now there are other news. Concerns over 2020 budget implementation as oil price drops to $54 per barrel. Yes. All right, and of course, below the photo story here, we have 100 associations seek registration as political parties. Also page 10. And then 16 states yet to implement new minimum wage. We'll get that story on page 6. Customs seizes $8 million cash at Lagos Airport. It's on page 27. Visa on arrival takes effect as federal government launches policy. It's on page 25. Now, fire raises IDP camps in Borno State. That's a sad one there. The story is on page 10 of the leadership newspaper.
Okay, let's take a look at the Daily Sun. The Daily Sun, an earpiece there beside the nameplate, says new visa policy. That's the kicker. Journalists, clerics, sports stars, and others to get single entry. 5 airports designated for visa on arrival. Details on page 6. I saw Chibok girls in Boko Haram camp, says rescued girl, narrates how she suffered for 11 months. That's on page 38. Federal government raises flooding alarm, urges Nigerians to prepare for greater incident this year. NIMET predicts flight delays and cancellations. That's on page 11. And then coronavirus, 65 Nigerians trapped in Chinese city run out of food and medicine and cry out. The writer says, we have no distress call from Nigerians there. That's attributed to the federal government. It is on page 6. Federal government gives hope of lifting of U.S. immigration visa ban, with customs intercepting $8 million at Lagos Airport. Kirian already read that a while ago. And then right at the foot of the front page, Nigeria, U.S. island of Jersey signed deal for repatriation of $318.4 million Abacha loot. That's page 11. Why?
Well, let's start with the story about 8.6 million that was discovered just on the tarmac at the Murtala Mohammed Airport. The officers of the Custom and Excise impounded that. It was conveyed on the behalf of what have been described as an alleged currency trafficker. The Controller General of the Nigeria Customs, Colonel Ahmed Ali, retired, says that it was intercepted in a bus belonging to the Nigeria Aviation Company at the airport on the tarmac. This was intercepted on 16th of January, and the equivalent of that money is put at 2.9 billion naira. NACO has also put out a statement to deny that it has no connection with the act. However, it says it will cooperate with the Nigeria Board of Customs and all agencies to get the truth and get to the root of the criminal practice in the aviation handling industry. Meanwhile, Nigeria, United States, and the island of Jersey have signed an agreement to return $308 million to Nigeria. You recall that the Honorable Attorney General of the Federation and Minister of Justice hinted about 2 weeks ago that $312 million were expected. Apparently, it is now confirmed 308. I am led to surmise that perhaps charges for repatriating has reduced it to 308. The tripartite agreement were actually signed by the Solicitor General and Attorney General Designate of Jersey, our own Attorney General and Minister of Justice, as well as a representative of Department of Justice of the United States. The money has been specifically approved to apply to 3 projects. First is the Lagos-Ibadan Expressway, Abuja-Kano Expressway, and Second Niger Bridge. Not only that, a committee is also to be instituted to monitor the team and the projects to ensure that the funds are adequately applied. Talking about coronavirus, the World Health Organization has clarified that the coronavirus is not yet a world pandemic, in the sense that, according to the World Health Organization, it has not reached the continent of Africa and also the continents of Latin America. And therefore, it is not a worldwide pandemic. Meanwhile, the World Health had declared an international emergency for it, and it says that apparently the measures taken to tackle coronavirus is succeeding in containing it. China has also been praised for its initiative. Talking about minimum wage, 16 states, according to Nigeria Labour Congress, have not made any attempts at all to pay the minimum wage, and they include Gombe, Imo, Kogi, Kwara, Benue, Cross River, Ekiti, and Enugu State. The others are Nasarawa, Ogun, Osun, Oyo, Plateau, Rivers, Taraba, and Zamfara. NLC says it has given go-ahead to its state council to mobilize for action. Meanwhile, one of the states that still yet are not paid the minimum wage is Cross River State, and it has just made an additional appointment of 133 aides to the governor. The latest appointment has increased the retinue of special advisors, personal assistants to 350. Many of them have been told that they will forgo a percentage of their salary. Meanwhile, they are already grumbling that for now they are not getting paid as required. This includes 39 commissioners, 35 board members, 25 key aides like SSG, Secretary of the Government, and protocol officers. Among these, latest appointment is a special advisor on non-indigenous affairs.
I find it difficult to understand that, especially these appointments you just mentioned now. Commissioner for Non-Indigenous of Cross River State, yes, as a portfolio. That is.
I mean, perhaps the intention is to ensure that there's harmony between indigenous and non-indigenous. Of recent, we've had issues about clashes between various ethnic groups, also had as famous clashes, and perhaps this is why the wisdom behind appointing that. There's also that good news that Kingsley read about Chibok girls, indication that the Chibok girls are likely to be released if all things go well. So far, Daily Trust also reported it and said about of the 276 girls that were abducted, there are still about 211 to be 111 to be accounted for. He says that the report indicates that a victim who was released cited them in Sambisa forest, and it may be recalled that in another 2 months or 9 days time, it will be 6 years since this girl were adopted. You will recall that there were 276 of them. At the initial stages, we have 57 of them who were returned. Some of them jumped out of the vehicle, and others were rescued by the army. On May 2016, one of the girls was also rescued, and that girl gave indication that perhaps 6 of them might have died. On October 2016, 21 girls were also freed. November 2016, one other girl was also freed, and in January 2017, a mother was freed. She had a baby and had an opportunity of visiting the president. In May 2017, we had 82 girls that were also freed. January 2018, we saw the rescue of one other girl. Boko Haram is now asking that they are ready to negotiate for their release. Boko Haram had abducted the 276 girls, and if you recall, that was not the only instance. Before that, there was 29 students who were killed at the Federal Government College, Buniyard. And later on, you have the experience of Dapchi where 110 girls were taken away, and all of them rescued, returned, leaving behind one single girl. But Buniyadi was not the first school to be attacked. In Yobe State, 3 other schools have been attacked before Buniyadi was attacked in 25th of February 2004. They include Government Secondary School Damaturu, GSS Mamudu, as well as College of Agriculture in Gujba. So the intention of Boko Haram was actually to target schools to frustrate Western education as perceived. But apparently, they are now ready to negotiate to release the rest of the girls.
Now, the one that said that she cited the remaining Chibok girls, how sure is she? I mean, Boko Haram is known to have been kidnapping people and keeping them at different bases in Sambisa Forest. So how was he sure that the persons that she saw, are the Chibok girls?
Well, there's no information in the reports we have in the newspaper, but that is not the first indication that the Chibok girls were available in Sambisa Forest. About 1.5 years ago, a victim who was rescued gave an indication that the Chibok girls were in Sambisa Forest, and she also indicated that they were treated specially and put in a separate chalet or flat away from the others, and they were strongly protected by a retinue of armed men. And so they had a special status in that place because the insurgents were very careful about them. So that information has been there. But in and out, there have also been reports that they have moved them out of Sambisa. Some saw them crossing the border into Cameroon or Chad, and others say that apparently they have now returned to Sambisa Forest. But the information, the positive side is that they are available and alive, and the initiative has to be heightened to get them rescued.
The coronavirus issue, China reacted in the way U.S. categorized the virus, and saying that efforts are being made by China to see the possibility of getting a drug for the treatment. And of course, we have to give you to China that the country has made efforts. In 2 weeks, they were able to build 2 hospitals dedicated to the treatment of coronavirus with over 2,000 beds. So I think is a good rallying point, to see how this strange virus can be tackled, at least in China itself, where it originated.
Yes, the first hospital was built in 16 days, and China is taking the comments from the United States with a little concern that they had exaggerated the extent of the coronavirus, and America had deliberately put China in bad light. But presently, about 451 have been reported treated from coronavirus. And the latest information is that they have apparently identified a cure for the coronavirus.
All right, Bayo and Kirian, the speed and pace with which the Chinese were said to have constructed those hospitals. I mean, you've seen the messages circulating in the social media. It's quite commendable, no doubt about that. But just to underscore the fact that these are what you can virtually refer to as prefabricated structures. Because those slabs would have been constructed and then somewhere, and so they are assembling. Because if for you to construct even a single-story building, your decking has to cure for a number of days, well above 16 days.
Minimum.
That's right, well above the 16 days that they use in building those multiple floors, which also tells you that when a country has taken off on the path of industrialization and growth, these things are possible. I mean, it is not here in some locations where we are doing brick and mortar. When you travel in some locations, you will see yards that are built specially for the fabrication of these things. They are constructed according to specification. The same thing with doors. It is not when the Chinese were going to build that hospital that they were looking for measurements. For measurements. Say this one is 900, the other one is 1.2. So you say they are going to get the wood, that the wood will take like 2 months to cure, and so on. It's already prefabricated. And there are companies that also manufacture those doors. If at the various accessories. This is part of what the Minister of Works and Housing, Fashola, was trying to introduce. I haven't heard so much about that lately. To say that, look, if we standardize the design of our homes and the kind of materials that we use, then we can get into mass production and mass delivery of housing.
Do you have the backgrounding to do that? What is your level of manufacturing capacity? What is your level of industrialization? What's your level of technological know-how? No, you don't just get these things done.
Add satellite.
The point is this, that when it comes to emergency, most African nations are not prepared for it.
Right.
This is a typical example of an emergency situation that has been arrested by a country like China. I mean, like you said, we should be able to work towards that direction. If the minister I mentioned has been thinking in that direction, of course, he has to work with other sectors of national economy to be able to achieve that, especially science, technology, and innovation.
Yeah. Well, Africa is waking up from its slumber. And don't worry that nature itself has protected Africa. We are not challenged with tornadoes, hurricanes, tsunamis that have made many nations red alert for those challenges. But notwithstanding, it does not mean that we must always rest on our oars. We need to be prepared for our challenges. But don't forget that just some couple of years ago, Ebola invaded our country and we rose to the challenge. We can also always rise to the challenge.
But the key point that Kirian is making is we have to rise up on all fronts in terms of the sectors. Look, on Good Morning Nigeria a couple of weeks ago, we were discussing our harmful cooking habits. People are using nail. They put nail in meat to try to tender meat. Yes, to make it more tender. Some are using Panadol. Nail is used for construction. Where are the manufacturers of nails in this country? What are the sizes? It is not when you want to start construction, you're going to be looking for binding wire. You're going to be looking for, the typical thing. The person supplying granite, he hasn't come, or they arrested him on the road. The man was mining sand, maybe 10 tons or 30 tons. They stopped him. This is part of the industrialization that we have to get into. And in getting into that industrialization, we have to think. It seems magical that the Chinese were able to build this in just about 2 weeks. What went into that? The same thing that you would need for your railways. If you are fabricating your sleepers for rail, because those are the most critical things, how do you fast-track that? I mean, I recall in 2007, ahead of the Olympics, in 2008 in Beijing, I saw that the Chinese were constructing new rail lines from the airport into the city, and you could see the pace at which they were working. Amazing.
You're talking about Chinese consulting. Look, they have done things that are more amazing than just that, and they had to launch 2 satellites dedicated to the Beijing Olympics for communication.
Well, 2 running stories.
For that purpose.
If you had not mentioned satellite, that would have been incomplete.
Yes. 2 running stories that I want to draw attention to. 7 trailer loads of motorcycles are leaving Lagos. This is sequel to the ban on the use of motorcycles for commuting. Meanwhile, commuters woke up and many of them had to gather at the bus stop looking for transport to go to work. Transport certainly are not adequate for now. The other running story is that the young man who was arrested at an attempt to bomb a Living Faith church, his father, Samuel Ezekiel, says that, yes, the boy is his son, and the boy has never changed his faith. He's a Christian. He adds that he are from Jarawa ethnic group in Bauchi State. He said he was shocked to have heard that his son was involved in that, and he even wept because he imagined that if the boy was alone and he killed himself, nobody would worry. But he could not imagine the quantum, if he has succeeded, the number of people who will kill him in the church. The other interesting information is that he is also, the father is also known, very familiar to Reverend Hayab, who actually raised the issue, and the Hayab too has confirmed. But Hayab says that, well, the concern is that the crime has to be tackled without looking at the
religious perspective. I would like to thank you. With regard to the trailer loads of Okada leaving Lagos, you also have trailer loads of Okada, being offloaded virtually every other day at the VIO here in Abuja. Okada riders, they have been arrested, and their bikes also seized. I don't know what they do to those bikes. whether the bikes are then smelted or otherwise. But what Lagos said was, look, if we arrest you on your bike, well, we're going to take the bikes and then get them smelted. I think that would be a harsh thing to do. Once you've put them out of business, in the first instance, let them come, pick up their bikes, and never to ride them again. If you have a second arrest, then of course you can take much harsher measures.
You know what? Many of those bikes were bought by politicians as a means of empowerment for the youth young men. So it's a vicious circle.
That's right. Baya Toyobe, we'd like to thank you for being around.
Thank you.
See you again tomorrow. It's Good Morning Nigeria on the network service of the NTA. We'll take a short break now. When we return, we'll be talking about the new visa policy unveiled by President Muhammadu Buhari yesterday at the presidential villa.
We have love. We'll be able to unite, irrespective of tribe, religion, and culture. So we keep preaching on love. That is the only binding force. Let us love ourselves, irrespective of where the person comes from.
You are about to witness the commencement of the most stimulating and compelling contest on television. This contest is only for the strong, the intelligent, and the talented. Get ready for the Unity Challenge reality TV show. Coming soon.
Sore throats, it's often caused by bacteria and viruses. It feels like they're having a party. You need Strepsils. It soothes the pain, plus it fights the germs with 2 germ-killing actives. Double power in 1 lozenge. Bye-bye sore throats. Take Strepsils.
Getting around heartburn and indigestion can be tricky if you eat too much. Eat food that is too spicy or greasy, or lie down after eating. Heartburn and indigestion could always be around the corner. When they come, be prepared with Gaviscon Double Action. It works within 3 minutes and lasts up to 4 hours. Gaviscon Double Action. Many causes, one solution.
Mommy is ready to receive me a bundle of joy. Mommy is making my home cleaner and safer. We are Dettol sure. Daddy is home. He must be germ-free. He needs to be Dettol sure. My clothes are so nice. We are Dettol sure.
Illnesses can happen at home too. That's why Dettol and me together will make my baby's home safe and to protect from up to 100 illness-causing germs. That's why moms want to be Dettol. Dettol Sure.
We are Dettol Sure.
The program is Good Morning Nigeria on the network service of the NTA. Now, a new visa policy to create new visa categories for ease of doing business in the country, and among other things, strengthening Nigeria's position as a key economy in Africa by attracting more foreign direct investment into the economy, has been formally presented to the public by President Muhammadu Buhari. Now, State House correspondent Adamu Sambu will give us details of the formal launch of the policy.
As a pathway towards achieving the security, economy, and transparency agenda of the present administration, the Nigeria Visa Policy 2020 allows the issuance of visas at the port of entry, thereby removing the barriers that currently prevent business people, tourists, amongst others, with genuine reasons from visiting Nigeria at short notice. President Muhammadu Buhari said the policy document will also strengthen Nigeria's position as key economy in Africa by attracting more investments, creating job opportunities, and lifting millions out of poverty.
The Nigerian Visa Policy 2020 is intended to attract innovation, socialize skills and knowledge from abroad to complement locally available ones. I am confident that the implementation of the Nigerian Visa Policy 2020 will support the attainment of a globally competitive economy for Nigeria by building on the efforts of the Presidential Enabling Business Environment Council. The policy is expected to improve the business environment, attract foreign direct investment, and boost tourism without compromising national security.
President Buhari said the policy also provides avenue towards achieving African integration and therefore recommends the document to the international community, foreign and local business entities, saying Nigeria is more than ever open for business. Interior Minister Rauf Aregbesola pledged commitment to the successful implementation of the policy by his ministry, assuring Nigerians that publicized conditions of issuance of the visas in a timely, professional and transparent manner will be strictly adhered to.
I wish to congratulate the Nigerian Immigration Service for this landmark policy and invite all prospective visitors, investors and residents to a new and refreshing experience to Nigeria. The general public can best be rest assured that the implementation of Nigerian Visa Policy 2020 will not be allowed to compromise national security, as adequate control measures have been provided both before and after entry to Nigeria.
It's a welcome development for economic recovery drive. It's a welcome development to boost tourism in the country, and of course for foreign direct investment inflow. In the fullness of time, I believe that the nation will benefit handsomely from the new visa regime.
I think it's something that we should be proud of. If implemented as it should, I think we'll go a long way in alleviating a lot of the challenges and bottlenecks that were inherent in the system before that.
Thank you very much, State House correspondent Adamu Sambu, for that report. We have with us here in the studios to discuss this issue in further detail the Comptroller General of the Nigeria Immigration Service, Mohammed Babandede. A pleasure to have you with us on Good Morning Nigeria.
Good morning, Nigerians.
Also here with us in the studios, Professor Eugene Aliegba. Professor Aliegba is a professor of political science and international relations at Nasarawa State University, Kefi. Prof, pleasure to have you around.
Good morning, Nigeria.
And we have Clement Onoja Adiku, Nigeria's former ambassador to Russia, also with us this morning. Good morning, Ambassador, and welcome.
Good morning.
And finally, let's welcome David Paradang, former Comptroller General, Nigerian Immigration Service. We thank you for being here this morning.
Good morning, Nigerians.
All right, gentlemen, let's begin with the incumbent Comptroller General of the Immigration Service. This is the new visa policy. We saw in the background report, and we've also seen in the news reports some aspects of the policy being touched on. But tell us, what are the key highlights that we can have at our fingertips?
I think the best way to describe the visa policy is a balance between facilitation and security. You know, we have a very difficult job to do. People need to enter our country, and we need to be careful so that we don't admit people who will be dangerous to our country. It's a balance. We have looked into that. In addition, it is looked as a great economic benefit, social benefit to Nigeria. Let me give you the features. One, the visas we had were only in 6 categories, but now we have divided them into 79 classes, so that each person coming, we want to know the purpose is coming, and he's given visa for that purpose, so that you can be able to monitor him for that purpose. Initially, you can say business, but business is wide. You will say resident visa. Resident is wide. Some people are residing as diplomat, some people are residing as international organization workers, some people are residing as dependents. So this category is to identify the people, and they are going to be coded. F35, FC, this, so they will be coded. The greatest also benefit for Africa, you know, Mr. President, after consultation, signed the African Free Trade area. And Africans, if you look at very clearly, Africans trade by moving. We are not more like Europe, where most of the trading is done electronically. Africans move a lot. Even in Europe, to facilitate trade, economic integration, human mobility was liberalized. So I'm glad to say this visa allow Africans to pick visa at the point of entry. Not like the way other people reported. They say visa free for Africans. No, no, no. They will pick the visa at the point of entry instead of picking it at the airport. So you can see that future. Second future is that it allows tourist visa. But we'll work with the tourist organizations and agencies in Nigeria to make sure those who benefit are the cultural sites, hotels, so that somebody will not just say, I'll come for tourism, and he gets a visa. So there are visas for people who could come for special job Nigerians need. You buy a machine in China, the person can come and fix it and go. The person can repair it and go. He doesn't need to reside permanently. But we want him to know that he is taking employment in a short term. Instead of just a visitor, he's taking employment. If you are coming for 3 months, you are taking employment. If you be paid salary, we should consider you as a worker for 3 months. So these are issues that are related to this visa. Also, this visa has given opportunity, I'm glad to say, to allow people to take visas in different locations. Unlike the way we pick visas mostly in the missions, now you can take web-based. We have already done a lot of visa on arrival. This is not new. We started the visa on arrival, but we have made it web-based. You can go to www.immigration.gov.ng, go to the portal for visa on arrival, complete the process, submit application, make payment, print your approval, come along with it to the airport. These are for people who are coming for business visa who are not Africans. They can apply online for all the business purpose. If you go to the portal, if you say for resident, you get no opportunity. But if it is business, you get it. It also allows us to give visas for people who, for emergency issues for Nigeria. We may need, God forbid, if there are emergency crisis in the country, where we need technical support for technical work, people can come to the airport and pick the visa. So the visa is addressing our socio-economic need in the country, but it will be based on reciprocity.
All right, Comptroller General Babandede, there is no gainsaying the fact that the benefits derivable from this policy is quite wide, you know, and encompassing when we talk about the economy. But one thing you have said that struck me was the fact that you have a difficult job to do. You know, you said that in your opening remark, and that draws my attention also to the fact that we're not sure of the capacity of your men in terms of handling such a skillful area of immigration service. Is we have widened the scope in terms of up to 79. And people are coming to Nigeria with different stories of whatever business they intend to do in Nigeria and all of that. Now, how do we now make sure that those that are going to be issued with the visa at the point of entry are really here to do good business? And what is your monitoring capability, you know, with respect to following, knowing who is where and why at every point in time within the period the person is specified to stay in Nigeria?
Yes, you see, when we did this, we consulted, including security agencies. We had a meeting of stakeholders meeting. All the security agencies, we sat with them. Tell us your concern. If we issue visa at the point of entry, what are the concerns? They raise the concerns. But some of the concerns I will not be able to tell you, and I will not tell you how we are addressing it, but I can tell you some. One of the issues people say, how do somebody pick a bag? Just come to the airport like that. I said, there is advanced passenger information. There are facilities where you can know your passenger before he comes. It's called API. I don't want to tell you more details on it, but it's available. But what added value to this for security is that if you pass through our airport today, any of the airports, you will see we have installed biometric capture. You can't pass Nigerian border airports now unless we do biometric for you, and we'll take your photograph. In the last 2 months, it's not like that. This is what we're doing, which means we are capturing your biometrics, we are capturing your physical features unlike before. And if we capture you, you will get biometric visa. I want you to know that visas develop through different stages. There was a time, my former boss is here, we just stamped an ink on a passport was a visa. Later we did a Vignette, which will put your name. But this visa will take your photograph, will take your biometric features, which are not available in some African missions. They are not available. We are not able to have, we have only 18 locations for biometric visas, mostly Europe. and Asia. So this African man who is coming from a country which he could have gotten a visa from the embassy, which is not biometric, now he's getting a biometric visa at the point of entry, and his fingerprints will be scanned. In addition, after you have entered, there is foreigners registration, immigrant registration. So there is control after entry, which is the same data system. It will take your people are registered. I'm glad to say people like 69,000 have registered before we close, and most of them were irregular. I don't want to tell you what we're going to do was irregular. Almost 70% were irregular. So we'll do something. So there is mechanism for control. The visa e-visa system has an alert system. If we give you 6 days, after 7 days you are late, we can get the alert system. So we need to improve our control system. We need to fight corruption, because officers can be capable to compromise at the border. Let me tell you, once you are named, you are wanted. Your fingerprint is stamped whether by police for criminal offense, EFCC, by Interpol. That officer cannot do clearance anymore. It's stopped, and it raises alert to his supervisor. The supervisor will come and find out and take over the case. So we are doing a lot, but we are not saying it is error-proof. We'll continue to do our best to make sure it is controlled.
Okay, just before we bring in the other guests, what are the points or ports of entry that you can get the visa on arrival? Ordinarily, you have air, sea, and land.
For visa on arrival, for now, it's only at airports. The 4 airports. Enugu will be opened soon. I think they are working on Enugu. People will say, oh, what happened to our neighbor? There's one neighbor of us who is not ECOWAS. The rest of the neighbors are ECOWAS. They can come through the land border. Even though there's border drill, they are allowed to enter through the organized border. But we have a visa waiver with Cameroon, so they can enter. So nobody will be given visa on arrival except that person arrived at one of the 4 of our airports for now. That's the only condition. And it is none, we have addressed it. We are not the first people to do this. I can tell you there are countries that are neighbors, even in Asia. Just neighbors, it was countries separated. I don't want to give the country. If you are a foreigner, you cannot cross by road. You have to take an aircraft to make the journey. It's for form of control. That's the only route for visa on arrival.
All right. Well, thanks. Let's bring in your predecessor, David Paradan, former Comptroller General of Nigeria Immigration Service. Give us a sense. The last review, we understand, was about 8 years ago of Nigeria's visa policy. What do you find unique about this one that's just been launched?
Thank you very much. In 2012, we have a new one now in 2020 that is going to take care of the new decade. And it's something that it comes with new issues in the economy and security of the nation. So the visa policy and any immigration service is supposed to look at these issues and try to bring out a policy that will address them. The economy, I dare say, in 2010, 2020, it's a little bit not as complex, and the challenges we are facing today are different from those of that decade. So the new visa policy now has addressed a lot of things, and it has taken note of new technologies that are emerging too. In the 2012 version, as you rightly said, we had only a few categories of visas, but now we need to deepen it to capture what we need for our country. Every visa policy must address what we really require. What are we looking for? So we now expect to have revenue from tourists. We expect to have revenue from Nigerian diaspora. We need to get technology, specialized ideas that will move the Nigerian economy, and the visa policy tries to address this. We now have what we call the technological age now. In the 2012 version, there were no e-visas, and the centers were limited, so this has captured them. We are moving, and we should move deeper still.
Okay, now let's turn to Clement Onoja-Aduku, Nigeria's former ambassador to Russia. I'm sure this is your terrain in terms of adequate understanding of what a visa policy is all about. To you, this move being made currently by this administration, what is your assessment of the policy, And of course, having read out all the advantages that is, of course, inherent in the policy. What's your view?
Thank you so much. Let me start by commending the federal government of Nigeria, the Ministry of Interior, and of course the Nigeria Immigration Services, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and other stakeholders who have put heads together to bring out this very comprehensive policy on visa for Nigeria. Incidentally, within my 3 decades and a half in the Foreign Ministry, I had been virtually visa officers in all the missions I served, except the last one, which was in Russia and Ukraine, where, of course, I had gone above the rank of officers we designated for issuance of visas. Until recently, the Ministry of Interior or the Nigerian Immigration Services did not have immigration attaches until very recently, when, of course, government took that very wise decision to post professionally trained and equipped immigration officers to work alongside other foreign service officers in our missions abroad. So like the CG rightly said, in the past we used to put just ordinary stamp and fill whatever approval we got from immigration, and then that it held sway. I remember there was a time when the policy of the federal government was that whoever had visited South Africa during the apartheid era and had a South African visa on his passport was not to be given visa. That tells you how long one had been on this desk, and I'm very conversant with all these policies. But then all that being said, it is a very, very timely decision that Nigeria has come up with this new and comprehensive visa review policy, because the world is changing. There is dynamism in science, there is dynamism in politics, there is dynamism in innovation, technology. In fact, artificial intelligence is even taking sway now, making it, more modern in the way we do business, especially as it affects visas. I am particularly interested in this matter because it has reduced the pressure the Ministry of Foreign Affairs had on issuance of visas, and now that immigration officers who are professionally and properly trained now work alongside with my colleagues in the embassies, it makes it easier. However, the problem had always been that at that time and up to now, I guess, we still have what we call the suspect index, which of course immigration will set to us to know who should come in and who should not come in and why and for how long, and also guided us in doing that. So that aspect of waiting to get clearance from Nigerian headquarters of immigration and other places, we have since now the officers on ground with us in the missions now deal directly with their bosses and get instructions. Other times we have had to wait for a very long time before we could get clear directives on what to do, which was just a side part of our functions in the embassies abroad. But then, it is also very important that the Ministry of Foreign Affairs continues to also work in very close collaboration with the immigration services. I think we share the same buildings, the same facilities in the missions, and all work hand in hand with each other to ensure the proper execution and effective and efficient delivery of these modern government policies. It is also important to note that most of the things that happen with immigration is a collective responsibility. It is not just for the officers of the Nigeria Immigration Services or those of them or us in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and then other stakeholders. It is a comprehensive and joint effort to make sure that our national security is protected and guarded. Why? Because these days, especially with the prevalence of terrorism, homegrown and international component of it, really find it difficult. Like the CG said, it's a very difficult task, because sometimes somebody can feign that he's coming in here as a tourist, whereas inside him, William Shakespeare in his book Julius Caesar tells us that there's no art to find a man's construction on the face. He might come in looking, jolly good fellow, he wants to do business, but inside him has other, intentions. So it is a very, very Herculean task for the immigration to be able to sieve between those who are genuinely coming for businesses, those who are genuinely coming as artists, and those who are even coming as journalists. I remember in those days we used to be instructed from the immigration headquarters that we needed special clearance for those who are coming as journalists, because most of them come here and raise documentaries that are not in conformity with the expectations of the federal government. And then it has always given missions a lot of difficulties. But now that this comprehensive visa policy has been unbundled, especially, like he said, you are coming for, resident visa. There are several categories of it. That time we had only 6 of them: student visa, tourist visa, TWP, temporary work permit, and, the diplomatic visa, and then, of course, the student visa. But now that it has been unbundled, now that it has been expanded to 79, I took my time and I went through the entire document, and I gave it a thumbs up, because it facilitates the work of the officers of the immigration services and those of them in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and also addresses a very fundamental issue of security. Because nowadays everybody sees that there are, Al-Qaeda cells and all these terrorist cells here and there. And it now gives the immigration and those concerned, all stakeholders on this new visa policy, to take time and scrutinize every single person that is coming. Because when you just say, I'm going to Nigeria for business, what kind of business are you coming to do? Or I'm going to Nigeria to work, what kind of work are you coming to do? Like the CG has rightly explained. So my take on it is that in very close collaboration with our embassies abroad, and of course our headquarters here in Abuja, in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and the Nigerian Immigration Services, we will find out that it will make the job simpler for the general good and common good of all Nigerians.
All right. Thank you very much, Ambassador Clement Aduku. We'll return to you. Let's bring in our Professor Eugene Aliegba. Professor Aliegba, from an international relations perspective, what do you think of the new visa policy?
Well, first, join my other colleagues here to commend the federal government over this policy. It's something that I think it's long overdue. I used to live in Kenya between 2005 and 2006. Already, most African countries who were out to attract foreign investment and foreigners into their economy, especially those that run mostly on tourism, that's these policies. I know that in 2012, I visited Kenya again as Commissioner of Agriculture. I was able to get visa on arrival. Just there, I paid $50 and got a visa for 7 days. And also, I think that is great. Again, Nigeria has just signed into the African Continental Free Trade Area, and this is going to facilitate it so much in terms of foreign direct investment, in terms of the expected trades and movers of trade in Africa, and again, Nigerian visa has been one of the most difficult visas to get in the world, and I talk from experience. I was in government in Benue State as Honorable Commissioner from 2007 to 2014, and when you want to have people coming in to do business, we had problems when the Italians were supposed to come and revive the Taraco tomato juice, and the government had put in almost 100 and something million just waiting for the experts to come in to look at what had been there before, because it was established by the Governor Akume's regime, and for 3 months it was just difficult for them to get a Nigerian visa. That I don't know the details. So for me, I think it's good, but it's also important that Nigerians' image is at stake. The fact that we are not going to get a different set of Nigerians to do this. It's still the same Nigerians that will have all kind of problems, in terms of the fact that the problem with this country has never been putting good policies on the ground. The problem has been that getting the crop of Nigerians who can make the policies work in such a way that this country can move. We would have been one of the greatest capitalist countries in Africa today, not South Africa, because by the time Babangida came in with his liberalization policies and all that, if well implemented, would have been somewhere else. At the end, government officials and individuals ended up using those policies just to buy off government properties and just keeping them, nothing happening. So it's important that, one, we have to implement this value orientation within the context of the foreign affairs and the immigration that we need to do it, because our image is at stake. Now, sometimes when these things are put on the ground, foreigners put people to come in to test our resolve and make fun of us in terms of the international system. On the 1st of December last year, 1st of November, I was on the plane to Tanzania through Rwandan Air. I was supposed to get visa on an e-visa. Somehow it didn't come, but I took off believing that I'll get it visa on arrival, since Tanzania has visa on arrival. But Tanzania has visa on arrival, but not to Nigerians. And it banned to Nigerians because of what we have done in international to that our image. Now, when I arrived in Tanzania, I had an accident on a ghastly accident. So I was already ill. In Rwanda, I was stopped from passing on to Tanzania because they insisted that e-visa must come and I'll show them on my phone, otherwise it will not. I pleaded with them, I was ill. They told me, now this is the point I'm trying to state. Now, in Rwanda has visa on arrival, but it is not for transit visitors. I was transiting to Tanzania, so their own argument was that no, there must be something they had to. I wasn't coming to Rwanda, so I was not. So now these are some of, because these are areas where criminals and all kind of people find a way. Somebody is on his way, to another country. He transits through Nigeria, and then because there's visa on arrival, and before so it's important. And they stopped me. I told them I was sick. They said the only condition the immigration was going to do for me, that they would take me straight to the hospital. And I wasn't interested in going to the hospital in Rwanda. I was interested that if you thought it should be in Tanzania. So I had to sleep in the airport in the open. And so for me, it's important. Our image at stake. We have to make it work. Nigeria has always had good policies, but we should make it work. But I think in terms of international image, we're trying to catch up with what others are doing.
Yeah, because you can see the intricacies, of visa on arrival policy of different countries. Now, from his experience, you can see that there are some complexities that go with it. Now, an aspect of this policy that I'd like the Controller General, Babandede, to comment is that of Nigerians in the diaspora. I pick up this because last year, we've had incidents of Nigerians in diaspora having difficulty getting Nigeria's visa coming down to Nigeria. That of Canada resulted in altercations that, of course, even breaking down some of the property belonging to the Nigerian embassy. So, but now, from what we have in this current policy, it does appear that those who have assumed double citizenship, can now travel to Nigeria with the passports of those countries, within this policy. Explain further on this.
Before I take off, let me just comment comments made by Professor. He's telling practical experience on visa on arrival. We have different types of visa on arrival. My former boss knows that we had a visa arrival before, but you have to come and apply in the office of the Controller General with a letter. You get approval, then you go. We left that level. We said do it web-based, but only for categories of businessmen. Any businessman who is coming to Nigeria for business discussion, he will log into our website, go to www.immigration.gov.ng, go to Visa on Arrival portal, put in the letter of invitation for the business he wants to do, apply, pay, submit it online. An officer within 24 hours will approve and submit to his email or her email. Then the person can start coming. That is visa on arrival, but with pre-approval. But for the Africans, it's visa on arrival at the port of entry. An African holder of a passport, whether you are living in New York or you are living in Kenya or Tanzania, will pick his passport or her passport, come and pick the visa at the point of entry. That is what African leaders have agreed. Mr. President has already demonstrated that commitment, and he's commended by his African leaders. But the visa policy says reciprocity. It means if, for example, Nigeria runs it for 1 year or 2 years, Mr. President will say, okay, we have seen country ABC are doing the same for us. Country DC, they are not doing. Let's us cut them up. It's possible. That is because the target of this visa strategy is reciprocity. So we have taken that into consideration. Visa on arrival for tourism, they can pick it, but under certain conditions. We are working with tourist agencies. We want Nigerians to benefit. If you will come for tourism, you say, just, I'm coming for tourism, we'll give you a visa. What to do? We don't know where you are going. We don't know whether tourist agencies have benefited. We don't know whether you have paid, booked a hotel. It doesn't make sense. So the conditions are different from one another, and we'll be grateful always to get a response from our public, what Nigerians experience, so that we'll be able to tell our supervisors. But visa on arrival for Africans, Nigerians, it's a great thing. Nigeria accepts dual citizenship. Nigeria says that if you are Nigerian by birth, you and me, we can become a citizen of a country and have two nationalities. But some countries don't accept. Some countries say, no, you cannot have dual nationality. If you want to take my nationality, you have to renounce your country's nationality. I give you an example, like Germany, like China, like India, like Japan. There are many countries like that. So we felt these people are also our citizens, and they have their fathers here, they have their brothers. They could not just hold the two passports because it's beyond them. So we give them opportunity. We are working with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs that these people should have documentation. We have their record also. If they have a consular card, we're working. Probably during that stakeholders meeting we did with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, if they register in the embassy will give them specific type of card which is common to every card in the world, in all our embassies. Some countries have it, like India. They have what they call overseas citizens. India doesn't accept nationality, but if their nationality accepts citizenship of another country, they have a card called overseas citizen. So ours is like overseas citizens. You can come with that card. You don't need to ask anybody. You get visa at the point of entry. I think this is highly commendable because it will link us back to our diaspora. So that's how it will work.
Now, Kira, just on this issue that you have raised, that card, how will you get the card? Ambassador Adruko is here. Nigerians who live in countries that have large expanses, Canada, for instance, the United States, even Australia, you have seen Nigerians who will take off from one point and say they are going to the capital where the Nigerian mission is. For days and weeks, nobody will attend to them to either renew their passports or otherwise. What guarantee is there that this card that you are talking about, that a chap will take off from Los Angeles and he says, look, I'm going to Washington, D.C. or I'm going to Atlanta, and then when I get there, I will actually get the card. You call telephone numbers, nobody will answer. They send emails, nobody will respond.
I agree with you. But what I'm saying is that it's one of the things we discuss. This card cannot be issued physically. It can be issued online. You can log in. But I tell you, if today a Nigerian comes and we know he's a Nigerian citizen by birth, we know, you see evidence of names available. You can see birth certificate, you can see copy of his previous passport. We will give him visa on arrival at the port of entry. We are talking about some generation that are already lost. I've seen a lot of Nigerians, young boys, whose grandparents, by law they are Nigerian by birth, whose grandparents are citizens of Nigeria. The father's name and the English name given to him, you cannot see. So we will to make this policy clear. Probably they need to apply online to the embassy to get things done. But I tell you, if you can prove you are a national citizen, even if you don't come with a passport, if you prove you are a Nigerian citizen, the Constitution says you should be admitted. So we cannot
what is the standard of, well, anyway, CG, we will come to that. It's standard of proof. You get to the, I mean, of course, I'm sure that any of us here won't have any, just a minute, Ambassador, won't have any challenge. Once you arrive at the airport, you say, what's your name? King Sosadolo, Kirian. He says, I'm a chief from Enugu. And, they will clear him. Ambassador, also mention that, sorry, what is the title again you have from Enugu? Kirian, Ambassador.
This is actually interesting. What our embassies do, especially in countries that has very, very vast land space. I take Russia, for example. Russia is the country that has the largest land mass in the world, and the new Russian Federation. You can imagine what it was when it was USSR. Because a flight from Moscow to the northernmost part called Kamchatka is 9.5 hours. I had been twice to Siberia. It is about 7.5 hours from Moscow, from the Domodedovo or Sheremetyevo airport in Moscow. So what the Ministry of Foreign Affairs does is to encourage Nigerians wherever they are within the country of accreditation to come and get what we call consular cards. They may have their valid resident permits, they may have their student visas, and they give them rights to live there. But the ministry insists through our embassies abroad that every Nigerian resident abroad must have the consular card. And what's the purpose of the consular card? It's just for this identification purpose, because sometimes I've had a time when I was still doing the immigration job, though not as professionally trained, those who were just helping out then. Somebody will come and say that her name is Ngozi Ofili, And I say, where is Ngozofeli coming from? He says it's coming from Cotonou, which is the capital of Lagos State. I've had instances like that, yes. I have seen a Jamaican when I was in Mexico with concurrent accreditation to Panama, Costa Rica, and Guatemala. Somebody will come from one of these Caribbean islands and tell me that he's Nigerian, maybe handcuffed from immigration and brought to my office. I say, okay, fine, just give me 2 minutes to talk with him. And in the process of interaction and discussion, the accent alone tells me that he may not even have been to Nigeria before. You know? So you can imagine someone saying that Accra is the capital of Nigeria, or Lagos is parish if he claims to be a Christian, and so on and so on. So these are the areas we identify these people who fake. A lot of Nigerians. I was one day on a prison visit in Panama. I met a Nigerian. He calls himself Tony Jamaica. And he came in with an American passport, and it was dictated. Of course, he was carrying drugs, and they arrested him, and he was in prison there. So I went on the consular visit, and he told me that he's an American. The Americans called, the government of Panama called us from Mexico to come and check, because we didn't have a resident embassy in Panama. We had concurrent accreditations with Panama, Costa Rica, and Guatemala. And he said that he's an American. By the time he talked to me, I told him that you are from Anambra State. Just tell me exactly which town in Anambra State. He says from Oka. So you can see that people do all sorts of things, and then that's why I said immigration has a lot of job in their hands.
Yeah.
Consular cards help us to identify them at least.
A great job to do. You need psychologists. You know, you need psychologists. You need skillful personnel to do this, because issuing visa at port of entry is very, very risky. It's very, very risky for a nation like Nigeria, that of course we're talking about porosity of our borders and what have you. And if you don't have that technique to detect a liar at the point of entry, of course you may be giving visas to questionable characters.
We'll come to that. We'll come to Kirian. We'll raise that issue. We'll raise the issue of the capacity of your personnel. Of course, you talked. Prof already said, look, we need Nigerians to also implement this. Policies are not a challenge, but implementation often will be a challenge. I was just wondering, let's bring in the former CG of immigration. Look, visa on arrival is not a new thing. Before 1986, that's shortly before the advent of the structural adjustment program, Nigerians used to go to London, the UK, and get their visas on arrival. 1986. And in some of the countries also in Southern Africa, Harare, for instance, that's Zimbabwe, up until 1990, I believe, or thereabout, maybe about 92 or so, it was visa on arrival. Same thing with South Africa, up to about 94. We're talking about, anyway, those are some of the details once we can get into, but South Africa, your visa was on arrival at the airport. But here we are, countries have tightened up and said, look, it couldn't be possible visa on arrival anymore. You have to apply, you have to be screened. The UK has brought that on us, and we saw the kind of embarrassment and suffering that Nigerians have had to go through. You want to apply for a visa to the UK now, they will ask you to go and bring even your grandfather or great-grandfather, bring documents to show that you have assets in Nigeria. The same things that we are not asking them. They are busy paying their mortgage. They haven't finished paying their 25-year mortgage, but they will ask you to go and bring your own property documents that you actually have a house. Take the photograph, ask a state surveyor to come and value all kinds of things. Why is it that while others are doing this, we are now saying we want to attract investors, and suddenly, every African. How much investment have Africans brought in the first instance that we want to open our borders?
See, the issues are that every country has an interest. The Nigerian visa on arrival policy is not standalone. The African Union had given provisions that most countries should go on visa arrival. And Nigeria has keyed into that. We are not saying that everybody can be given visas. We leverage on the databases of all security agencies before we can do that for you. And we also make sure that we are not throwing away security concerns for visas, not at all. But we are leveraging on what we have. It's not just like people think that anybody can come in and get a visa, that other people, the British people, they give visa on arrival to certain categories of people. The Americans can come to Britain without having to take a visa.
I'm talking about Nigerians.
I'm taking you there. In Nigeria, we are not going to give to everybody that just wants to get visa on arrival. We check you, we feel that you are not worthy of entrance. You check the conditions that are given. You must have enough funds. You must be well booked in a place that you are going to reside. So we don't just say, everybody come. We are not saying so. The visas must be based on certain qualifications. Eligibility must be there. So people should not be worried and say that the immigration officer is well trained. As I know, he's very well trained. He can be well trained better and further, but we leverage on current technology to weed out people that we don't require into the country. So visa on arrival is not, people should not be so afraid of it. It's well managed, for goodness sake. It's well managed, and there will be no issues of, let's say, admitting just anybody. Right into the country, we have what we call monitoring on arrival. When you come in, like the city rightly said that, it will give an alert after a certain number of days that you have not left the country. We monitor. The immigration officer has national security at heart, and is going to make sure that that is done. But at the same time, we have to organize a fine line of trying to attract other people to the country. If you check, no country all over the world can do it alone. People use their immigration and visa policies to attract the kinds of people we want into their countries. You look for the kind of people. The bottom line of visa on arrival, the bottom line of inviting diaspora is the money. If you check what we bring in as remittances from diaspora Nigerians, it's enormous. It's very enormous every year. Well over 30-something billion that we bring in from diaspora. So they have to be taken care of. And we engage the Nigerian Diaspora Organization. They are well recognized in every other country so that they can give us figures and people. But I want to say, in respect to what some people just said now, that the diaspora, the Nigerians, that if you have a like chief from Enugu State, you come and say he's from Enugu, but he was born in Ouagadougou, and or he's from Ouagadougou, the capital of Enugu State. The immigration practice cannot deal with you on what you say on your face. We are a record-based organization. I used to be a record-based organization that you can present yourself and you look like a Russian, but actually you are a Nigerian. So we check the records, we check the data on you before we issue it. So don't just, it's not just based on what you say, but we deal with records, and we leverage on current technology to be able to do what is best for the country.
Records, there is also a kind of on-the-spot assessment of a well-trained immigration officer to be able to decipher, between the good, the bad, and the ugly. Right, and what we say that is so important here is the fact that, yes, we are going to allow other people to come in to build our economy. But what are African nations? How good or skillful or more managerial, African nations, what are they bringing into Nigeria? We are supposed to be a big brother in Africa. The story narrated by Professor Eugene Alebwa, with respect to the Italians, he wanted to come and fix a machine in the then Benue State, the government, and they were refused visa by Nigerian authorities in Italy. You see, if this policy can also be extended to countries where we have professionals, we will have people that can invest in Nigeria, that will be a healthy development, if you ask some Nigerians. But we will get to that when we come back from this break. You're watching Good Morning Nigeria on the network service of the NTA. We'll take a short break now. When we come back, we'll be continuing with our conversation.
My name is Giato Adeza Adams, the General Manager, Corporate and Strategic Communications, Nigerian Port Authority. As regards the land borders closure, available statistical data from APMT, which is one of our terminal operators that is involved in container handling terminal, has recorded an increase of 200 TEUs of cargoes into their terminal as a result of cargo diversion from the vessels originally meant for neighboring countries. That shows you that the terminal operators is going to have an increase in revenue, which is accrued to the terminal, and at the same time, Nigerian Port Authority will equally benefit from the revenue increase. So that is the benefit we have derived from the border closure.
Chief. Good morning, sir. You're here already?
No, now my spirit day, my body day for house. What kind of question is that? Were you not the one that fixed this meeting for 8 a.m.? You are now coming by 10 a.m. and start asking me job questions.
But Chief, now, I'm sorry. Don't you also go late for meetings sometimes? You know now, African time.
No more African time. And no more pancaking of face during office hours. At the end of the day, we will lose valuable time. We will not make progress. If we want to move this nation forward, we must treat business as business and respect time. Change begins with me.
Thank you, sir. I'm sorry. Can we go for the meeting now, Chief?
Later.
This message is brought to you by the National Orientation Agency in conjunction with the Federal Ministry of Information and Culture.
You're watching Good Morning Nigeria, reaching you live for the network service of the Nigerian Television Authority. We, of course, are discussing the new visa policy unveiled yesterday by President Muhammadu Buhari with respect to potential visitors to Nigeria. Different categories now have been enlarged. Professor Eugene Aliegba, you've listened to the other guests, the Comptrollers General, past and present, and Aduku, who himself was involved in immigration duties at some of Nigeria's missions. What, apart from what you said earlier, what are the likely implementation challenges on the practical side? I just let me tease you, for instance. Look, you know, a tourist comes and says, I'm going to do this one, and I give you some bogus address in some location. Maybe I have my hotel reservation somewhere, and then I leave the hotel. And you know the way hotels are in some parts of the country. They are more interested in just getting your money rather than actually getting your ID. And then you take off from that hotel and say, look, where are you going? I'm going to Kingsley Babandede, Paradan Street, somewhere in Benin City. There is no such street in Benin City. How do you trace me? And in the meantime, I'm fomenting trouble here and there.
Well, I think first and foremost, before I get to that, I want us to appreciate the fact that Nigeria, being a big brother in Africa, has ceded into this present posture of encouraging movement, economic activities within Africa with this policy. First and foremost, the intra-African trades is just 15% of the trade that African countries get involved. And then Africans trade in the world is just 2%. You know, so there's need for Africa as a continent within the context of the AU to try to see how they can encourage trade amongst themselves. And that Nigeria had to play a very leading role. Remember that Nigeria did not jump into signing this. It actually took a lot of caution. The president, in the first instance, refused signing it to make sure that a lot of things are taking place. Secondly, I admire the fact that these policies aim at reciprocity, because the way and manner that some African countries treat our citizens and treat us, irrespective of the fact that Nigerians are seen to be so criminally inclined, when we also know that some Nigerians and other countries too are not also excused from this. So I think if we come in from this premise, then for me it's important that we rise up to the challenge of this policy, seeing what is happening has happened in other places, and the fact that first and foremost the categories of people who are, for me, as I've said, there's a need to raise the moral attitude of Nigerians in handling whatever responsibility. For me, I think that's the problem. In terms of, once you raise that through orientation, there's a new regime. The president, this regime is a new regime in terms of, since 2015 when it came, there's quite a lot of things that it has been able to handle. For instance, whether we agree or not, corruption has been handled at least to a higher, handling corruption problem to a higher level, and certain things. And also the fact that nobody can be excused when it goes. So I believe that if the immigration and the Foreign Affairs, coming from this perspective, adopt a policy that, look, we have challenges with this policy, especially in an era where terrorists are flying all over the world and are ready to use anything and whatever money at their disposal to penetrate. And then the issues of money laundering flying up and there. Yesterday, I'm sure when I was listening to you guys, there was this thing about somebody just dropped 8 point something, but it meant that the people were on the check, suddenly. So I think that we have the best brains, in one of the best brains in the world, and capacity is the leadership in every organization to do it. And I think if the head of immigration is here, takes it up as a challenge that, look, this must succeed, I must do it with a difference. I think we'll get it right.
Yeah, so we have the best brains, and of course, what has always been the problem is how we direct that intelligence that we have. Sometimes when it goes negative, of course, we get negative result. Thank you, Prof. Now, Nigerians are beginning to respond to this conversation by way of tweets, and of course, we have them here, especially.
That's right. Amabwala Babs has this tweet. That's the new visa policy, a good step in the right direction. Nigerians with dual citizenship can use either of their passports for visa application and travels. However, we must also be security conscious so that such motive is not abused by those who desperately want the country in conflagration. Many Nigerians do not read through the visa on arrival policy of the federal government before they condemn the move. Visa on arrival policy does not guarantee free entry into Nigeria by other Africans. It's still the same process, just that they need not go to Nigerian embassies in their host countries.
Now, Festus Kimbo, he says, since we've been craving for foreign direct investment, the new visa on arrival policy will make it easier for travelers to travel to Nigeria, facilitate tourism, trade and business. My concern is the threat to national security, especially now that terrorists are moving around. They say we are the poverty capital of the world, but anybody who has traveled across Africa will know there is enormous wealth in our country. And I see Africans flooding our country. Government must ensure there's high control on ground, especially now that our level of insecurity is high.
That's a Twitter handle. Says he's weird. I hope you can say he is __ weird. As we Nigerians have to complete visa documentation, so also foreign nationals should do before coming to our country. The question of applying on arrival to me is not really ideal.
Steve Bond 007, he says it is not needed at this critical period. If a foreign terrorist that has always been on mask decides to apply, how will he be detected?
Lily Jack Solomon, the change in visa policy by Nigeria seeks to establish a continent-wide marketplace with increased trade and freer movement amongst its major pillars. Nigeria should learn from Kenya and Ethiopia as countries which have recently established visa on arrival policies for all Africans. While easing visa rules is one thing, smoother air travel for travelers across the continent is quite another. The AU must fight to record more progress in this regard with the launch of the single air transport market.
Chris Simeon, the launching of the new visa policy of the federal government is a welcome development. Nigerians are expecting Visa Policy 2020 to serve as a pathway that will bring robust economic growth, innovations, and fixing the security lapses. I hope visa on arrival will not bring unscrupulous elements into our country. Until now, it still baffles me.
Now, Nwogogo Silvanus tweets, foreigners should not come into Nigeria without completing the immigration processes in their country of departure. Now, the idea of coming in and applying for visa is questionable and suspicious.
But the Mosi Harun Adamu, it's a welcome development and quite commendable. It will help in revamping the economy of the country through FDI and others. More so, we aspire to become one of the great powers in the world, but we must also ensure protectionism.
Utulo Sunday, it's a welcome development considering the enormous benefits attached to it, but we have to tread with caution because of some persons who are sponsoring insecurity in the country.
Now, Comrade Elijah Ngala, I thought you were listening. He said, what is the benefit of visa policy to Nigerians? I thought that the guests have also mentioned such benefits.
That's right. Akeju Olagbaju, a visa policy has been launched and it rests squarely on economic footing of tourism. We should begin to develop our tourism potentials in different parts of the country.
Law Alpha C, the visa policy is a welcome development in order to regulate immigration in Nigeria, as it will help in curtailing insecurity and intrusion of foreign criminal elements using this place as breeding ground.
Okay, those are the twists we'll take in the meantime. Let's return to the Comptroller General of the Nigeria Immigration Service. We'll say, okay, get your visas on arrival. You have different categories now, work permits and all of that. You can get it. You have expertise that you require. But we do know that there have been instances of expatriate quota abuse. Expatriate quota abuse. There are some persons from Asian countries who are in Nigeria doing jobs that Nigerians themselves can do. Jobs that Nigerians can do. You see them, and Nigerians are complaining, but nobody appears to respond to them. Here we are saying now, come. We need foreign direct investment. So how are we going to manage this?
Yes, let me say that I have had you. You are really scared about your African brothers coming around.
I'm not scared.
I'm just
we're
giving
playing the devil's advocate. We're playing the devil's advocate.
First, I want you to understand that Nigeria may be the third largest country in the world in the next few years. I just spoke to journalists yesterday that you need to think inward before you think outward. If I tell you the number of Nigerians in diaspora, you'll be shocked. In not only developed economies, even in the neighborhood. People are saying, what will Niger bring? Somebody, what to Guinea? There are Nigerians who are doing business. If you go to places like Guinea, if you see the business Nigerians are handling, spare part, banks, you'll be shocked. So if you look inward, because you see somebody pushing a wheelbarrow from Niger, and you feel he is not helping your economy, and then the Nigerian who has a bank in Guinea, the Guinean will feel he's taking his economy. For information, it's a balance of life. The ecosystem is meant to integrate an economy which was already existing before the British came. I don't know which part of the world we are, but I know I'm from the north. I know somebody is from Yoruba land. We are the same people, we have the same culture. It is the British, it is the French that divided us. That's why our leaders said, look, yes, I belong to Niger, I belong to Benin. You will come in through the right border, you will come in with the right document, you will come and do the right job without security. So please, African integration is the same. If I tell you the number of Nigerians in part of Africa in the world, you'll be shocked. So let's not be apprehensive that Africans are not coming to contribute. It's not true. We need to improve trade between us and Africa. And please, we must commend President, as the professor says. He consulted Nigerians for a very long time. If Nigerians were complaining, why are we not signing? And Nigerians say you should sign. So that can be handled. The issue of no categories for other people, what? Okay, every visa, my former boss said, every visa is issued because of a national interest. Okay, do you want us to push China to give visa on arrival for technical maintenance so that Nigerian can go and maintain a machine in China? It doesn't look realistic. It is we who are buying machine in China. It is Nigerians that buy machine for poultry, machine for gas, machine for this, and you want the machines to be installed. So if you say you must argue with China that, look, we are giving you visa, temporary work permit to come and work, to install machine, China must give you visa. You are not realistic. You have to be realistic based on your needs. So this visa policy is based on need. And do not be scared of Nigerians. My former boss said clearly, look, when you arrive at airport, the proof is on you. The document you present is you. If there is doubt, you go to secondary inspection. If we don't agree, we return you back. So please, people should not be scared. I would like to say that this visa on arrival is even more secure than what we have before. I've mentioned this, that first, in the embassies we have in Africa, we don't have a single biometric visa. We have Viginet. Viginet has no picture, has no biometric features. But the visa on arrival the person will get at the airport will take his photograph, will take his biometric features. And we have just installed biometric clearance in our airport. Anybody who is coming to our airport will take his biometric. And after you enter Nigeria, if you stay for a period of 90 days, you must register. We will get arrested. So please, the scare should not be so high. But I have had the comment of the Nigerians, which is very important, that we need to be more dedicated to take care of security. The human factor is available. Professor advised. You wanted to say something?
Yes, you made mention that you will be talking about the issue of this provision being extended to other nations apart from those nations in Africa, because of course from Prof's narration of what happened when they wanted experts to come and address some mechanical issues in Benue State, then it was not possible. And you said you have provision, for such persons. Now, because we are talking about developing Nigeria. If, for instance, you believe that African nations have a role to play in developing our economy, we're talking about technology here. We're talking about industrialization. We're talking about agri-mechanization and all of that. These are the things Nigeria needs to grow as a nation. Technological development and what have you. Now, we may not get all of that from African nations. Do you have provision for other nations who have arrived in all these sectors of national life?
That's what we are saying. The visa on arrival addressed those issues. In short, it even addressed intellectualism. If a university feels that there is a research scientist required on nuclear or solar, we can give him visa on arrival and we can give him residence because of that need for Nigeria. If Ministry of Agriculture felt that there is a guy who is an expert in agriculture who is required, so the need for visa on arrival and special category visa does not regulate Africa. What we give to Africa is only pick your visa at the point of entry. But we have visa on arrival for others online, which has been going. And I said that this year alone, last 2019, we have issued almost 65,000 visas on arrival at the port of entry, web-based, based on Nigerian needs. So it's ongoing already and it's available and it's coded.
Okay, thank you very much. Former CG Immigration, I asked part of my question on expatriate quota abuse. Expatriate doesn't have to be from outside of Africa. They can be from within Africa. How do we control that under the current visa policy 2020 onwards? That's one leg. Second leg, this visa on arrival, I'm just saying, sometimes we often say international best practices. You hear the phrase international best practices. When Nigerians are applying for visas to go even to some African countries, they will be asking the applicant to show proof of means of sustenance. So how will this person show this proof of means? They will say, go and bring your pay slip, go and bring your bank statement, go and bring your property documents, whether notarized or original, that the courier company will bring it to you. I don't know, some persons have lost their property documents in that process. But proof of means, and here we are saying, just come. When you come, we will size you up and then give you visa.
Thank you very much. You see, to say that we need proof on arrival is something that is not that all these people that come in, that is the standard procedure for issuing visas anywhere, all over the world. But let me quickly go to the issue of abuse of quota. Abuse of quota in the new visa policy will rarely arise. They have made provision for virtually everybody. If you are bringing in $250,000, we give you the number of people you can come and get visa on arrival. That is the investment you bring into the country. So we are not just bringing anybody to abuse our quota positions, but we want specialized people. We want people that we can use to grow our own economy. So the categories provided for this visa policy, they are so huge and so many. We have artists, we have clerics, we have all sorts of people that is specialized. So if you don't feed it and you just come in to sell tomatoes on the road, we will pick you. The immigration service will pick you. There's no question about that. You have given the immigration service a job to monitor those people that bring. They will do that, and they have been doing that very admirably. They will do that very well and pick the people. Let us not concentrate only on visa on arrival. Visa on arrival seems to be the one that is capturing everybody's imagination, but there are a wide range of provisions. Being well prepared, and the immigration officer is well trained, for goodness sake. Okay, you've given him a job, let him do it.
Okay, let's go to Prof. Prof, very briefly, this policy envisages economic activities, boosting of economic activities in the aviation sector, and what have you. It is said that it is for areas Nigeria has competitive advantage over other nations. One wonders, this competitive advantage, what is the mix? What is the mix?
Well, the Nigeria has a comparative advantage within the fact that, first and foremost, we're a very large economy. You have extreme agricultural potentials. If you see some of the countries, for instance, the US and some of these places, the kind of products that we export to them are clearly within the fact that they're in areas that we have some level of advantage in terms of, okay, we are exporting crude. We are also expecting experts who should come in terms of the gas, oil and gas business and all that. And then, of course, we also have, while we're developing the agricultural sector, we are still limited by levels of mechanization and all other associated attributes within the sector. So for me, I think the whole thing for now is the fact that this policy is supposed to encourage mass arrival of what we have had, problems we have had in the past, complicated issues of having certain manpowers and I think when it starts in the next 1-2 years, and the fact that the emphasis is on reciprocity, and also the fact that the monitoring will show the extent to which certain nationals, their arrival. Now, I'll give you an example of the issues that he is raising. I worked as Commissioner of Works in Benue. One of the things we noticed in the Chinese is that the Chinese will tell you they are bringing 10, 20 experts. They are supposed to be engineers. But in the practical thing on the ground, you see that there are chefs amongst them, there are gardeners, there are all that. Now, what they now do is the fact that it becomes very difficult for them to use the local manpower that's supposed to be giving them drivers, providing cooks for them, and all kind of things. So they use a quota, which instead of bringing 2-3 engineers and then getting the rest of the people here, then they bring in almost like 20 people, and then they are doing virtually jobs, or even many jobs that Nigerians have done. And that's the monitoring aspect of it, that the fact that you give an approval for somebody to stay for 3 months, then if you don't monitor and then see exactly the kind of jobs which they are doing, and I think the monitoring aspect of it, to me, which is the implementation, is more important here. And that is what has been responsible for a lot of policies failing in Nigeria, because, as I've said earlier on, it's not that we don't have good policies or we never do it. The extent to which we make sure that these policies are implemented well. Again, we had this fertilizer wallet system which has operated fine so much in Uganda, in Tanzania, in all that farmers get 2 bags, 3 bags of fertilizer through it's a UN-based policy or through telephones, and all that. We tried it here during the president of African Development Bank. It started well, but somehow it has gone because of the. So our problem in this country, as I've been saying on this program, is that the immigration and the foreign affairs will team up to make sure that this policy succeeds. And I think that with the present regime, they will be giving that support to do it well.
Okay, Professor Alegba, thanks a lot. Let's bring in Ambassador Duku again. Ambassador Duku, the chief purpose of our discussion here is to highlight the value of the new visa policy, but at the same time to also indicate what the challenges of implementation might be, so that the policy implementers taking advantage of the informed views could go back and then see how they can plug the loopholes. Do you have any other concerns as your closing thoughts?
Well, I noticed that the 2 focal agencies in this new Nigerian visa policy are, of course, the Minister of Interior through the Nigerian Immigration Service and the Minister of Foreign Affairs. And each MDA, as I've just mentioned, complement the other side's effort. What do I mean by that? It is that government has very good policies. Everybody knows it is not new. But then implementation, like Professor has said, has always been our problem. But then identifying these 2 focal ministries with the very high quality manpower they have, the series of trainings and innovative ideas they are exposed to. I'm very confident that the best time to try this new Nigerian visa policy is now. Technology has advanced. I used to tell you how in the past we have to wait for sometimes 3 months, 4 months to get clearance from the immigration headquarters to give a visa to a journalist. And before then, the need for the journalist to come would have expired and would not try to give that visa. So the two focal ministries, when as they have been working always, and I'm sure the best is on the way to for this country.
We have to stop you here. Okay. Well, thank you a lot for your contribution. Kingsley, we have some other tweets that came in now from different persons. Maybe you don't have time to read them out.
Yeah, to get them. Yes, I mean, Dahatu has a tweet. It says, let's be cautious about who to issue the visas to, considering the level of insecurity in the country.
How about Dennis Mickey? Mr. President has done the right thing.
And Ghani has this tweet. He said the policy is well planned. But like Uganda, where you have visa on arrival, they will call the host via phone and confirm before such potential visitor is allowed to enter the country. The Nigerian government can ask the host to provide his or her BVN for security reasons.
It is where the visa-free policy came too early, judging by our security challenges.
Adeniran Idris, all officers involved in the implementation of the new visa policy must put Nigeria above all other considerations.
Manuel, good morning, Kingsley, and the rest in the studio. The visa policy is the right step in the right direction, provided it will not be abused.
Okay, on that note, we would like to thank all our guests for being with us on the conversation this morning. First, appreciation to the Comptroller General, Nigeria Immigration Service, Mohammed Obandede. Thank you very much for being around, and good morning, Nigeria. And his predecessor, also, that's the former Comptroller General, Nigeria Immigration Service, David Paradang. I gave you a street name in Benin City, Edo State, a while ago. Thanks a lot for being with us on the program.
Thank you for having me. I hope I will own the street soon.
That's right. Professor Eugene Aliegba, Professor of Political Science and International Relations at Nasarawa State University. It seems as if you've actually exhausted all the ministries when you were a commissioner in Benue. Thanks a lot for being around on Good Morning Nigeria. And Ambassador Clement Aduku, the man from Siberia at some point. Thank you for being with us on the program this morning. Thank you. Kieran?
And that's it on Good Morning Nigeria. This morning, we thank you very much for being part of it. My name is Kieran. You might have a great day.
And I'm Kingsley Osadula. We're back tomorrow, same time, 7 o'clock in the morning.
Detail show. Because they waka this small waka, why they waka make my mind the ajamo. Well, I don't tell me finish, pa.
You must be very fair.
The Big Deal Show. Get ready for interesting drama series.
My daughter got missing, and the next thing you came home with a car.
I want you to have a son for my husband.
What? Grace, are you mad? Is something wrong with you?
Daddy, I'm not mad. And besides, the question you asked me doesn't make sense.
How dare you? How dare you sleep with my daughter?
You're the one who said you're not going to give him anything. So he came to me now. Eh? What's the problem?
You're mad. We also feature a unique contest titled Niger Voice Contest. With this contest, we want to find out the people with the most amazing natural voices in Nigeria. Prizes will be won every quarter and in the grand finale. So if you can sing, here is the opportunity that you've been waiting for to become a star. For more details, don't miss any episode of The Big Deal Show on this station. For sponsorship or advert details, please call any of the numbers on the screen. Don't miss it.
lending a voice to business growth.
If you don't enjoy what you do, then you are wasting time.
If your customers see sincerity in you and they see you are honest, they will stick to you.
You must meet somebody somewhere that will be relevant in your life.
Mentoring on television.
To do the right things for the team without being coerced.
Those coming behind you, what can you do them whether they are better than you?
This is The Magnet.
You must continuously start sharpening your skills.
Man was created to manage the byproduct of his own existence.
Parading business moguls, technocrats, and major players in the private and public sectors. The Magnet, showing every Tuesday at 8:30 p.m. on NTA2, DSTV channel 369, GoTV channel 114, StarTimes channel 104. The Magnet, the business in you.
What does it take to get ahead in today's world? To get your dream job, the perfect girl, even a table at your favorite dance club. It takes moving fast. It takes moving at the speed of 4G. With Intel 4G LTE, you've got it all covered. That's because you have access to super fast unlimited data that enables you move as fast as the speed of light. Now, no download is too heavy. No conversation too long. Nothing is impossible. Get Intel 4G LTE Advanced today and do so much more. Intel. Live more.
Like the vintage wine, it can only get better, and that's what you get on Nigeria's most authoritative, educative, and entertainment breakfast show, Morning Ride. Morning Ride, better improved, now comes to you for 1.5 hours every Saturday, 10 to 11:30, with added packages which include the news updates, trending on the social media, in addition to the regulars, just for your viewing delights. And you can catch our repeat broadcast ads. For participation and advert placement, please contact the producer or call our marketing department. Morning Ride. Enjoy a jolly good ride.
Go TV. Live it, love it.
Welcome to your regular program, The Physicians, here on our normal station, NTA2. I just want to let you know that if you are listening now, we have a whole lot to offer you today. We're going to be talking about the breast. Very important. It is not only the women that should listen. When you hear the breast, it is not only the women that should listen. Even the men should also listen. My name is Dr. Martina Agbere. I welcome you to this program.
Welcome to The Physicians.
Dr. Memuna, please tell me, how many years did it take you to graduate from medical school?
How many years?
Yes.
Well, if I want to use the word I learned on this show some time ago, is some statements are political.
Yes.
So, politically right or not politically right. So the truth is that it's supposed to be 6 years. Yeah. But of course, in my time, I spent 8 years.
8 years.
Because of the industrial strikes and what have you. So
8 years, okay, that's not bad, not bad.
So how many years did you spend?
Well, 7 years.
7. So there was no strike?
There was strike, of course.
Okay.
There was strike. Normally, either 6 or 7 years, depending on the university.
I spent 8 years. I'm very shocked.
I actually did 7 years. Strike wasn't that long, in and out like that. But okay, let's get to a placement after your graduation.
Placement after graduation is usually almost immediately.
Almost immediately.
So I got mine 3 months. No, I graduated in April. I resumed housemanship in June.
Okay, mine was actually almost immediately too, but I did apply to so many places, and I actually got offer from almost all of them. So I had choices. I had to choose, and I made my own choice where I wanted to be. So, but what we have now is a totally different situation.
I learned that oftentimes people will graduate, they take a long period of time, almost with their certificates about to expire.
Certificates about to expire.
And sometimes some people have to just, at that point when they are so desperate, they have to go to what we do called supernumerary, meaning they will go in for the housemanship in quote for free, because once your certificate expires after 2 years, you have to go back to do your exams again.
Okay, just hold it there. We haven't started, just hold it there. My name is Dr. Martina Agberi, and I welcome you to our regular program.
And I am Dr. Memuna Yusuf Kadri.
My celebrity shrink. You are on to The Physicians,
where your health is our business. Welcome to The Physicians. With the World Health Organization recommendation, it states that there's 1 doctor to 600 patients. But that is a different case in Nigeria, where we see 1 doctor to 10,000 patients.
Even more than 10,000 a time.
And that is not where the problem really lies. If we're having 1 doctor to 10,000 patients, we should be expected to have more doctors into the system that will help resolve this crisis. But here we are with another looming crisis where we have our doctors graduate from medical school and they are not absorbed back into the system to do the 1-year compulsory housemanship. In one of our previous episodes, we had an expert on board who talked about solutions that the government and, of course, the community and individuals should take in rectifying this problem. Issues with infrastructure, human development, removing corruption and greed, so that we can get more doctors into the system, because as it is right now, we need minimum of 3,000 doctors annually in the next 25 years to fill in this gap. Today on The Physicians, we have one of our young doctors who is going to share with us from his personal experience the hassle, the difficulties he had while trying to get into the system for his housemanship. Welcome to the show, Dr. Odulaje.
Thank you very much.
It's actually nice having you
thank you very much
on our program, The Physicians. You just heard what my colleague said.
Yes.
And as a medical practitioner, you know very well that the ratio is actually, WHO standard is 1 doctor to 600 patients.
Yes.
But in Nigeria, we have one doctor to over 10,000.
That's just in the urban cities.
You are right, just in urban
So the rural area is like 1 to 22,000.
22
in rural
That is
areas.
even double, more than double of what we should.
Yes, we actually have brought you on this program so you can share your experiences, what it took you, how long to get into this particular place, and what you went through, bearing in mind that after 2 years of not getting a placement, you have to go back to writing that exam in medical school.
No, but before you go, did you ever think that at this point in time that you may go back for your exam?
No.
Okay, it didn't come to mind.
What was on your mind?
What was on your mind?
That plan B.
Yes.
If you got to that stage, what would you have done?
Exactly.
There's usually no plan B for me. Just the plan A.
Plan A.
Yes.
So,
exactly.
so what challenges did you go through before getting this place?
Okay, basically, finishing medical school. Now, upon finishing, I had to search for placement. Initially, before we finish our medical school, while we're in 600 level, the school gives us an opportunity to apply for housemanship.
In that same
school? Okay. Yes, even without our license, considering the fact that we are students of that school. Yeah. So after application and everything, and then your exams, eventually, the list comes out and just few people get placements. The
So
rest
it starts from there.
Yeah, it starts
So
from
in your own set, what exactly happened? How many people graduated and how many people were reabsorbed back into the system?
Okay, our set, for the first set, like 150 students
graduated, okay.
And let's say about 60 thereabouts.
Wow, what percentage is that again? That's not up to 50%, about 40% of them.
Not even up to 40.
You understand? So, and even for those that eventually later on they had to be absorbed into the system, had to go and meet one consultant or the other, to okay, help me out.
To plead your case.
Yes, exactly.
And so if you don't have anyone to...
And for me, I never really had anybody, and then my father is not the kind of the connect kind of guy that just spread his wings, So I had to hustle everything out myself. So I started applying to places, all over Nigeria, not to
even Maiduguri, Sokoto. Did you think about those places?
I thought of I applied to the Kano, cool. And I was considering Kebbi, but I never applied to that. Yeah, and then it got to a point after spending 3-4 months, started getting bored about it. But in order to cover that track, I started doing what we call PP, private practice, whereby you get to shadow and stuff like that, and then you earn something, you drop something.
But you know what? You just said something about PP, okay? Then you remember that that 1 year internship is actually for you to
upgrade
yourself, acquire your skill. So how were you able to cope?
Because you didn't have a permanent
just what you
full
learned from medical
registration.
school?
Yes. Okay. First, my dad then, he had a friend who happens to be a doctor.
Okay.
So I do go there to just watch how he does things.
Okay, so you can keep
Yes.
So it was giving stipends.
Yeah, something like that. So eventually I just had to find my way around. And then, and in some places you just okay, I went there was this notice to apply in Abeokuta, the state hospital there. And they were like, you have to come personally to the place to submit your CV. So I went there. I got the notice on the Friday. Someone sent me the notice. So I went there on Monday morning. In fact, I woke up
very
5 a.m. I'll be number 1 day. Imagine leaving from Lagos.
You were shocked.
Yeah. And then so when I got there, it was told me, okay, the method has changed.
The method had changed.
Yes.
So you left
no notification.
No notification, nothing. In fact, I wasn't even the only one that eventually came around. Other people too, so that have actually spent a lot of time, longer than I have. Just disheartening. Then I have to travel back to Lagos. I spent almost 6 hours on the road. Now imagine, more frustration and
traffic
then to the next one. It was quite terrible. But eventually, you know, so I didn't actually know anybody per se, you know, had nothing. They eventually, you know, that same day, now called me, you know.
That you should come
yeah,
and
should
put
come.
on.
Yeah.
So hold it, Dr. Odolaja, while we go on a very short break.
This is Keeping Up with the Physicians, and we have one of our young doctors here. Hello, doctor.
Hello, good afternoon.
Tell us your name.
My name is Dr. Shitu.
Dr. Shito. How many years do you spend in the medical school?
I spent an average of like 7 years.
7 years.
First of all, I didn't go to med school here. I studied abroad. I was in med school for 4.5 years because I had an undergrad prior to going to med school. I did my undergrad in Nigeria here, then I went abroad to med school, and I stayed 4.5 years in med school. And I came back in 2017.
7 years. 7 years. Was that the particular time you're supposed to stay?
No, it was meant to be, usually 6 years is the average time. It all depends on each school. Well, for my own school, 6 years is how long it takes to come out. But I think it all depends on each school, how long their own duration. Some schools are longer, some schools are shorter, but averagely 6 years.
Depends. Some people have plans to do something else apart from medicine. But people that want to do it is that there are not enough places, not enough spaces for them to do their internship. Sometimes the pay that they get is not enough, so they just wait for maybe another hospital to get in new interns so they can apply for it. So that actually depends. That's what it depends on usually.
The wait can be quite frustrating. You imagine finishing school. I actually thought I was going to get an internship immediately, but you see, the concept was where I wanted initially, or not recruiting until later in the year. So I had to wait and applied some other places. I didn't get in, did the interviews, but I did the interview in Ebutemeta and I got a slot.
For me, it was quite difficult because I was coming from the northern states of Nigeria and I live in the western states. So I wanted to get a placement over here in Lagos, coming from Jos. I tried writing exams in different places, I can remember taking bike to different hidden parts of like maybe Navy hospital, then going to different hospitals, and all the response I got were not good because I really didn't know a lot of people. And people that have connections or know other people have a higher chance than those ones that don't know people. We end up writing different exams. Even with the exams, writing the exams, they don't consider people that actually do well or excel in the exam. Instead, they consider the people that know the other people, like who know is who. Like for instance, those that know ministers or governors, those ones definitely stood a chance in getting a placement in places like state hospitals or federal hospitals.
There's actually no limit of time to how long you can stay before getting internship. It all depends on where you apply to, how lucky you are to get exams, stuff like that. So, but there's no definite saying, okay, in 1 month time, someone is... Actually, people can get in a month's time if they are lucky enough.
Because I studied abroad, it was always going to be longer. It was going to take more time because I had to first take the Nigerian board exam, pass that exam, and then begin the process of trying to get placement. So it's different for someone who studied here because once you're done here, you get inducted right after graduation. But for me, I graduated med school. When I did, then I came back, then I had to prepare for the exam, then take the exam. The exam is written twice a year, so I don't determine how long I will wait before the exam comes. So if the exam is in October, I have to, even if I come in January or in whenever I come back, I have to wait till the exam comes, take that exam, pass that exam, then get inducted before I can start looking for placement. So for me, studying abroad, it's different. It will always be a bit longer than anyone who studied.
Definitely, if 2 years has gone by and one hasn't yet gotten a placement, you have to rewrite the exam.
When I say longer, I mean, I'm not talking about the time that you're going to look for placement. I'm talking of from graduation to induction. From graduation to induction for someone who studied in Nigeria is almost non-existent because once you graduate, you get inducted. But if you study abroad, from graduation to induction, it takes a bit longer time because there are things that have to happen before you get inducted. You have to take the exam, pass the exam because, it's not an easy exam to pass. So you take the exam, you pass the exam, then you get inducted. Now, the challenge, I believe, I think the question lining now is how long does it take for you to get from induction to finding placement? That's where there should not be disparity. Everyone should have the same wait time, but it isn't. That's not the case.
To one of my friends, because we're like 3 that were coming from the north to get a placement here. One of us had to literally pay to get an house job.
Hey.
Yes, he had to pay someone. He paid the sum of about 150,000 naira to be able to get a placement for house job. But the main thing is you have to do your house job. It's a requirement as a medical doctor.
Suicide is a leading cause of death all over the world. Nigeria is not an exception. It's unfortunate that what we used to think is a Brodian thing has now come to meet us. People are dying in trenches. Resilience are being lost. And that is why WHO have said that in every 40 seconds, someone dies by suicide. The Physician is a program that is specially put in place to give you this great information. It's to enlighten our mind, for us to understand that emotional illness and physical illness cannot be treated at peace. It is important for us to know that life is already short. Why then cut it shorter by committing suicide? There is no problem that cannot be sorted. There's no solution, there's no problems, there's no height that cannot be surmounted. And that is why I will always encourage us to be more resilient, to always be more hopeful, and always know that suicide is not the option. Continue to watch the physicians as they give you more and more information on health and healthy living.
Welcome back. If you are just joining us, you're onto your regular program, The Physicians. And we have Dr. Odulaja here, who is actually taking us through his own life experience, trying to get placement for a compulsory one-year internship as a medical doctor.
And you know, the truth about that is that if you graduate by 28 years of age, let's just take that, and then you don't get that placement and you are 30, that means you aren't going to do your NYC. So there are challenges there.
Real challenges.
Shouldn't the government look into, because we have a huge deficit, we have a crisis, the government should actually look into getting doctors back into the system without any...
Dr. Memuna, I totally agree with you that government need to do something really, really fast. And you know, you already said it's a crisis situation. First and foremost, we don't have enough doctors.
Exactly.
Now we're looking for doctors. Doctors are graduating and we don't have placement. So how do you want them to serve?
Exactly.
So at the end of the day, most of these doctors who have graduated, you don't know if I can say the human mind.
And now
they may just leave.
The thing is that we're in a new decade, and you know, the last decade we had a lot of exodus of doctors outside the country.
Brain drain.
And this brain drain is not going to stop anytime soon. So
with even more enticing packages.
Yes.
They're going.
Maybe I'm sure Dr. Odulaja has more experiences to share with us from himself and of course from his friends that will have gone through this menace.
I don't want to say I feel what you're going through because I never went through
no,
it.
you envisage what you're going through.
Yes. I can just imagine.
Imagine what
it can be very frustrating and you're just really helpless. It's actually a helpless situation.
It can actually be very frustrating, but And then just like a day, like just as today, his name was not there. Tomorrow he went to check the list.
His name was there. And how were you feeling?
You know,
you will be like, in the same country. What happened?
Big man is there. But at the same time, I didn't really let that get to me because I focused my time on number one, private practice, number two, developing my own self. You know, my interpersonal relationship, especially with people. So, and eventually, I think that's so far what's been helping me right now, you know, in my current place of work.
So you do not allow that period to waste. So I think that is a good message for young doctors and any young person out there, that you don't allow the system to deal with you. You find ways to go through it, personal development, acquire other skills that are needed in this current dispensation, and that is a very good one. So how long did it eventually take you? 6 months, 8 months before you got a placement?
It took me a year and 3 months.
A year and 3 months.
So you had just 9 months to go before you go back for your registration again.
Palpitation setting in.
Yeah, so a year and 3 months. That's what it took me. You know? And then I think I had a friend also who took that long also, and in fact she was more frustrated than I am. I wanted her to come around, but she's quite busy. She was more frustrated. I was one encouraging her because she was married and she had the kid.
Oh, wow.
To nurture, you know,
and maybe her husband is not a doctor who understands.
Yes, exactly.
Like you are a doctor, and now you are suffering to get. I know that kind of situation.
I'm just wondering because I can imagine parents what they'll be going through after training a child
with millions
through medical school and no placement.
But do you have any experience of any of your friends who eventually didn't stay to do the house job just because of this frustration?
Well, I wouldn't say because of this frustration. I had one who happened to be a colleague of mine. I mean, he didn't even bother doing house job. Like, he just made up his mind that he's not doing house job. He went into software, programming and all.
No, we have a lot of doctors in the banks and financial.
That is a topic for another day.
So
doctors
and
in
they
different
make more
sectors.
money. Yes, exactly.
That's a topic for another day. But I just want to say something. Unlike other professions, okay, when they graduate, for instance, the legal profession, after graduation, they're supposed to also do something before they go for their youth service, right?
No, they go to the law school for 1 year.
Law school for 1 year. But now we have situations where they can actually go for youth service
and
come back to law school. But the medical profession is not like that. You must do your internship before you go for your
because internship is part of your training.
It's training.
Yes.
So that is actually the handicap. You can't go for youth service
and then come back.
So if in legal profession, you won't lose any year. You will not lose. You won't lose any year.
True.
You can do your internship, whatever you want to do, and go for your youth service, or vice versa.
Vice versa.
You understand? But for the medical profession,
no, it doesn't work that way in the medical.
It doesn't work like that in medical school. You can't even do it.
As a corporal, as a doctor who is a corporal, you are independent. I mean, you're on your own.
Yes,
independent. It's expected of you to actually be independent. You know. So then, if you don't actually go through that process of internship, I mean,
you don't even get your full registration.
Yes, number one, and besides, you're dealing with human lives.
Human lives, yes.
Before you leave, let me just ask you one final thing. That last moment, just imagine it, that is almost getting to the end, you know, placement. What do you think?
At that point in time, my mother was very frustrated.
So it became a whole family
yes.
thing. Thank you very much, Dr. Adelaide, for coming on this show to share your experience. Yeah. We do not hope any other doctor out there will experience this because we know the crisis we are currently facing. Thank you, viewers, and every other one that has been part of this show. This is the Physicians, where your health
is our business. Your health really is our business.
Till next time, have a blessed day.
Have a blessed day too.
In Nigeria, there's scarcity, there's surplusity. Scarcity and surplusity.
That's a good word.
That's a good one. And you know very well they don't even have the capacity in the universities
And at the end of the day, you have so many doctors coming out and you don't have placement. That is number one.
30 years ago. Then it was Bender State. I had offers from Bender State. I had from Kano State. I'm not from Kano State. And I had from the military. In fact, I was in my room and I got the form for military, and that's I didn't need to meet anybody.
All day there, Dr. Owa, that quota system, I will do know it's a major distraction in our government. All day.
You are watching NTA2. You are watching NTA2.
Hello, you're welcome to this week's edition of The Magnet. By now, of course, you know that The Magnet is a program that parades veterans, major players in the corporate and the public sector. Today, we are going to be lending a voice to business growth. That's what the program is about. We are going to be mentoring on television and who is a magnet for the week. The only way you get to find out is when you watch this profile documentary we have put together. Of course, you'll agree with me. He's eminently qualified to lend a voice to business growth. We'll be back shortly, and then you meet a foremost administrator who has served in various capacities, and of course, particularly the state of aquatic splendor. You'll be back to meet him. Join us shortly.
Otunba Dr. Abdulfatai Olajide Babatunde Olukoga was born to the family of the late Sulaimon Adebambo Olukoga, famous retired sales manager with Michelin Tires of Itumoja Quarters, and Alaja Zainab Abeni Olukoga Nibakari of Ishele Quarters, Ikorodu, Lagos State. His primary education began in 1957 at St. John's Schools, Aroloya, Lagos, where he obtained his first school leaving certificate in 1965 at Ansarudin College, Isolo, where he obtained the West Africa School Certificate Examination in 1970. Within the same year, he first worked briefly with the Lagos State Ministry of Education and Community Development and later traveled in search of golden fleas to Malcolm X College, Chicago's Illinois, United States of America, where he obtained a diploma in Business and Applied Science in 1973. Still in 1973, he gained admission into Governor State University, Park Forest, South Illinois, where he obtained a BSc degree in Social Cultural Processes in 1975. While there, he exhibited certain leadership qualities, which earned him positions. He bagged an MBA in Marketing and Industrial Relations from the same university in 1976. He was conferred an honorary doctorate degree in philosophy in public administration. He also bagged a PhD honorary caucus in political science and international relations at Crescent University in October 2015. Dr. Fatai Olukoga had worked in many organizations. Of note were Metropolitan Life Insurance Company, USA National Biscuit Company, USA ITT Nigeria Limited. He has also served in different capacities on various committees, boards and panels. Otunba Fatai Olukoga belongs to many frontline, social and religious organizations, including the prestigious Island Club, Lagos Country Club, Ikorodu Club, Oriwu Club, Eco Club, Division 1, and Saudin of Nigeria, Lagos branch, among others. Otunba Olukoga's dedication to service, exemplified leadership qualities, and administrative competence have been recognized and acknowledged through various awards and commendations. He has authored a book titled Managing People and also adds to his credit articles published in the Lagos State Bureaucrat. He published a memoir on Olukoga, the quintessential administrator, in May 2015. Otunba Olukoga, who retired as a permanent secretary in the Lagos State Civil Service in May 2007, is now the chairman of Avalanche Rural Insurance Brokers Limited and director, Soundserve Microfinance Bank, Ikorodu. He is married to Princess Mulikat Adedoyin Ni Onisiwo with children. He plays lawn tennis, loves reading and photography.
You're welcome back. The program is The Magnet, and we have a magnet in the house. I'm sure you have enjoyed, or you thoroughly enjoyed, the package we brought to you in our magnet. And you have agreed with me, it's a quintessential magnet that we have chosen to lend a voice to the growth of our business today. It's my pleasure to welcome to the magnet Otunba Alhaji Dr. Abdul Fatai Olajide Babatunde Olukoga. You're welcome to the magnet, sir.
Yes,
Thank you very much for allowing us to have a peep into your career. Now, we've looked at your sojourn in life, your school, the various places you have served, adding value to all your positions. Today we are focusing on administration, which is relevant in both public and private sector. Okay, sir, let's focus on the public sector, for instance. Who is an administrator?
An administrator is somebody responsible to achieve the goal or responsibility of an organization.
Okay.
He moved human resources and the capital to ensure that the goals of the organization, either private or public, is achieved in time.
Okay. Is somebody who work with material, men, women,
and
capital to ensure
a
common goal, and then of course getting results.
Yeah.
To achieve results.
Yes.
Based on the aims and objectives of the organization.
Yes.
Interesting. You talked about aims and objectives. Maybe you quickly clarify that. Most people may not know what aims and objectives of organization is, so that everybody in that organization can be on the same page for them to achieve a common goal.
Well, for instance, if your aim is to serve the community, that's your aim. And your objective is how do you really serve them to get your aims. So that means everybody must key into the organization aims and objectives or goals.
All right. Now, let's zero into public administration. Time was when to work in the ministries of parastatals was the in thing. What was the beauty for the hustle to work in public sector then?
Well, I would say that I'm happy that I had experience on both the private and the public service. I haven't completed my education in America. I arrived in Nigeria, though I had a scholarship from Lagos State government, and that entails that I have to serve. But I'm doing that, I said, it's so monotonous that it's a wrong notion. Until I went into private sector, worked there for 2.5 years, and were now asked to go because they have to relieve some staff so as to have funds to pay the salary. Then we now go back. I went into the public administration and put in my application. Then I even tell them that, look, I would not like to work in the ministry because it stereotypes something. Not knowing that I still don't have the objective. So I was posted to Lagos Refuse Disposal Board. Their aim is to cleaning environment with human resources, capital, and your intelligence. So intellect. So we started, and we changed from refuse disposal to commercialization, and we now become Lagos State Waste Management Authority. And I would say I was lucky enough to even work with those who came with that idea, the Power Pollution Control Company from UK. And we try to see, we look at the organization in its whole entirety. And we now see how do you bring people to keen in achieving the result of having a cleaner Lagos. So we have to go from one department to the other and sensitization, and to discuss what are you doing? How do you do it? What time can you take to do it? And when you see that they are using more time to achieve a result, we try as much as to bring it down and say, well, we do it this way, and that's what. So I was there, and I want to say that I'm very proud that Loma, at the time we had conversation, we were making 5 million a month.
Wow.
But before I left, it has turned to 22 million a month. Because
the government
it has the government parasitas. Because you see,
your orientation had changed.
The orientation had changed. So we were there, and after attaining the status of assistant general manager, first of all, I was assistant general manager training. Then later I was taken to corporate affairs to ensure that how do we get people to work. So I was in charge of clearing of refuse, evacuation of refuse, in company and in public. And in company is where we make much of our revenue. Of course. Because we go into the company and say, okay, you generate this. We evaluate the waste. And I say, okay, we pay this and this and this every month. So that's why we went over, like I would say, Nigerian breweries, Guinness, the NMPC, and so on and so forth. Even the petroleum and hospitals.
Yes, double whammy. You were making money and clean. Lagos was getting clean.
Was getting
but
clean.
You see, what you have said, sir, brought out something. The issue of public service having some form of commercialization, private, could it be public-private practice or the partnership? You know, there was a time that commercialization took over some parts of the public service. Is that what also informed what happened?
Yeah, well,
because if you look at it from the pure public and ministry point of view, this wouldn't have happened.
Yes, but as you work, you think, how do you get to pay your staff? And we look at it saying, the only way we can pay our staff, and not even entrenched staff, is by paying into a way to make revenue. So it may not be enough, but you bring something, and government will also put in. So it's just, and that is what is happening now, even in all the ministry now. You have a lot of things going on, you make a little generation, and then the government will say, we have this. And is that they will now have the fund to keep going on.
Okay.
So,
all right, you're still talking about public service, sir. Is it true, or I know that some of us that are beneficiaries of the public service, it's a training ground for people, for grooming. Do they still have that orientation, or we are confronted with this negative attitude to work ethics?
Well, I would say for Lagos State, we have the best worker. They're dedicated and they have the passion for their job. Still, because it takes the leadership of the organization, the way you do it. And if you are someone that just like a test attitude and you don't do your work, your followership they will do the same thing. But if they see that you're hardworking, you have passion for what you are doing, they key into it. And that is what is happening in Lagos State now. Most of the departments you go to, you can see that they are there to achieve the goal of each ministry has a goal. And each ministry must be able to respond to ensure that goal is achieved. So everybody must be on the same page.
Okay.
So that is it. And that is what actually happened. And I will tell you that the normal trend now is better than in the past. Because we are now working as if we are an organization. But in the past, when they say, the civil service is where you have time laxity and so on and so forth, it's not like that. When you get there, you resume on time. Even by the time you close, you must quantify what you have done for the day. You must be satisfied yourself. If you're not even satisfied, you say, well, I've not done much. If you delay files on your table and it's not going, you are also disturbing others. So there's this what we call put in time and trying to do things as it comes in, and it has been really been trained by all the staff.
All right, orientation. I hope other states will also take a cue from that. Now, just like you said, some time ago, people feel that ministries, parastatals, government parastatals are places for women, not for men, because the pay is low or was low. I don't know the pay now. How do you clear that?
Well, if you look, I think what you don't need to look for first is not the salary, is your satisfaction of inner mind.
Job satisfaction.
Job satisfaction. So once you have that, civil service is for men and women. Well, we say that the time for women to go home and take care of their kids and the same time take their husband. You find out even nowadays, women want to achieve the same thing that men are doing. So you see that women, what a man can do, a man will do it better. And that is what is doing. That's what is going on now in the service. You see that in public service, when you see the number of people that are becoming a permanent secretary, sometimes it used to be more men than the men. But we men have to wake up and say, what is going on? We have to level up. So that is what is happening. And that's what actually happened.
All right. We are still chatting with Dr. Abdul Fatai Babatunde Olajide Olukoga. He's the chairman of Million Mark Nigeria Limited, and as a Million Mark Plaza in the commercial hub of Ikorodu, Lagos. Let's go for a short break now. We'll be back here to continue our stimulating conversation with Dr. Olukoga.
The Association of Chemicals Importers, Exporters and Dealers of Nigeria, with the acronym of ASIDIN, was formally registered in July 2019, has amongst its objectives to protect the interest and welfare of members, to ensure proper communication line between operators and dealers of chemicals in Nigeria, and protect unity and cooperation of members.
The problem we are having concerning loss of job by our youth to foreigners. And we want to come together as a body, speak to the government to get a better result on how to handle this area of business in Nigeria.
Hearkening to the call of the policy of federal government of sourcing local content, the indigenous operators of chemicals felt a need to speak with one voice and wrestle a large percentage of the market share from foreign operators. Wednesday, 23rd of January, signaled a new dawn for ASIDIN as affiliate members came together to chart the way forward with government regulators in attendance. The day started with appraisal of their past activities before the official commencement laced with prayers and national anthem. With self-introduction of members, guests and media practitioners present, Mr. John Ukezie took charge of the event as Master of Ceremony. In his opening remarks, the Chairman Board of Trustees of the Association of Chemicals Importers, Exporters and Dealers of Nigeria, ASIDIN, welcomed all and further articulated the essence of the body to have a cohesive relationship with all players, to forestall the fragmented nature that existed before ASIDIN. He further emphasized to members on the need to know their customers, strengthen the bond, and enhance empowerment among Nigerians, establish cordial relationship with manufacturers, create wealth and maintain a consistent value chain.
We need to be a force and relevant to manufacturers. There's hardly any process in manufacturing that will not use chemicals. And if that is happening, then we should be part of that process. We need also government to understand that certain things, government is not in business. The job of business is regulation. There is no business in the world that government can run successfully.
The scorecard presented by the chairman elicited response from the government regulators present. This enabled them to allay the seemingly bureaucratic process laced with government approvals.
NAFDAC and chemical marketers, they've worked together for a very long time. And in the last 2 or 3 years, we have met the processes of getting permits to import chemicals very easy. The importance of the manufacturing sector is quite key in development of any economy in the world. So the Lagos Chamber of Commerce and Industry is a platform that is ready to support your vision and your mission.
After all said, how do members deal with long period of clearing at the port and other similar challenges? Other Board of Trustees members, which includes Mrs. Angela Ezenwa and Ikem Omalu, also made presentation. The brief ceremony afforded members and guests an opportunity for interaction and networking amidst variety of sumptuous meals, well prepared by the Ibish chef, venue of the meeting. The event can also be described as a media parley, judging from the number of press crew in attendance. The comment segment, which provided a platform to seek clarification on varied issues, was used to clarify the menace of plastic to the environment in reference to the chairman's speech on global warming.
Is there something we can do? Because I know that some other countries are also looking at alternatives. We see some countries now using banana leaves to do certain things that the plastic we use here.
I don't know if you've heard of the extended fiduciary responsibility. The extended fiduciary responsibility is part of all the regulations. And what they're doing, what that does, what that entails, that the owner, you that manufacture, you take responsibility of the waste.
The event was rounded off on a spiritual note, with AIMS media team interacting with board members and guests in attendance.
So there are many challenges that the importers, the manufacturers are facing, but no individual can fight alone and win. So this association is well blessed, and we pray that it will go from strength to strength.
Mobilizing people, enlightening people, and making sure that we, on our own part, we are positioned effectively to enable us secure the government's confidence.
Is for us to be able to create our own chemical industry in Nigeria. That is the ultimate, because people will come with ideas. There are some basic chemicals that should be made in Nigeria. They shouldn't be imported. Hydrated lime and so on and so forth. And we have the raw materials, but we still import. It doesn't make sense. And unless we manufacture, like I've said, we will not solve the employment challenges we have. Even though the world is going automation, but let's start from what we know, and then we'll move to what we don't know.
We wish the Association of Chemicals Importers, Exporters and Dealers of Nigeria more success in their future endeavor.
It's a pleasure to welcome you back to the Magnets. I'm really enjoying myself today while lending a voice to business growth. And who is our magnet? I still have with us here, Dr. Olukoga, mentoring us on television. You're still welcome to the program, sir.
It's a pleasure.
He's a technocrat, served with Lagos State government and so many other organizations. And now he's endowing us with his wealth of knowledge. Sir, those days, and it's still quite there, work ethics is something that has been a major bane in service delivery, either in the public or private sector.
Yes.
How do you clarify that?
Well, work ethic is very important in any organization, either private or public. Let me go back to civil service. You see, in civil service, you have the work ethics, and also you have the opportunity to be posting around of all the ministry, parasiters, agencies, and so on and so forth. That's giving a learning curve. And if you are, like I said in the beginning, you have passion for what you do, you will make it, and you have a focus. Because as people who want to come to the service, even nowadays, they are looking at money, what they can get, that is what they can amass, but that's not shouldn't be. First of all, you must learn something. You must gain something. You allow the institution to pass through you, not you passing through the institution.
Interesting. It's a grooming ground.
It's a grooming ground. So
interesting. Now, time was when we used to hear, I don't know if it's still particularly with the core ministries, that everybody from zero or from level 1 to the PS level are relevant. Time was when we hear of files missing because the messenger or the account clerk feels that it's not being recognized.
Really, it's not like that nowadays.
Okay.
Everybody in your ministry, from cleaner to the top, are very relevant. Because if one slow down, then the whole thing is slowed down.
Oh, yes.
You cannot find your file, it means you cannot do your work. So what we do as head of leadership is to ensure that everybody will recognize and ensure they are very important. Okay. You want to come to the ministry, you find a dirty floor, environment, you can move, you can operate. Then you walk in, and the receptionist is doing sharply, attending to you, or you know that it first of all shows that nothing can happen, good can happen. That's quite important. Everybody must be the same page. And I'm happy that in states, it is like that. Even I can give you an example when I was posted to Ojo local government. And a paper was brought to me for an approval. I said, never done like that. You have to open a file with the subject matter, then bring it back for my approval. During the approval, I have to go to the past and see what has happened, what is relevant for me to make my own submission. Continuity. So once I do that, and when we started that, people now say, oh, this is good. This is good. So we have got approval one time. We don't know why the file is. We don't know why the file is. But we get the orientation. And at the end of the day, they also learned, and majority of them have grown up in the local government. Okay. I only spent one year, and that way is very resourceful and very meaningful. I left a mark there.
Interesting. Congratulations, sir.
Thank you.
Yes, also, people also used to, when they are in the ministry or in the parastatal, the aspiration then was to pass through the rank gradually to become either a DG or a PS, permanent secretary. But now you see a lot of people are in a hurry, it's like they want to just take off and go and do their own business, or even go into politics, looking for political appointments.
Well, I would say that, look, my advice to the young generation is that, first of all, you must be armed with good quality education. They must also learn, because if you don't learn very well, whenever you are given a post, an higher post, you will not be able to do well. But once you have gone through all the means of the administrations, of the ministry, and so on and so forth, when you are faced with challenge, you know how to handle it. You know how to handle it. Then if you go into, it's a pity that most of these young girls of today, they want to have quick money. But that's what, you must first of all have satisfaction of mind. And also what you are doing. Then you started paying your dues. Once that is done, by the time you now leave the service and your own, I like people say, you say the way you lay your bed is where you lie on it. So you have groomed yourself and so on and so. When you are now your own, you go to excel.
Okay, another thing that confronts us, in fact, even if we don't witness it, we also watch on television, the issue of corruptions are in public service. I don't know if you had any instinct of it or you were confronted with it, but it's something, it's a major bane.
Well, in Nigeria, corruption is everywhere. Even when you say good morning, there's corruption in it.
Wow.
So
you have to examine that good morning very well.
You have to examine that good morning. Say, is this really good morning or good afternoon?
I just want your papers, please.
Sorry.
Salary don't enter. Yes, so. And month never even reach sef. Na salary plenty, oh. No wonder I no gree collect roja from my hand. Shut up, sir. I'm here to bail my younger brother.
If it happen.
With good laws,
Proper funding, training,
and cooperation.
if it happen.
Time to time, life is all about time. Do you know this life is all about time? Do you know this life is all about time? People come, people go, this life never changes. There is time for everything. Wait for your time. Oh, people come, people go. This life never changes. There is time for everything. Wait for your time. Oh, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday might be for you. Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday might be for me. January, February, March might be for you. October, November, December might be for me. Time to time, time to time, time to time, time to time. Please wait for your time, oh. Please wait for your time. Please wait for your time, oh. Please wait for your time. People come, people go. This life never changes. There is time for everything. Wait for your time, oh. People come, people go. This life never changes. There is time for everything. Wait for your time. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Oh, January to December. Wait for your time. Wait for your time. Wait for your time. Wait for your time. Oh. Time to time. Time to time. Time to time. Life is all about time.
Last time on Time to Time.
What was the meaning of that?
Of what, Ronke? Why are you taking this issue so important?
Shegun, I need a straight answer from you, and I want you to tell me the truth.
Okay, I'm all ears.
What is going on between you and my mom?
Nothing. She was in my room to tell me what to prepare and when to prepare it.
What is it? I said, ask you out. Who? What do you mean by who? Mr. Bolaji, of course.
He just got back from the States a few weeks ago. He will resume fully as the new CEO of this company tomorrow.
Time to time, life is all about time.
So what was his face like when you told him he was taking chances?
Oh, I don't even know how to explain it. Veronica, I couldn't even look him in the eyes.
So, was his speech convincing enough?
Listen. Sonate, I love you. I want to be the man in your life. The one that makes you smile. I want to spend the rest of my life with you. Oh my God.
I like that. Now that you're both meeting tonight.
Yep.
So grab him, hold him tight, and say a big yes.
Just like that.
Of course. Just like that.
Veronica. Okay.
All right, sir. Don't worry, I'll talk to you later. I'll call you tomorrow. Thank you. BJ, what's wrong with you? Stop being childish. You're a man. You know girls and their ways of playing games. What is this?
You need to see this girl. She was so serious. Even at a point, I was thinking I've made the biggest mistake of my life. The worst part of the scenario was she walked out on me. I mean, me, Bolaji Adiola, the only son of Chief Adiola. I don't seem to get it.
So? Is that all? Haven't a girl slapped you before and finally say, yes, I do? Come on. She's only trying to know how strong you are. Man, wake up. Okay, tell me. So, when next are you meeting her?
Probably tonight.
Tonight? Perfect. Just perfect. I like that. You know what? You are going to get your final answers tonight. Don't you know this girl is so beautiful that you can lose her to the hands of another man?
It's okay. Don't go. Kola, let me clear you first. Fine. You know I wouldn't want to lose her. But this your side of the story that says she's so beautiful. Come. I don't trust you. I mean, the Kola I know. How come you know this girl is beautiful?
If the VJ I know will tell me a woman is beautiful, then she is truly beautiful. Man, I know your taste, VJ. You, guy, I know you. Black and white. Forget that. Don't worry, it'll be over. Eh? I know your taste, man. I know your taste.
This life is all about time. People come, people go. This life never changes. There is time for everything. Wait for your time. Oh, people come, people go. This life never changes. There is time for everything. Wait for your time. Oh, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday might be for you. Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday might be for me. January, February, March might be for you. October, November, December might be for me. Time to time, time to time, time to time, time to time. Please wait for your time, oh. Please wait for your time. Please wait for your time, oh. Please wait for your time. People come, people go. This life never changes. There is time for everything. Wait for your time, oh. People come, people go. This life never changes. There is time for everything. Wait for your time.
Sonate, this one that you're smiling and daydreaming, what is it about?
I wasn't daydreaming. I was only deep in thoughts.
Either ways, why were you smiling?
Let's say I was thinking about Bolaji.
Oh, lover girl. The doctor asked me to call you.
Okay.
Hello, Secretary. How are you? Oh, yeah, I remember. Please tell them to wait for me. I'm on my way already. And please, make sure you complete the document belonging to Olat Company. Okay, good. I'm on my way. All right, I'll see you later there. All right.
Time to time, life is all about time. Do you know this life is all about time? People come, people go, this life never changes. There is time for everything, wait for your time. Oh, people come, people go, this life never changes. There is time for everything, wait for your time. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday might be for you. Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday might be for me. January, February, March might be for you. October, November, December might be for me. Time to time, time to time, time to time, time to time. Please wait for your time, oh. Wait for your time. Please wait for your time, oh. Please wait for your time. People come, people go. This life never changes. There is time for everything. Wait for your time, oh. People come, people go. This life never changes. There is time for everything. Wait for your time.
With the smell of your perfume, it's going to be an imperative outing.
With the beam on his face, it is a smile of love.
Wow.
My brother is in love.
Well, you are both right. I'm going on a date. And I can't wait to see her. You know, I pray this goes well.
Well, I have nothing to say. May your heart yearning be met.
Well, I have to go now. I'll see you guys later.
All right.
See you guys.
Good luck, bro. Don't be late.
Just thank God for your lives.
Wow.
She's one of my favorite actresses. I love her so much. You look smashing. That must be your date.
Good evening, Ma.
Good evening.
Good evening, sir.
How are you?
Oh, good evening. How are you?
I'm fine.
A lot of thanks to you for your kind gesture.
Pleasure, sir. Sure.
Of course.
All right, sir.
Bye-bye.
You should be looking at me. Don't bite my hand. Oh! Look at you. I'm not giving you.
So now, babe, I'm sorry about what happened yesterday. I'm so very sorry. You shouldn't say nothing. I just want to let you know I meant every single word I uttered to you. I love you so much. I just want to be there when you need me and when you don't need me. I just want to wake up in the morning and see you at my side. Just want to be the man of your life.
Anyone ever told you that you do too much?
No.
I don't think so.
Yes.
That is a call the waiter. I want to order something.
Waiter!
Stop now.
What?
What's that?
Can't I laugh? We're not going anywhere. Really? Sorry. Sorry, are you okay? Sorry, water, should I get you water? Sorry. Thank you, dear. Sorry. Sorry. Sweet.
Time to time, life is all about time.
Next time on Time to Time.
I'm having the feelings that it's about to end.
About to end? Why do you have to say that? Or have you found someone else?
Shegun, you know I can't do that to you. I love you.
I love you too. So, what is the problem?
Dad will be traveling tomorrow. And when he gets back, preparation for my brother's wedding begins.
So, what does that go to doctors?
That means soonest, I'll be asked to bring home a suitor.
Then, present me to them.
It's not as easy as you think, and you know that. Okay.
Dad.
Yes.
Mom. Let's fix a date.
A date?
Yeah.
For what?
To meet Sonata's parents.
You are 3 weeks pregnant.
Do you know this life is all about time? Do you know this life is all about time? People come, people go, this life never changes. There is time for everything, wait for your time. Oh, people come, people go, this life never changes. There is time for everything, wait for your time. Oh, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday might be for you. Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday might be for me. January, February, March might be for you. October, November, December might be for me. Time to time, time to time, time to time, time to time. Please wait for your time, oh. Please wait for your time. Please wait for your time, oh. Please wait for your time. People come, people go. This life never changes. There is time for everything. Wait for your time, oh. People come, people go.
Free. Well done, no. How business?
I know. How Sunday body?
That now why I come, oh. I come buy some more ORS. I want to keep for house because I don't know when this kind of thing will happen again.
You be correct, mother.
Thank you. I beg, you know any carpenter? My drawer for house spoil, and I dare they lock important things keep. I don't want to make Sunday and his sister spoil them.
I get. I saved the person number for phone. Make I find out.
The one fall down.
Yeah, this one.
Thank you.
Bye. Thank you.
Big girls. Since you dey waste bottle water, your money don't come, I think. Eh?
Now the ORS when I prepared for Sunday last night, I won't do new one this morning.
Why you not just do add this one? Eh? Why you dey waste them?
See, the yesterday will not go work again. You must to prepare fresh one every day.
I don't understand.
You want to say as I did one? Oh, yeah, no, go.
Eliza.
You see two of these small container. Now you go turn inside this big one. It go give you 1 liter. Now it be the complete quantity. Before you go come put the ORS sachet. This sachet really see.
Eh? All this wahala for waiting now. Why you not just give am water drink?
You don't know say the salt inside the water they very important.
Oh, wow, Eliza, the way they advertise this thing, it sure say me self no go begin drink am. Eh? Make my body they fresh like picking them own.
If you like, take am bath. Now you sabi.
Or make I climb roof, go cut zinc, begin chop like corn.
See this one, no? No wahala. By the time rain mama all your property from your leaky roof, no be person go tell you go run corner and go shop, go buy zinc tablet.
Oh, not to cure diarrhea.
No, no be diarrhea messing with that. The zinc tablets now vitamin to help the pikin intestine strong. No be diarrhea medicine at all. You dey watch wetin I dey do so.
You
go pour this thing carefully. Make sure say you shake am well. See, if you look, you know they see the salt again. Shake am well. Shake.
If you see the thing with my eyes don't see, since why I come here, a good sign I come here. I tell you.
Mama, I beg, carpenter go come repair the drawer wey spoil for inside room. I don't drop 1,000 from top table. Help me give her. Thank you.
See,
What is this to see for that one body self?
I sure say na juju. She take catch my son sister.
I believe you, Mama. You don't tell where nobody sees sisters for this water now. That woman, if you don't use and do something, in fact, if you don't even take and do ritual,
Now, well done. They look for Eliza.
where your equipment?
My waiting.
Your waiting. I ask you, say where your equipment. You dey talk of your waiting. You well at all? I bet you dey drink kerosene.
I bet my son come make we go. Come make we go. Come. I know say Eliza say make you come repair this drawer where the lock don't spoil. But to get another way she forget to tell you. This one, she don't lose the key. And the important thing where they inside the way she need. She won't make you open them. The time where she they go that her tailor shop for market. You know, say the inside evening she go come back. She say, make I give you 500 naira. But me, I add another 500 naira, making it 1,000. Take.
You take small for that place. What happened?
Guy, I tell you.
What happened? You meet the husband.
Oh boy, this one past meeting the husband. Guy, we go enter Central Market.
Central Market? What thing happen for Central Market?
I say Eliza get tailoring shop for there. You know,
to how to fight. Alright, oh yeah now.
Like the vintage wine, it can only get better, and that's what you get on Nigeria's most authoritative, educative, and entertainment breakfast show, Morning Ride. Morning Ride, better improved, now comes to you for 1.5 hours every Saturday, 10 to 11:30, with added packages which include the news updates, trending on the social media, in addition to the regulars, just for your viewing delights, and you can catch our repeat broadcast ads. For participation and advert placement, please contact the producer or call our marketing department. Morning Ride. Enjoy a jolly good ride.
You're still on to NTA2, your reach out station. Up next, what and where? Stay tuned.
Happy new month to you. It's the month of love, and I'm already in the mood to celebrate love. Thank you for joining us on today's edition of What and Where, coming to you on your reach out station, NTA2Lagos Network Center. I am Lucy Olugbe. We apologize for starting a little bit late behind the shadow. Today we bring you highlights from the birthday celebration of a supermom and more.
Hey, beautiful. Your eyes, your smile are all begging me to take you home tonight.
Now reading page 3.
Experience unlimited super-fast internet access from Entel 4G. Entel. Live more.
Classical audience, memorable social and corporate events. What and Where gives your ceremony a touch of class and finesse. Every Sunday at 7 p.m. on NTA2 Lagos Network Center.
Thank you for staying tuned to What and Where. A quick reminder that you can watch the repeat broadcast of this program every Wednesday at 10:30 a.m. Now, first on our lineup, we take you straight to the 3rd edition and Homecoming Awards of the Kuramo Writers. Enjoy the highlights.
Was like, and what are your own insights about political engagement at this time?
The differences between the parties, in real terms, approaches might be slightly different, but in real terms there's very little difference.
Kuramo Festival of Words, otherwise known as Queefest, recently rolled out the drums to celebrate the 3rd edition and Homecoming Award ceremony for its outstanding great writers. Held at the Co-Hotel Institute in Lagos, the event converged dignitaries such as the First Lady of Lagos, Dr. Mrs. Ibijoke Sanwo-Olu, the wife of the Speaker of House of Representatives, Mrs. Talamatu Gbajabiamila, as well as other literary enthusiasts.
It's very important that we keep the book culture alive, despite the fact that we have a competition with the social media and stuff. But no matter what we read in the social media, the books are still very important.
A book is where all the art forms converge. In a single book, you can talk about all the art forms which usually exist as separate and distinct entities. A single book can talk about music, film, photography, all visual arts in one place.
The theme of this year's Kuramo Writers aims to reflect the thread that links the panel discussion, award, and reading culture with the belief that words and their expression can effect real socio-political change.
We intend to, and we are committed, together to be developers of talent and the value chain in the content world. Together to ensure the word industry will get stronger to shape and develop the African mind.
The executive publisher and co-founder Kuramo Publishing, Mrs. Gbemi Sashore, says Kuramo Festival is to reiterate the power of words and discover ways to harness that potentiality. She added that Queefest encourages human interactions, literary expressions, and stimulates a new community of talented writers.
We try very hard, and I believe we do, create a platform for people to tell their stories. A lot of people believe that only the great writers that you and I know can write a book, that you cannot write a book, that I cannot write a book. But we have dispelled the myth in the last 3 years through the Unpublished Writers Prize that everybody can be a writer because everybody has a story to tell.
Out of 15 entries of writers that submit unpublished work of fiction, Vivian Oyekachi Ibe emerged the overall winner of this year's Kuramo Writers Prize.
I'd like to say a big thank you to Kuramo Publishing for this opportunity. I am super grateful. Like I said, in a million years, I never thought that I'd be the winner of this prize, and I am appreciative. I also want to thank the judges for the time they put into choosing this book and finding my book worthy.
The speech and prize-giving event was not without the cultural display of talent by Ajayi Right to Freedom.
But I still felt the weight of those chains until I learned to write. I learned to use the power of words. Words became my tool for personal expression. Words are powerful. Words build up people.
Classical audience, memorable social and corporate events, what and where gives your ceremony a touch of class and finesse. Every Sunday at 7 p.m. on NTA2Lagos Network Center.
Congratulations to the winner of this year's edition of the Kuramos Prize. Now, it's amazing how one day someone walks into your life and suddenly you can't remember how you lived without them. Take a look at how Ayokunle and Olamide decided on forever.
They say it's a lifelong journey that thrives on love, commitment, trust, respect, communication, patience, and companionship. This, I believe, is the case of these two lovebirds, Olamide and Ayokunle, as they embark on the journey to spend their lives together forever. At the event, which started with the engagement ceremony, family and friends rally round to celebrate and usher them into this new life together. The groom, all full of smiles, looking dapper and handsome in his gold agbada attire, danced in with his entourage, his groomsmen, to ask for his wife to be hands in marriage in the traditional way, as well as performing all the traditional rites. Request has been granted, then it is time to usher in his ever beautiful bride adorned gorgeously in her also gold attire, alongside a bridesmaid, to perform the traditional rites before being with her spouse. worthy of note to mention that the hall, which was glamorously decorated in emerald and gold, is also adorned with exquisite and stunning guests in like colors. According to some family members, this is a long-awaited wedding, and they have this to say.
My younger brother, Olakule, is getting to his beautiful bride, Olabide. So it's a thing of joy in our family. The whole of our home is excited.
I pray that our wedding will be a successful one. God will bless the reunion, and it will be a thing of joy.
Since it is not just an engagement ceremony, but also an introductory one, the families are hereby introduced. Latest couple performs their first duty. And they showcase their dance steps to the admiration of the guests.
God, in His infinite mercies, grant them the grace that follows wedding of this nature by the fruit of womb, love untainted.
I would just have to tell both of them is that they should try as much as possible to focus on God and trust in God.
I feel happy he's married. It's great to see your friend getting married, so I feel very great right now. On top of the world? How else am I meant to feel? I'm on top of the world.
I'm happy, excited, married my best friend.
Happy marriages look to the future and not the past. What and Where wishes the couple a happily ever after journey of no destination.
Classical audience, memorable social and corporate events. What and Where gives your ceremony a touch of class and finesse. Every Sunday at 7 p.m. on NTA2Lagos Network Center.
Of course, here is wishing Ayokunle and Olamide a beautiful life together. The weekend was again awakened by the birthday celebration of Patience Mina Igwe. The birthday, which took place in Lagos, was characterized by prayers and well wishes, and Uzezia Rure captured the beautiful moment for What and Where. Enjoy.
Children love to celebrate their parents at old age, and oftentimes this is a dream come true. For Jennifer Igwe and her siblings, their mother's 70th birthday is worthy of a grand celebration. As the gorgeous, non-aging patient Mina Igwe clocked 70, a number of her family, friends, colleagues and admirers came out in their numbers to eulogize her.
She has the ability to go around prisons, go around those people who are looking for help. My mother, who sat and watched our infant's head, she never sleeps until her children are asleep. She goes to the lengths to get for them. 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, ladies and gentlemen, 70!
The mother of 8, teacher and distinguished entrepreneur who contributed immensely to humanitarian works, was filled with joy as her son sang her some beautiful love songs.
Sweet mother, you got a special place in our hearts, our mother, baby, no other. You be the only one we've got. Sweet mother, we don't see you happy birthday, our mother, baby, no other.
Her children, grandchildren and in-laws described Patience Mina Igwe as a woman after God's heart, who is selfless, hardworking and passionate.
For you see your mother at 70, it's some joy.
There's one thing she always say in life. I should be able to stand out in the midst of everybody. There should be something about me that makes people look at me and be like, wow, where's this boy from?
She doesn't need to know you to show so much care. So when she's giving out so much, I believe that God has blessed her with so so much health and happiness. I pray that this new age will bring her more glamour and grace.
I have never seen her type before. This woman is down to earth, humble, kind, loving.
Dance, look at the camera and dance. Hey. Now I am feeling myself with Mrs. Patience Nimina Igwe's grandchildren. It's one exciting time having them around me. Then you can imagine how she will feel herself. What's your name? What's your name?
Zen Igwe.
How do you feel today?
Fine.
Wow, he's feeling fly. Well, we're having a very good party over here in Lagos at the birthday celebration of Mrs. Patience Mina Igwe. The best part of this weekend was characterized by the birthday celebration of Mrs. Patience Mina Igwe. Her 70th birthday attracted family and friends who came from far and wide to celebrate her for reaching this golden age. One of her daughters, our own Jennifer Igwe, was overwhelmed with appreciation to God for keeping her mother strong at 70.
Okay, I'm excited that my mom is celebrating her 70th birthday. It's no mean feat. And for a widow who raised 8 children, I would describe her as a strong woman. She was determined, and she's a woman who doesn't give up.
Loves to be ever young, and I am not an exception. To satisfy my curiosity, I asked the celebrant the secret of her look, and she said,
"Oh my God, it has been God. I think the secret is that age is just a number. But when you keep on telling yourself you're young, doing things like with my grandchildren, even my children, the things they do when they wear their bob trouser, they dress young and I follow them. So in my heart, the number is there. But within me, I am young because I follow them. I do my exercise, with a free heart."
Patience Mina Igwe was born into the family of late Chief and Mrs. D.N. Ubani in Umuahia, Abia State, and she was married to late Mazi Moses Igwe.
Classical audience, memorable social and corporate events. What and where gives your ceremony a touch of class and finesse. Every Sunday at 7 p.m. on NTA2Lagos Network Center.
I'm sure you will agree with me that the celebrant doesn't look anything close to 70. Belated happy birthday to the septuagenarian. We wish you more years in good health. Amen. And that's our show for today. Many thanks for being a part of it. Join us again, same time, same station next week for another interesting package. I am Lucy Ulube, and here is wishing you a lovely week ahead. Bye-bye.
The Nigerian art has evolved over time, from the creative inspiration of the Nog, Ife, Benin and Igboku culture to a contemporary art that has produced skilled artists in the area of painting, sculpture, glass, metal arts, to mention a few.
We use art to store our history, we use art to communicate, we use art to express ourselves too. So art plays a very vital role in keeping, documenting, and equally transferring of information. Art is business. You have the commercial art too. People make money from art, and it's a source of living. If you love a piece of artwork, you can acquire one. As far as you can be able to purchase a phone, if you can purchase a phone, you can purchase a good perfume and a wristwatch, you can equally purchase an artwork. And artwork is an asset too that appreciates with time. So your furniture becomes old model in your house, your car becomes an old model, your television old model, everything in which you acquire with time will become old model, but the artwork would increase in value with time.
These creative works of art does not only display beauty in aesthetic, but helps to develop the career of the artist while promoting our rich cultural heritage. On the other hand, work arts usually cover a wider range of colors and expressions that tells meaningful stories. The fact then is that art is quite connected to human experience. It provides a wider range of techniques. Apart from painting that most people are familiar with, some other works of art comes in other medium like wood, bronze, and iron.
Some artists, they are gifted in terms of speed. Within a week, they can do a portrait. Some people can use within a month to they do a portrait. But woodworks like this, they take time, three months. You use almost 3 to 6 months to get them ready, because you have to allow the wood to dry naturally before you begin to work on them too. Then you have the metal piece that can be done within 1 week. You can use artwork as a form of gift. You can use artwork as a form of storage and inheritance for your children. So I want to bequeath my children with gifts. I can buy an artwork and hand it over to them in the next 5 years, 10 years, 20 years, whenever they are due to get their inheritance too. You can use it as a form of gift too. It's a very good form of souvenir to people. It is impressive. It has a long-lasting impression on them too, because most of the time you give people what we call the conventional stuff, which somebody will give you a wristwatch, you already have a wristwatch. Somebody will give you a shoe, you already have shoes, you might not like the shoe. Somebody will give you an artwork. There's a tendency for you to keep that artwork more than you keep the microwave too.
According to Mugnell Angel Reels, every human is an artist. The dream of your life is to work beautiful art.
This trio has become Zimbabwe's comedy sensation. With their political satire show Zambezi News, the comedians make a witty parody of state propaganda and burning issues in Zimbabwe. The team is constantly working on new material.
Well, right now, this particular sketch basically is about race relations. You know, it's a big thing in Africa, but a lot in Zimbabwe as well, you know, the interaction between black and white people. So this is basically a white man, a white reporter from Zambezi News, Jerome Weathers, who's proving that blacks and whites get along.
I've been your politically correct correspondent, Jerome, rainbow is my color, Weathers.
Zambezi News is distributed on social media and DVDs. It has over 6 million viewers. While it's not broadcast on Zimbabwe state media, it has fans in other African countries because it sheds critical light on political realities. That's why state authorities perceive the show as an affront.
I think, you know, I think that's always the, you know, the joke in Zimbabwe is that you've got freedom of expression, but you don't have freedom after expression. And you know, that's, you know, it's definitely the case with, you know, with Zambezi News, is that it's you know, very kind of outspoken political satire, and of course we deal with the powers that be.
Based in the capital, Harare, Zambezi News reports from a country in the grip of a repressive regime after almost 30 years. The three comedians use satire to prompt people to think about sensitive issues and disregard threats and intimidation. The guiding principle of Zambezi News is you can laugh away your fear, but you can't look away from it.
Right. Welcome to what is this for again?
The Shoko Festival.
Okay. Firstly, I would like to thank everyone who worked on this great festival that is benefiting the nation. It is good for tourism, and seeing flocks of artistic immigrants swarming from the imperialist nations and leaving their local currencies in our nation. And make sure that you have all the necessary clearance and documents, or we will come there and shut you down.
We always laugh at situations, you know. We're just trying to get people to laugh more, so that you don't cry so much and you don't complain so much. It's happening, yes, life is tough right now, but don't let it bury you. So this is why we're looking at life from a different angle, from a funny sort of angle.
The Zambezi News team is going into its 4th season. The cast is still confronted by state security agents who claim the comedians are pursuing an anti-government agenda. Considering Zimbabwe's outlook, there seems to be a need for the kind of comedy that Zambezi News provides.
Oh, a job offer in an hour. I better hurry. If algorithms organize my workdays and rate my performance, what does that mean for me? Digital control, when apps tell you how to do your job. Our topic today on Shift. Brave new digital workspace. No more fixed hours, working from the comfort of home, and everything you need at your fingertips through your smartphone. Digitalization has already greatly shaped the workforce, especially in the service industry. Nearly half of the employees worldwide work in this sector. In Germany, they make up 3/4. What is it like to receive assignments from my phone? We asked a bike courier.
Exercising outdoors, receiving job requests by phone, meeting friends, and getting paid for it all. But the life of a bike courier may not be quite as great as companies would like you to think. Only contract employees have a guaranteed income. Freelance couriers get their assignments through an app. In short, an algorithm decides how much they will earn. But algorithms only consider performance criteria such as speed, position, and reliability. They don't care about the human being behind the data. Self-employed couriers working under these conditions are part of the so-called gig economy. They fight for any short commission. University lecturer Timo Dahm specializes in the working conditions of the digital age.
The people who work these gigs don't necessarily decide when and where they do it. Instead, the platform assigns them certain jobs, or it doesn't. And quite often, they find themselves at the mercy of the app, as if they were waiting for breadcrumbs that the site's algorithm tosses out.
Constantly waiting for the next job is nerve-wracking and emotionally exhausting. In Germany, unions and politicians are raising the alarm.
Due to new developments in digital technology, we're seeing new forms of exploitation and precarity. Bike couriers, for example, they've gone without any real social safety net for a long time.
Doesn't sound easy, but I don't want to be a bike courier, so that's not my problem, right? Actually, that's a bit short-sighted. So-called digital capitalism has brought radical changes to our working lives and is affecting more and more people, according to Timo Dahm. And he should know. He's been working in the IT sector for 20 years and has written 2 books on the subject.
Digital capitalism is a historical phase of capitalism in which algorithms and data take on the role that machines and resources used to play. In this digital capitalism, the data corporations that specialize in data extraction dominate the market. Often, these businesses cloak themselves as